Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our intake on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-started human introduction for 30 seconds, followed by AI explanation for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see second part, what if Harry Potter chose a quiet life and became Hogwarts' greatest secret. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Harry chooses peace over fame at Hogwarts, spending his days growing life and healing forgotten souls. But beneath the castle, in places no one looks twice, he becomes Hogwarts' greatest secret, quietly changing lives and the fate of the school itself. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Kyle did it easily simply because he had experience. Don't forget, he'd been tending to the biting cabbage for months. An adult biting cabbage was far more dangerous than the devil's snare, which only knew how to bind people. A slight mistake and Kyle might end up at the school clinic drinking bone knitting potion, or some other potion. After a period of hellish mode, going back to the easier dungeons was naturally a breeze. However, the others lacked this experience, and their first encounter with the devil's snare left them screaming and howling in agony from the tendrils. Some panicked immediately after being entangled, completely forgetting Professor Sprout's instructions and instinctively struggling. If Professor Sprout hadn't been there, they probably would have been completely bound. Kyle wasn't idle either. When Professor Sprout was too busy, he stepped in to help the entangled young wizards break free from the devil's snare. His action earned him another 10 points from Professor Sprout. "Thank you, Kyle," Ryan said, shaking his arm, which was aching from the pressure. "When I saw you do it, I thought it would be easy, but it's so difficult, I can't even get close to it." "Don't be discouraged." Kyle patted his shoulder. "Just be careful not to touch the tendrils." "I'll try." Ryan sighed. "It's a pity Professor Sprout doesn't allow the use of the Lumos, otherwise it would be much easier." "You're overthinking it." Kyle shook his head slightly. Using the Lumos would probably cause the young devil's snare to open immediately, rendering the lesson pointless. Even a 3-year-old could do something as simple as digging a hole and fertilizing it. Why waste a whole class period learning it? "I was just saying," Ryan said, changing direction and trying to reach out again. At this moment, Kyle also looked elsewhere. The others performed similarly to Ryan, but there were exceptions. Kanna successfully completed the task, becoming the second young wizard to fertilize the devil's snare. Although her movements weren't as skillful as Kyle's, and she paused many times, overall she did quite well, passing on her first try. Gryffindor's Cormac McLagan was next, but he was slower, finishing only halfway through the lesson. After him, the devil's snare seemed tired, moving its tendrils noticeably slower, giving the young wizards more opportunities. By the end of class, more than half had finished fertilizing the devil's snare, but they were all exhausted and sweating profusely, wishing they could immediately return to the castle for a shower. Professor Sprout had them line up in 2 rows, and only after everyone was in position did she slowly open the greenhouse door. Sunlight instantly filled the entire greenhouse, and the devil's snare in the middle seemed to be greatly stimulated, instantly freezing in place. Kyle, deliberately at the back of the line, had a sudden flash of inspiration. Taking advantage of Professor Sprout's inattention, he quickly pulled out a small knife he had prepared beforehand, swiftly cut off a small section of tendril, and stuffed it into his pocket. Sunlight had a significant effect on the devil's snare. Even after being cut, it remained completely unaffected. Kyle then acted as if nothing had happened, leaving the greenhouse with the others, even casually greeting Professor Sprout as he passed. "Goodbye, Professor." "Goodbye, Kyle." Professor Sprout smiled and waved. "I remember you like plants. Would you be interested in growing a bean pod plant? You can divide it during your next class." "I'd be happy to, Professor." Kyle was even happier with this unexpected bonus. After bidding farewell to Professor Sprout, he hurried towards the castle. The pods were a matter for later. Kyle planned to take what was in his pocket to the room of requirement on the 8th floor first. Devil's snare vines were incredibly resilient. As long as the root was planted in time, it would survive and grow into a complete devil's snare. As he walked, a commotion suddenly arose from nearby. Kyle looked up and saw many people running towards Hagrid's cabin, including the young wizard who had just attended herbology class with him. "What's going on?" Has Hagrid's keeping of Cerberus been discovered? Kyle frowned and went over to investigate. It was pretty much as he suspected. Hagrid's keeping of Cerberus had indeed been discovered, and people had come to his door. 3 Ministry of Magic members dressed as strikers stood at the cabin's door, pointing their wands at Hagrid rudely. We received a report that you bought a magical creature of unknown origin in September, one of the henchmen said. Hand it over and come back to the Ministry of Magic with us. I didn't, Hagrid said, blushing. I only bought some medicine to get rid of flesh-eating slugs. The henchman persisted. But someone saw you trading magical creatures. That's nonsense, Hagrid said, somewhat flustered. Besides, you've already checked my room, haven't you? It's just me and Fang here. Whether you've done it or not isn't up to you to decide. We can't just listen to your side of the story. The man looked at Hagrid's expression, narrowing his eyes. If you're truly innocent, the Ministry of Magic will naturally clear your name. What do you have to worry about? Or are you hiding something and afraid to come back to the Ministry of Magic with us? His aggressive manner infuriated the surrounding young wizards. Although they weren't familiar with Hagrid, they remembered that when they first entered school, it was this big guy who led them from the train station into the castle. The students, especially the freshmen, didn't care about the Ministry of Magic. They only knew Hagrid was one of their own, so naturally they sided with him. A chorus of boos and shouts erupted, urging them to leave Hogwarts immediately. A few clever young wizards, knowing they couldn't do anything to the Ministry of Magic, quickly ran towards the castle to get reinforcements. The Aurors also noticed the situation. The 3 exchanged glances and simultaneously raised their wands, seemingly intending to forcibly take Hagrid away. Just as Kyle was about to stop them, someone stepped forward first. Don't talk so nicely, Professor Oren said disdainfully, appearing behind the 3 Aurors. You're here because you've only heard one side of the story, aren't you? Upon seeing Oren, the Aurors' expressions became much more serious. The appearance of an adult wizard at Hogwarts was most likely that of a professor, a much more significant position than those students who only knew how to shout. They couldn't afford to be careless. However, because they didn't recognize the person before them, one of them cautiously inquired, "Who are you?" Maurice Oren, Professor Oren introduced himself, Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Defense against the dark arts. The Aurors raised an eyebrow. They knew that position very well, they knew it all too well. Since becoming Aurors, they had personally apprehended 3 or 4 Defense Against the Dark Arts professors at Hogwarts. It had almost become a stable source of their income. So, upon learning Professor Oren's identity, the 3 men relaxed and spoke in a businesslike tone. Professor Oren, right. We're here on orders from the Ministry of Magic to arrest Hagrid. You have no right to stop us. Liar. I don't know if the Ministry of Magic gave such an order. At that moment, Professor McGonagall hurried over from the castle, her lips pursed, like an angry lioness. Fudge is still in the headmaster's office. You can't take Hagrid away until he comes out. Professor McGonagall. The 3 Aurors instinctively straightened up. Even though they had graduated many years ago, seeing Professor McGonagall again still made them feel weak and timid. But they didn't want to give up so easily. Fudge seemed very concerned about this matter. Before coming to Hogwarts, he had repeatedly instructed them to investigate carefully and not to be negligent in the slightest. This was a rare opportunity to show their face in front of the minister, and they had to handle things flawlessly. So, after finding no valuable clues in the hut, they thought of taking Hagrid back for questioning, just in case they found something unexpected. The Aurors' gaze hardened. Tempted by the prospect of a promotion and a raise, Professor McGonagall didn't seem so intimidating anymore. Professor, you misunderstand. We're just doing our job, the lead Auror said. It's just a procedure. If there are no problems, he'll be back tomorrow. That's the rule, everyone's the same. Please don't make things difficult for us. Wait a minute. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. I remember the Ministry of Magic's rule is that someone can only be taken away with concrete evidence. Who's speaking? The Auror roared angrily. This is none of your business. Go back to the castle. I think I'm the Hogwarts professor. Harder, Professor McGonagall frowned. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, I just wanted to. But the students aren't wrong either. Professor McGonagall interrupted him, continuing, what about the evidence you gave Hagrid for buying magical creatures? Someone saw it with their own eyes, the Auror named Harder said. A fabricated charge. Professor McGonagall's lips tightened. If you say someone saw it, why not bring him along? Once Hagrid is taken back, we'll find that person and confront him. Harder's eyes darted around. So you don't even know who that person is? Professor McGonagall laughed in exasperation. No evidence whatsoever, just because someone said something they wanted to take Hagrid away from Hogwarts. This was clearly unacceptable to her. Today it's Hagrid, but what if tomorrow someone reports Professor Snape for participating in dark arts research? Should they take that person away for investigation too? And what if the day after tomorrow someone reports Dumbledore? Would Hogwarts even be able to stay open? The Aurors knew they were in the wrong, but they didn't budge. Professor, it's really just a question, we promise we won't. I'll report you. At that moment, another voice rang out from the crowd. I saw Professor Snape at the Hog's Head yesterday. He bought a baby dragon. Take him to the Ministry too. Oh, and Headmaster Dumbledore, he bought a dragon egg as well. Harder's words trailed off. This statement was so hurtful, it practically shut down all his excuses. This meant that if he wanted to take Hagrid away, he would have to take Dumbledore, who had also been reported, with him. Harder angrily scanned the crowd, trying to find the speaker. Professor McGonagall's lips curled slightly, and she stepped forward to stand before the young wizards. I've thought about it, and I think you're right, Harder. The potions office is on the basement level, and the headmaster's office is on the 8th floor. Do you need me to show you the way? Harder's face flushed, and he stammered, Professor McGonagall, I'm not, well, a student's word doesn't count. I saw it too, Professor Oren said quietly from the side. His words were the final straw. I understand, Harder said through gritted teeth, we'll come back when we find more evidence. He certainly didn't dare go to Dumbledore. Harder was certain that if he dared to bring Dumbledore back today, he would be expelled from the Ministry of Magic tomorrow for entering with his left foot first. Just as he was about to leave Hogwarts, feeling resentful, he suddenly noticed the Forbidden Forest behind him. Professor McGonagall, would you mind if we went to check out the Forbidden Forest? Harder turned around and said, the Forbidden Forest is so big, hiding a magical creature shouldn't be too difficult. Are you sure? Professor McGonagall's expression was somewhat strange. She had initially thought these people were looking for trouble, but now she realized they were just joking. Investigating mysterious magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, this was a truly outrageous move in the entire wizarding world. Everyone knew the Forbidden Forest was teeming with magical creatures, all of them of unknown origin. Finding anything would be pointless. Since when did the Ministry of Magic standards for Aurors become so low? Seeing Professor McGonagall's expression, Harder realized how foolish his words had been. Mainly, he had graduated too long ago, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he had completely forgotten about it. But the words were already spoken, and going back on his word now would be incredibly embarrassing. I'm sure, Professor McGonagall, Harder said, forcing himself to remain calm, and then led the other two Aurors towards the Forbidden Forest. Whether they found anything or not, at least they could report back. He had even been to the Forbidden Forest, surely no one would say he hadn't investigated thoroughly enough. I remember what's in the Forbidden Forest, chimeras, sphinxes, and oh yeah, werewolves too, right? Professor Oren remarked casually, Tisk, only a few hundred galleons a month, what are you guys risking your lives for? Wait, I just remembered that's my monthly salary. How much is an Auror's, 70? Or 80? Tisk, I'm sorry, Albus, I didn't expect them to do something so rude. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Fudge fiddled with his top hat. I warned them beforehand, but as you know, the Aurors have been busy for months because of that winged devil, so sometimes they can be a little impulsive. I understand what you mean, Cornelius, Dumbledore said calmly. But I trust Hagrid. He definitely doesn't have a winged devil. Yes, I personally trust Hagrid too. Fudge turned his head away, avoiding Dumbledore's eyes. But you have to understand me. He has a criminal record, and we received a report, so the Ministry of Magic had to investigate. It's also for the students' safety. That's why I didn't stop you from investigating Hagrid, and even Minerva only intervened when you tried to forcibly take Hagrid away. Dumbledore crossed his arms, fingers resting on his chin, and said slowly, I can assure you that you can bring witnesses to Hogwarts to identify Hagrid anytime, now or in the future. We have an excellent potions professor here who can easily determine if he's lying. If you can't get away, you can write a letter, and I will personally take Hagrid to the Ministry of Magic to confront him. There's no need for that, Albus, Fudge said awkwardly. I completely trust you. And the investigation into Hagrid is already complete. There's no trace of any winged devils in his room, that's beyond doubt. Thank you for your trust, Cornelius, Dumbledore said gently. I didn't expect you to come to Hogwarts personally for this matter. Oh, it's nothing, Albus. Fudge took a sip of his tea. It was our mistake, and it's only right that I come. I just hope Minerva isn't too angry. But speaking of winged devils, something suddenly came to mind. Oh. Dumbledore slightly raised his eyelids, looking quite interested. It's like this. Fudge unconsciously straightened his collar. Recently, people in the Ministry of Magic have been trying to smear me using the winged devil incident, saying I'm inefficient. They also think my decision to return those magical creatures was wrong, that I shouldn't have transferred Newt and Chris away for so long. Even other countries' ministries of magic have written to me, saying I shouldn't have sent Newt to their countries. But Albus, I just wanted to express how important this matter was. My intentions were good. I completely understand how you feel, Dumbledore nodded. Sometimes, not being understood is very distressing. I knew you would understand me. Fudge took another sip of his tea. The most common thing I hear every day is criticism, which makes it impossible for me to even do my normal work. If it weren't for this, I would definitely have written to you in advance when the Aurors came to Hogwarts. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and he stared at Fudge without saying a word. If it were you, Fudge asked casually, how would you handle this kind of trouble? No one knew what Fudge and Dumbledore said in the headmaster's office, but many saw him leave Hogwarts with a stern face. Clearly, he wasn't very satisfied with the conversation. After Fudge left, Hagrid carried a large barrel of single malt whiskey to Professor Orin, had a good drink with him, and gave him a large bag of rock bread as a thank you for speaking up. This led to Kyle feeling that Professor Orin's speech was a little slurred during Defense Against the Dark Arts class the next day. I was trying out a new spell. Professor Orin explained, but there was a slight mishap, and I suffered some minor injuries, nothing serious. Well, Kyle was quite curious about what kind of spell could break a tooth. The Reducto spell. And Professor McGonagall's behavior in Transfiguration class was also a bit puzzling. First, she inexplicably tapped Kyle with her wand while checking homework, then asked a very simple question. After Kyle answered correctly, she unusually gave Hufflepuff a full 20 points. This excited the other young wizards, who initially thought Professor McGonagall had been provoked and wanted to support a house to compete with Slytherin for the House Cup. However, they quickly realized they were mistaken. Professor McGonagall was still the same Professor McGonagall, serious and fair, showing no favoritism towards any house. This large bonus only happened once, and in third-year Transfiguration class, she deducted 10 points from Hufflepuff for a homework error. The reason behind this was probably only known to Kyle. When he was chatting among the young wizards, he noticed Professor McGonagall glancing at him several times, intentionally or unintentionally. Although Kyle deliberately altered his voice, it only fooled the Ministry of Magic and the surrounding young wizards. Professor McGonagall wasn't so easily fooled. However, judging from her actions, Professor McGonagall didn't seem to intend to pursue the matter. Furthermore, Kyle planted the roots of the Devil's Snare in the Room of Requirement, right next to the Moonbeast's burrow, in a completely sunless spot. After 2 weeks of careful tending, the small root had grown into a new Devil's Snare, even sprouting tendrils as thick as a finger. Kyle simply poked the tendrils, and they immediately wrapped around his wrist. Because the tendrils were still too young and weak, being wrapped around them felt like a massage, quite comfortable. Kyle played with the Devil's Snare like a toy for a while before letting it go. The Moonbeasts nearby had completely adapted to their environment and slept peacefully in their respective burrows. The White Dew and Rue were also growing well. If used as food, they would be enough to feed the Moonbeasts for several months. Recently, Kyle had been thinking about improving their diet and was planning to get some bubotubers. A whole bubotuber, mixed with leaves of white sage, rue, and other plants, crushed and rolled into small balls, was the Moonbeast's favorite food. However, there was nowhere to buy bubotubers in Hogsmeade, and he couldn't find an opportunity to get them in the school greenhouse. Kyle could only wait until the holidays to go to Diagon Alley, and probably get some from Newt. The biting cabbage was also almost ripe, its row of teeth as sharp as razors. Kyle found a rock and threw it at it. The hard bluestone crunched like chickpeas in the biting cabbage's mouth. Kyle was already looking forward to the devil snare growing up, and then it and the biting cabbage would be a perfect combination of control and damage. For the next few weeks, Kyle went to the House of Requirement almost daily. Besides tending to the newly sprouted devil's snare, he also needed to keep a close eye on the biting cabbage. Once they reached maturity, they could briefly escape the soil, wandering around with their outermost, broad leaves. Kyle wasn't too worried about this, as the biting cabbage wouldn't easily leave their comfortable soil unless provoked. What worried Kyle was their tendency to spit out seeds indiscriminately. Mature biting cabbage could spray their seeds at any time, and the distance depended entirely on their whim, sometimes reaching hundreds of meters away. The House of Requirement wasn't very large. If these seeds happened to take root near a moonbeast's or devil's snare, it would be troublesome. Biting cabbage was a difficult plant to transplant, especially in its early sprouting stages. Any slight change in the surrounding environment would cause them to snap open. Only a master botanist like Professor Sprout could accomplish such a technically demanding and experience-intensive task. Kyle was still somewhat lacking, so he could only use the simplest method, collecting the seeds before they sprouted and planting them in suitable locations. After more than a month of this work, by the Easter holidays, there were 5 biting cabbage plants in the Room of Requirement, 2 mature and 3 newly sprouted. After confirming that no seeds had been missed, Kyle felt much relieved. At least he no longer had to run to the Room of Requirement every day. However, Cedric was busy, and not only him, but all the other Hufflepuff Quidditch players were as busy. Harris was more demanding of them than ever before, and even in the continuous rainy days after the heavy snow, his enthusiasm for training hadn't cooled in the slightest. But the others didn't complain at all. If they won their next game against Slytherin, they would surpass Gryffindor in the overall score and become the leading house. If they could win the final match or avoid being overtaken by other houses, they would become champions and bring the Quidditch Cup back to Hufflepuff. To achieve this final victory, all the team members became training fanatics, practically living and eating on the Quidditch pitch. Of course, Gryffindor was similar. However, Slytherin seemed to be taking a more relaxed approach, training as usual and then dismissing everyone at the designated time, not lingering for even a second longer. This wasn't surprising, as they only had a chance of winning the championship if they beat Hufflepuff by 300 points in the next match. But that was clearly unrealistic. It might be more possible if it were Ravenclaw's easy win team. In the morning, during defense against the Dark Arts class, Kyle, while looking forward to tomorrow's match, was also recording various treatments for being bitten by a werewolf. Remember, the mixture of white cinnabar and silver powder can only seal the wound, it cannot stop the werewolf transformation. Professor Oren said solemnly from the podium. Unless you are absolutely certain of victory, the best course of action when encountering a werewolf is to run as fast as you can. Choose spells that create obstacles to buy yourself time to escape, rather than trying to fight back. Sometimes, carrying a flying broom is a good habit, it can save your life in a critical moment. After explaining this, Professor Oren used a transfiguration spell to transform the podium into a werewolf, then had the young wizards practice in a real-life scenario. While queuing, Canna leaned close to Kyle and whispered, "Do you have any rat potion?" Rat potion? Kyle blinked. What, has Pochi fallen out of favor? But even if it has, you don't need to kill it. Just give it to Percy, Scabbers is looking for a wife. What are you thinking? I'm not going to give Pochi away. Canna nudged Kyle and said irritably, I meant the rat medicine. Pochi's been sick lately and has no energy at all. Sick? Kyle frowned. Have you been giving it the rat tonic on time? Canna nodded. Of course, I've given it to it every month without fail. That shouldn't be the case. Kyle scratched his head in confusion. Did I buy fake ingredients? The rat tonic he sold Canna wasn't the kind of sugary drink from the Diagon Alley store. It was a special tonic Newt had developed for Motra rats. For ordinary field mice, this stuff was practically a fountain of life. Just a small bottle a month would be enough to keep them healthy until they died of old age. Are you sure it's sick? Kyle asked again. I'm sure, it was sneezing last night. Kana thought for a moment and said, I suspect it's related to the heavy rain during flying class a few days ago. Everyone in our dorm caught a cold then. Maybe. Kyle glanced at the few people left in front of him and pulled Kana to the back of the line. I do know a rat pepper-up recipe, but I'm missing some potion ingredients. Kyle rubbed his fingers, thinking for a while before saying, how about this, you give Pochi a bottle of rat tonic tonight. If that doesn't work, I'll have the owl go to Hogsmeade to buy some after the Quidditch match tomorrow. After a pause, Kyle suddenly asked, by the way, have you lost galleons recently? Sickles and nuts count too. I haven't since I got the handbag you gave me. Kana asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Nothing. Kyle smiled, I just wanted to confirm if you could afford it. Ah, is it very expensive? Kana took out the pink handbag, a little nervously saying, I only have a dozen or so galleons left. That's enough, Kyle said. They're all common materials, just a few sickles. Kana patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's good. As they talked, fewer and fewer young wizards were in line, and soon it was their turn for practical training. The main problem was that the young wizards knew too few spells, and when facing Professor Oren's controlled werewolf, they were practically defenseless. Captured in mere seconds. No wonder they were so fast. Kana held out for a minute before also succumbing to the werewolf's key. Kyle was the last. However, unlike the others, he didn't immediately run away. Instead, he quickly drew his wand and pointed it towards the classroom door. Accio Comet 260. A few seconds later, an old-fashioned comet smashed open the classroom door, carrying Kyle, who was running around the room, into the air. The correct answer. If you looked a little closer, you would have noticed that I had already placed the broom by the door beforehand. Even without the summoning charm, you could easily open the door and get it. Professor Oren looked somewhat disappointed. He dispelled the transfiguration spell on the podium and loudly proclaimed, Hufflepuff, 10 points. The next morning, before the Quidditch match began, Kyle met Cedric outside the Hufflepuff dressing room. Compared to a week ago, he looked noticeably thinner and more exhausted, but his eyes shone brighter. We'll definitely win. Cedric, holding his Nimbus 1700, turned and resolutely walked into the dressing room. Kyle could tell he was still a little nervous, as Cedric usually didn't walk with his legs crossed. When Kyle arrived at the stands, they were already packed with people. As one of Hogwarts' most popular events, the Quidditch Stadium was always overflowing, especially for a crucial match like today. Kyle squeezed through the crowd and found himself in the first row, where Mikkel and Ryan had already secured him a good spot. Next to him, Kana handed him a banner embroidered with a badger and the words, Hufflepuff wins. The little witch had made it herself, using developing potion, the badger on it was waving its paws incessantly. Kyle took it and immediately used a levitation charm to place it in the most conspicuous spot nearby. We're going to win, Mikkel said excitedly. I have a feeling Hufflepuff will bring home the Quidditch Cup this year. Of course, Kyle agreed wholeheartedly. Mikkel, I'm sure you have a talent for prophecy. Haha, I think so too, Mikkel grinned. Just then, the players entered the field. Look, they're here. A seventh-year student with long blonde hair shouted into a microphone from the stands, first to enter is the Slytherin Quidditch team. Although they lost many points in previous matches due to unforeseen circumstances, they didn't give up. Led by Captain Rosier, they fought back fiercely, defeating Ravenclaw and the number 1 ranked Gryffindor team. Can they create a miracle and achieve a three-peat today? Let's wait and see. Oh, the Hufflepuff team has also appeared. The commentator raised his voice again. First to enter is Captain Harris, an excellent chaser. His goal-scoring record remains unbroken. Harris' contribution to Hufflepuff's success is indispensable. Following him are the beaters. Finally, there's the Seeker, Cedric Diggory, who fills Hufflepuff's only weakness. The two teams are evenly matched. This is definitely a match everyone should look forward to. The commentator grew increasingly excited, almost leaning out of the stands. Under his influence, the cheers from the stands never ceased, and yellow and green flags surged like waves. However, the number of Hufflepuff supporters was relatively larger, roughly 3/4 of the crowd. Gryffindor would certainly not support Slytherin. Ravenclaw's stance wasn't as firm, but because the Badgers were generally well-liked, and Harris would sometimes go easy on them in matches to prevent a humiliating defeat. Most of the Eagles also chose to support Hufflepuff. Both sides are in their positions, the match is about to begin. Madam Hooch, holding her flying broomstick, Step 2. The center of the field is referee. Listen, I expect everyone to play fairly and honestly. Now, captains, shake hands. Harris and Rosier each stepped forward, shook each other's hands firmly, then quickly released them and returned to their previous positions. Once everyone was on their flying broomsticks, Madam Hooch blew her silver whistle with all her might. 15 broomsticks soared into the sky. The match began. The quaffle was first caught by Harris of Hufflepuff, his performance as consistent as ever. Marcus Flint went down to try and stop Harris' attack. Beautiful feint, Harris dodged it, and now he's right in front of the Slytherin goalpost. Goalkeeper Blatch is diving. Can he hold it? He missed, the quaffle is in. Harris scores. 10-0, Hufflepuff takes the lead. Oh! The cheers of the Hufflepuff supporters echoed in the cold air, mixed with the roars and groans of the Slytherins. Canna excitedly grabbed Kyle's arm and shook it. It was just a normal gesture, except the little witch's strength was a bit ridiculous. Kyle felt like his arm was being clamped by two vices, the pain making him grimace. He couldn't understand how Canna, who looked so thin and didn't eat much, had so much energy. Fortunately, her attention quickly returned to the game. Kyle rubbed his arm and subtly moved to the side. In that brief moment of distraction, the situation on the field changed. Marcus successfully stole the quaffle, and Slytherin, using their broomsticks, rushed to the Hufflepuff goalposts before Harris and the others. Marcus threw. No, it was a pass. A beautiful feint. He fooled everyone, including the Hufflepuff goalkeeper. Rosier scored. Slytherin has won a set. 10-10. This time, it was Slytherin's turn to cheer. 2 goals in less than a minute, 2 near-perfect feints. The commentator's face flushed with excitement. Fantastic. This match is absolutely fantastic. The game continued, with both sides exchanging goals, the score remaining close. Especially in the first 20 minutes, Hufflepuff fought tooth and nail, only managing a narrow 10-point lead. The Slytherin players seemed to be on steroids, playing with incredible ferocity. Marcus Flint even charged onto his broomstick when the goalkeeper missed, using his face to block the quaffle. Not only Slytherin players, but almost everyone cheered for him, even his opponents Harris and Gryffindor's Charlie, giving him a thumbs up. Regardless of Marcus's past underhanded tactics, at this moment, his actions were admirable. However, after 30 minutes, the situation changed. Slytherin's speed visibly slowed, and they weren't as energetic in either attack or defense as before. In just about 10 minutes, Hufflepuff scored 3 goals, bringing the score to 90-50. The game is over, Kyle thought to himself, watching the changes on the field. He could roughly guess what had happened. Perhaps influenced by the commentator, or perhaps because Snape was also watching the game. For the first 20 minutes, the Slytherin team was indeed holding their breath, hoping to create a miracle. So they naturally played with all their might. But after they realized that despite their best efforts, they still couldn't surpass Hufflepuff in the score, their pent-up anger dissipated. Simply put, they tried. But it was useless, time to play. Moreover, in their view, while it was a pity that their house couldn't win the championship, they didn't want to see Gryffindor win even more. Since they couldn't surpass Hufflepuff by 300 points, they might as well make things difficult for Gryffindor and give them a few more balls. In the final match, every ball they gave them today could be the spear that pierced Gryffindor's championship dream. That was enough. Slytherin started acting, but they weren't stupid enough to openly perform in front of everyone. Instead, they only revealed a trick at crucial moments. Therefore, most of the young wizards didn't notice anything amiss, assuming it was just bad luck or slow reaction time due to exhaustion. However, not everyone was oblivious. In the Gryffindor stands, Charlie angrily pounded the steps in front of him, shouting, "Damn Rosier. I thought they'd changed for the better. This is cheating." Fred and George were also furious, yelling from the stands, "They're fixing the match. They should be disqualified immediately." Despite their efforts, their shouts were barely a ripple compared to the deafening cheers around them. Apart from a few people nearby, no one else could hear them. Realizing their shouts were ineffective, Fred and George exchanged a glance and simultaneously got up and walked towards the commentary booth. The match couldn't be cancelled. they only wanted to expose Slytherin's despicable match fixing to everyone through the commentators. But they were stopped as soon as they approached the commentary booth. "Weasleys, what are you doing here?" Professor McGonagall looked at them sternly. "This isn't a place for you. Go back to the match." "But Professor McGonagall," Fred shouted, "Slytherins are throwing the match. They're deliberately losing points." George echoed, "They're doing this to prevent Gryffindor from winning the Quidditch Cup. Aren't you going to do anything about it?" Professor McGonagall paused for a moment. "These are just your speculations, Mr. Weasleys. There's no evidence that they're deliberately losing points." "But," Fred tried to say something more, but Professor McGonagall interrupted him. "Go back to the match," she said firmly. "During a Quidditch match, no one except the commentator is allowed to touch the microphone. That's the rule." "But," "Never mind, Fred." George tugged at Fred's robe and shook his head slightly. "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, we'll go back now." Professor McGonagall didn't speak, only nodded slightly. Before leaving, the two, clinging to their last hope, turned to look at the commentator. They had been speaking very loudly. At such close range, the other person could definitely hear them. If he were willing to help. Fred and George stood there for a minute, but the other person continued his passionate commentary on the game, showing no sign of stopping. Completely giving up, the two silently returned to their original positions. They figured it out. Those who could be commentators naturally knew Quidditch well. How could they not see such obvious match fixing? Why would they need to point it out? Clearly, the other side, like Professor McGonagall, chose silence. After they returned to the Gryffindor stands, Lee Jordan rushed over and asked, "How was it?" Fred and George shook their heads simultaneously. Despicable Slytherin, cowardly and incompetent commentators, how could they do this? Lee Jordan was furious. "I was thinking of competing for the Seeker position next year, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to be a commentator." "Go for it. We support you." Fred and George simultaneously put their hands on Lee Jordan's shoulders. "We need to have our own voice." On the pitch, the Hufflepuff players also noticed Slytherin's strange behavior. Harris glanced at the opponent's goal, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. A moment later, he suddenly took a deep breath, his gaze hardening. Then, led by Harris, the Hufflepuff team also slowed down. They stopped trying to attack and instead tightened their formation, adopting a defensive posture. "These idiots." Rosier gritted his teeth, and threw the quaffle at the Hufflepuff goalpost. With a crisp sound, the quaffle hit the post and bounced away. Harris caught the ball and leisurely flew to the other side of the field, also hitting the Slytherin post. What a pity. It seems that after a long match, the Hufflepuff team has started to make mistakes. The commentator said in a very cheerful voice, "Now it's a contest between the Seekers. Whoever catches the golden snitch first will win the game." Kyle had no interest in watching the rest of the match. He silently retreated to the last row of the stands and took out a piece of parchment from his robe pocket. The Marauders map, which he had borrowed from Fred and George before the match. Kyle took out his wand and gently tapped it on the parchment. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." Unlike Fred and George, who only recited half the password, Kyle recited the complete one. In fact, Fred and George had already found 7 words. With their intelligence, they could have guessed the complete password long ago if they wanted to. But they didn't, and when Kyle tried to tell them under some pretext, they refused. They were unusually determined to find all the clues, not just guess. But Kyle didn't care. As the ink lines spread, the real Marauders map was revealed before him. Kyle first memorized the locations of some secret passages, such as the one leading to the 8th floor and the one leading to the Honey Duke's cellar. These would be useful later. After memorizing these, Kyle turned his attention to the Hufflepuff common room. Although Quidditch was the most popular sport at Hogwarts, not all young wizards chose to watch the games. There were still some people in the common rooms of each house, with Gryffindor having the fewest, about 5 or 6, and Ravenclaw having the most, about a dozen. These were mostly 5th or 7th year students. The pressure of exams left them with no time for Quidditch. They would obviously prefer to spend that time in the library or a cozier common room reading. Kyle's gaze fell upon the Hufflepuff common room. The Marauders map didn't depict the dormitories in as much detail as other places, simply distinguishing between boys and girls. All 7 years were together, separated from the adjacent common room by only a thin ink line. Kyle memorized the names of everyone in the Hufflepuff common room. There weren't many, only 6. After memorizing them, Kyle intended to close the map and continue watching the game, but under the influence of a mysterious force, he inexplicably looked towards the underground classrooms and then found Snape's private storage room nearby. Kyle swore he had absolutely no intention of stealing, anything from there, at least not right now. Undeniably, Snape's private storeroom contained quite a few treasures, but Kyle was currently more interested in spells. The potion ingredients weren't particularly appealing. However, since he'd already looked, Kyle casually noted down the route to the location and the entrances to the surrounding secret passages. Pure curiosity, nothing more. Anyway, he had nothing else to do. Look, Cedric's speeding up. Just then, a deafening cheer erupted from the surroundings. Kyle quickly closed the Marauder's map and tapped it again with his wand. Prank complete. The ink faded, and the Marauder's map reverted to its original parchment form. On the Quidditch pitch, Cedric was swooping down from midair at incredible speed. "It's the Golden Snitch," the commentator shouted excitedly. "It's right next to the Slytherin goalpost, less than 20 feet off the ground." Higgs saw it too. He's accelerating. The two seekers charged towards the Golden Snitch one after the other. The atmosphere in the stands was incredibly tense. Everyone watched them with bated breath. A few seconds later, "It's Cedric," the commentator roared. "Cedric Diggory, the youngest seeker, has caught the Golden Snitch." The stands erupted in cheers, and countless yellow flags and cheering items were thrown into the air. "We won! We won!" The surrounding Badgers screamed excitedly, hugging each other. "Thanks to Hufflepuff for giving us such a fantastic Quidditch match." An hour later, Cedric was carried back to the common room by a group of excited Hufflepuff students, a hero's welcome, in Quidditch terms. But to Kyle, he looked more like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. A celebratory feast was a must after the victory, and that evening, several upperclassmen brought a huge amount of food from the kitchen. Soon, the common room was filled with all sorts of delicious steaks and cookies. "Kyle, where did you go?" Canna walked over with a large bone-in steak, asking in surprise, "I didn't see you when the game ended." "I went to the restroom," Kyle replied. "What a pity," Canna whispered, "you missed the best part." Kyle chuckled, "No, I just saw Cedric catch the Golden Snitch when I got back." "That's good." Canna smiled, took a bite of her steak, and then a happy expression appeared on her face. Kyle looked at her and asked suspiciously, "You're going to bed soon, is it okay for you to eat so much?" Canna's movements suddenly stopped, and her expression stiffened. She turned her head away and whispered, I didn't eat much for dinner." "Is that so?" Kyle frowned. "But I remember at dinner, never mind, maybe I'm mistaken." Canna breathed a sigh of relief and, without waiting for Kyle to say anything more, quickly made an excuse and left. Everyone was happy, but what they didn't know was that this banquet could be considered their last celebration. Because final exams were approaching, the professors were assigning more and more homework, and they barely had time to play a game of wizard's chess. Easter break was not as fun as Christmas, and most people chose to stay on campus. There was so much homework, the blank parchment piled up like a small mountain. They spent almost every day in the library, sighing and yawning, desperately trying to finish these daunting assignments. Besides that, they also had to memorize the must-know material mentioned by the professors and practice wand gestures. Even though it was a holiday, the corridors were always filled with the young wizard's complaints. "I'll never remember this." Halfway through the holiday, Mikkel finally snapped, throwing down his quill and huffing, "Who discovered the 12 uses of dragon blood? There are so many, I can't possibly remember them all." "Dumbledore." Kyle, sitting opposite him, said without looking up. "Are you planning to duel him?" "That's a good idea. If you can beat him up, Professor Snape definitely won't make you memorize these things anymore." Mikkel was stunned for a moment before reaching for his quill. "What's the 12th use of dragon blood again?" "Oh right, it's for hearth cleaning." "It's not that hard to remember. I should have been more careful." Kyle smiled but didn't say anything. An hour later, he also put down his quill and closed his book, A Thousand Wonders of Herbs and Mushrooms. "Kyle, have you finished all your homework?" Mikkel and Ryan looked up at him like two nifflers who had discovered galleons. Kyle stretched his shoulders and nodded, "Yeah, finished." Mikkel's eyes lit up, and he asked expectantly, "Could we borrow it for reference?" "Sure." This time, Kyle didn't refuse outright like before. After hesitating for a moment, he pushed the homework to them. Mainly, he remembered that Mikkel and Ryan had already done quite a bit of homework, though not much, but definitely at least a third of it. This way, there was no need to worry about them copying, so lending it to them was fine. Besides, there was indeed a lot of homework for the Easter holidays. However, just to be on the safe side, Kyle still reminded them, "Remember, don't copy." "Don't worry," Mikkel patted his chest decisively, "we won't make the same mistake twice." During the second week of the Easter holidays, Kyle maintained his usual routine, leaving the common room after breakfast and returning only in the evening. However, he didn't go to the library or the room of requirement on the 8th floor, but instead spent the entire day in an abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor of the castle. And he wasn't alone. The classroom also contained Fred and George from Gryffindor, Cho Chang from Ravenclaw, as well as Kanna and Cedric. 6 people in total, bustling about in the small classroom. "Kyle, come and check this pattern, is it correct?" Cho Chang put down his knife, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I feel like something's not quite right." "It doesn't matter, a few minor flaws are fine," Kyle said without looking up. "Anyway, no one can tell, as long as it's roughly the idea." Kyle held a knife in his left hand and a branch in his right. A branch from a mountain pear tree, one of those he brought back from the Forbidden Forest. Kyle first removed the bark and excess wood, then skillfully used his knife to carve irregular lines into the surface. Soon, an oval wooden pendant was finished, its surface etched with a wand and quill crossed. Beside him were many similar pendants, some oval, some triangular, and some square. The other 5, like Kyle, transformed from wizards into carpenters, busily working with the branches. Around noon, Fred dusted off the sawdust, looked at his morning's work, and frowned, asking, "Kyle, can we really sell these things?" The others looked up at Kyle. He had summoned them a couple of days ago, saying they were going to pull off a big deal. Having succeeded in selling maps before, they were initially excited and didn't suspect anything, readily following Kyle's instructions. But they hadn't expected Kyle to have them carve wood for 2 days straight, without using magic, purely by hand. This left the group somewhat confused. "It should work," Kyle said after a moment's thought. "Mountain pear amulets are quite popular in the magical world." "Wait, we're making amulets?" George asked incredulously. The main problem was that they had absolutely no experience as carpenters. While their carvings weren't exactly ugly, they weren't exactly beautiful either, and the shapes were all rather bizarre. Even he wouldn't dare lie and call such crudely made things amulets. "What you and Fred made are just lump pieces of wood," Kyle said. "But it'll be different once Kanna and the others carve patterns on them." The group exchanged bewildered glances, skeptical of Kyle's words. Unless the patterns were some special magical symbols, like ancient runes, even carving 100 of them would still just result in lump pieces of wood. Speaking of which, Cedric couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is this symbol?" "I've never seen it before." "It's a symbol that represents passing the exam, or you could say it means you'll pass every exam." Kyle thought for a moment and explained, "At the Wizarding Convention in 1790, the act establishing the Wizarding Examinations Board was officially passed. In the same year, Hogwarts held its first Newt's exam. At that time, young wizards who passed the exam would receive a special letter from the Ministry of Magic. The envelope was printed with a symbol of a quill and wand crossed. Later, this symbol became the symbol of passing the exam. Back then, many graduating students would draw this symbol and carry it with them before the exam for good luck. However, after Professor Marchbank became the head of the examinations board, this symbol was removed and replaced with a very ordinary envelope. Fred and the others stared at Kyle in disbelief, instinctively asking, 1790. "That's 200 years ago. How do you know all this?" "Reading." Kyle shrugged, speaking casually. "If you'd read Hogwarts, a history, you wouldn't be so surprised." "Reading, that's all right then." Fred and George simultaneously turned their heads away, giving Kyle a thumbs up. Hogwarts. A history was a huge, thick book, practically a shield if you could carry it. Flipping through a few pages when they were bored was fine, but finishing it was a stretch. And not only Fred and George, but even Cedric hadn't finished it. But that wasn't the point. After this explanation, they understood Kyle's meaning. Although these things made of pear wood weren't real amulets, their allure was undeniable, especially at this time. Even Fred and George were somewhat tempted. If someone had sold this thing before last year's final exams, they might have actually bought it. But Kyle, can't we use a copying charm? Cho Chang asked doubtfully. Like the map before, that would be so much easier. Of course, but that costs a different price. Kyle shook his finger. This time I'm planning to make 3 tiers of products. High-end custom for 10 galleons, purely handmade, like what we're doing now for 2 galleons, and finally, one-off mass-produced products for 5 sickles. So cheap. Cho Chang was a little confused. You know, a map costs 10 sickles, and while they're both copies, copying these sculptures is much more troublesome than copying maps. Before Kyle could explain, Cedric next to her seemed to have thought of something and turned to ask, how much allowance do you have left? Allowance. Cho Chang thought for a moment and said, I spent quite a bit recently, and now I probably have about 1 galleon left. Suddenly, she paused, and a look of realization appeared on her face. Got it. Kyle said with a smile, it's the end of the semester, most people don't have much money left. If the price is too high, they won't be able to afford it even if they want to. Besides, this time we're not just targeting first-year students, but the entire school, several times more than before, so 5 sickles should be enough. Consider it as making friends. Everyone automatically ignored Kyle's last sentence. If they remembered correctly, he said the same thing when he sold the maps. 5 sickles to make friends, but what about the other 2? Fred and George lowered their heads in silence, the branches in their hands seemingly transforming into galleons, and what they had to do was pry them out. Oh, right. Kyle seemed to suddenly remember something and said, for those not made with the copy charm, remember to engrave the year at the end. Under Galleon's enticement, Kyle and the others spent a whole week in that small, stuffy, abandoned classroom. They made over 300 exam-passing charms. Over 100 of them were handcrafted by the 6 of them, 1 stroke at a time, completely handmade. The remaining 200 were assembly-line products. The designs were first carved, then transferred to the pear tree branches using a copying charm. Quite perfunctory, but they looked quite convincing. After a week, the group had become very proficient with the copying charm. It's worth mentioning that this charm was originally meant to be learned in 6th grade. The rest is up to you, Kyle said seriously to the other 5. At the preschool dinner. You all know the process, just repeat the map selling method. Fred and the others nodded seriously as well. That being said, this wasn't a small-scale map selling operation, it was a large-scale business for the entire school, and they were still somewhat nervous. Kyle, do we have to charge for Hufflepuffs too? The good-natured Cedric hesitated. It's not a necessity, Cedric, Kyle patted him on the shoulder. But we can give Hufflepuffs a good discount. 50%. No, 5%. Kyle thought for a moment, then added, but we can round it down, 1 less Canute. Quote. Cedric's lips twitched. He wanted to insist on his opinion, but there was nothing he could do. Kyle firmly controlled the pricing, and his opinion was useless. After a few brief words, everyone dispersed to prepare for tomorrow's plans. To achieve the desired promotional effect, Fred and George even wrote a large flyer overnight and posted it in the most conspicuous place in the Gryffindor common room. Are you still worried about your exams? Are you still worried about not performing well and not getting good grades? Now, you don't have to worry anymore. To ensure everyone has a wonderful summer vacation, we highly recommend the Exam Success Charm. It's recorded in Hogwarts, a history of the school, and was a sensation at Hogwarts for over 100 years, the best-selling product of its time. Even Headmaster Dumbledore wore it during exams. Those interested in purchasing should contact second-year students Fred and George Weasley. Note: this product is purely symbolic, it cannot enhance the wearer's intelligence or replace exams. Please purchase at your own discretion. The initial version of the flyer didn't actually include this last sentence, but Kyle had them added it after learning about it. The purpose was simply to emphasize safety and no returns. Fred and George were initially worried that adding this sentence would deter buyers. However, this worry vanished within half a day. After the first person found the symbolic meaning of the wand and quill in Hogwarts, a history of the school and told others. Young wizards rushed into their dormitory with sickles and galleons, afraid of missing out on the exam passing charm, if they were even a second too late. The dormitory door had been broken several times by the crowds, until Fred was too lazy to even use a repair charm and simply tore the door off. The situation was similar on the Hufflepuff side, except the Badgers were crowding into Cedric's dormitory. Although the Slytherins hadn't posted any flyers, they naturally sought out Canna after learning about the situation. Of the six, only Cho, who was in charge of Ravenclaw, had a slightly easier time. After all, most of the academic high achievers were confident and didn't need this. A few days later, one afternoon, in the same abandoned classroom, the sawdust and knives that had littered the floor were gone, replaced by a square table and piles of gold galleons and silver sickles. Gulp. Fred swallowed hard. How much is this? It's 709 galleons, 15 sickles, and 5 canute in total, Chu blurted out. I didn't expect so many people to buy the custom-made ones, so it's more than I anticipated. 700 galleons. George's gaze glazed over. Am I dreaming? Fred sighed beside him. If so, I hope this dream never ends. Kyle picked up a gold galleon from the table and laughed. You'd better think it over, there are 7 such dreams in total. Then I'd better wake up quickly, Fred laughed heartily. But as he laughed, his face suddenly crumpled. Fred suddenly remembered that he was a year ahead of Kyle, which meant that by the time Kyle was in 7th grade, he would have already graduated, and he wouldn't be entitled to the money that year. The thought of hundreds of galleons flying away filled Fred with heartache. He glared at Kyle with a resentful look and said, "Why didn't you enroll last year?" Kyle felt a chill run down his spine from Fred's gaze and took 2 steps away in disgust. When I enroll isn't up to me. You'll have to ask Dumbledore. It's decided by the Book of Admission, Cedric whispered, it has nothing to do with the headmaster. But Fred and George clearly didn't listen, they were currently discussing how to delay their graduation by a year. When they left, each of them had a full 100 galleons in their pockets. As for the rest, everyone unanimously decided that Kyle would keep them as working capital for the next event. Kyle agreed. He had originally planned to invest the Weasley brothers in the money, but they were currently busy finding the complete password for the Marauders map and didn't have time to research those joke products. They'd deal with it next year. In the weeks that followed, the professors noticed a peculiar trend emerging at Hogwarts. A particular wooden ornament was being worn by almost everyone. It wasn't magical, it was just ordinary pear wood, some round, some square. There was also a smaller variety, adorned with gold paint and waxed, its craftsmanship appearing far more refined than the others but still not magical. Normally, the professors wouldn't have cared much about this, just a trendy accessory, something that happens every year, as long as it wasn't dangerous. But this time was different. They noticed that since this ornament became popular, the young wizards were less tense in class, their attitudes much more relaxed. Frankly, the professors weren't sure if this was a good thing or not. 8th floor, headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat there leisurely, sipping his black tea with triple sugar, watching with interest as Snape and Professor McGonagall argued. It was quite a coincidence. Professor McGonagall had only come to see Dumbledore, but upon entering, she heard Snape shouting about expelling a student. It's that Kyle Chopper again. He's cheated other students out of at least 500 galleons these past few days. I said before, he's instigating his classmates, reckless, and disregards school rules, he should be expelled. After listening for a while, Professor McGonagall roughly understood what was going on. She frowned and said, Severus, we don't expel students for such trivial matters as selling a few items. Trivial matters. Snape raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze from Dumbledore to Professor McGonagall. Excuse my bluntness, Minerva, but he's now trying to organize students to cheat on exams. Cheat? Are you kidding me? Professor McGonagall said incredulously. I've seen those things, they're not even magical items, just ordinary decorations. So, Mr. Chopper is selling counterfeit goods. Snape drawled. After all, ordinary decorations aren't worth 10 galleons. Selling counterfeit goods at Hogwarts to cheat other young wizards deserves expulsion. Calm down, Severus. Dumbledore finished his tea and placed a large parchment on the table. This is their product brochure, you probably haven't seen it yet. He pointed to the bold, large print at the bottom. They've actually made it very clear, so it's not exactly deception. Snape looked up. The bright, large print made his eyes hurt. This product is only symbolic, please purchase at your discretion. Also, Dumbledore hesitated for a moment before saying, as far as I know, most students buy the ornaments for 5 galleons, only a small portion, well, the nicer ones, sell for 10 galleons. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Snape's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a plate of uncooked intestines. So only the Slytherins bought the 10-gallon ones. In this part, Snape said, looking at the flyer with a gloomy face, they also mentioned you, isn't that a lie? Actually, what they said is true. Dumbledore's old face suddenly flushed red as he said, I did wear something similar during my graduation exams, but Professor Marchbank confiscated it later. Merlin's beard, I always thought no one remembered that. Snape's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he grabbed the flyer and left the headmaster's office. The loud slamming of the door woke up Fawkes, who flew onto Dumbledore's shoulder and angrily pecked at his beard. Sorry, Fawkes, Severus didn't mean it. Fawkes ignored him and continued tugging at his beard. Left with no other option, Dumbledore took some mandrake leaves from his drawer to calm his phoenix. He then looked up at the incredulous Professor McGonagall and said, Don't be so surprised, Minerva. I was only 17 then, it's normal to do things that are hard to understand. Besides, that exam was on the history of magic, Professor Binns's class, you should understand. Professor McGonagall's lips twitched, she wanted to laugh, but she held it in. All right, Dumbledore changed the subject, what brings you here? His expression turned serious as he got down to business. Ahem, this is the entry list you requested from June to August of last year. She placed a small stack of parchment on the table. The owl couldn't find you yesterday, so the Ministry of Magic sent it to me. Thank you, Minerva. I need it right now. Dumbledore took it, flipped through it for a moment, and then took another similar stack of parchment from the shelf behind him. Professor McGonagall glanced at it curiously, but due to her limited vision, she could only make out the first few words. Outbound from Albania. As Dumbledore began to carefully compare the two lists, Professor McGonagall quietly left. With the door closing again, the headmaster's office returned to silence. The portraits on the wall, which had been pretending to be asleep, opened their eyes and huddled together, discussing the previous topic with great interest. It's that little wizard named Kyle again, a witch said. How many times has that name appeared in the headmaster's office? At least 3 times, a thin old man said. The potions professor has been coming every time lately because of him. Another problem student. I don't think so, the witch who spoke earlier shook her head. I've seen that boy in the corridor. He's smart, humble, and polite. He even greets the portrait. Maybe he's just putting on an act, a sarcastic voice said. Just like that student before, hypocritical. Shut up, Phineas, a bearded wizard said irritably. That's different. He's a Hufflepuff. That makes sense. Phineas Black picked his nose. He's from that stupid house. He probably doesn't have that kind of cunning. How dare you? The bearded wizard stormed into Phineas's portrait and grabbed his collar. Say it again. What's wrong with Hufflepuff? The bearded wizard's original portrait clearly stated that he graduated from Hufflepuff. What do you want to do? Phineas struggled fiercely, his collar being grabbed. Let me go. You want to hit me again. I've been wanting to for a long time. The bearded wizard punched him to the ground, then proceeded to stomp on his face repeatedly. Stupid school. Huh. Today I'll show you what Hufflepuff is all about. The other portraits rushed over, expertly pulling out snacks, drinks, and small stools, and began to gather in the front row to watch. Watching Phineas get beaten up was their favorite form of entertainment. The headmaster's office couldn't be without Phineas getting beaten up, just as the Black Lake couldn't be without the giant octopus. At this moment, Dumbledore, who had been reading the parchment, also looked up. He adjusted his glasses, ignoring the portraits, and got up to walk to the window, staring blankly out the window. Detention. In Professor McGonagall's office, Kyle said innocently, but Professor McGonagall, we only sold some things, we didn't break any school rules, did we? It's the headmaster's order. Professor McGonagall said sternly. He thinks you should be spending this time reading books or practicing your wand gestures to prepare for exams, not focusing your energy on other things. Okay, I understand. Kyle sighed, not arguing anymore. So what if he gets detention? As long as he doesn't have to give a refund, everything's fine. After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, the six looked at each other and sighed. Take it easy, guys. Fred and George, with their extensive experience with solitary confinement, were the first to recover. Fred laughed and said, "At least Professor McGonagall didn't make us get a refund or deduct points from our grades, which is quite rare." "Yeah," George patted Cedric on the shoulder and said, "and for you guys, experiencing being put in detention isn't bad either." Merlin's beard, Fred said with an exaggerated expression, "George, I just realized that everyone here is actually a good student except for the two of us." "Yeah, Fred, compared to them, we who are often put in detention do feel a bit out of place." George squeezed out a couple of tears and said, "They won't look down on us, will they? Why don't we hurry back to our studies while there's still time? Let's try to get a few more O's on the final exams." "That's too difficult, let's get E's instead," the two of them said in unison, with exaggerated expressions, which quickly made everyone else laugh. Kyle chuckled, "Thanks, but you're overthinking it." "Yeah," Cedric shrugged, "if a single detention earns you 100 galleons, I guarantee I'll be there for Mr. Filch every night." Cho and Kanna nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right." Just as Cedric said, 100 galleons made detention seem less unbearable. Then just now Fred's expression froze, then he huffed, "Well, you guys dared to play me." Kyle shook his head, "Don't say that, I was just a little taken aback." That was the truth, he'd never imagined Dumbledore would detain them for something so trivial. It wasn't like him. After walking down the corridor where Professor McGonagall's office was located, they went their separate ways back to their respective houses. Then, at dinner that evening, they received a note from Professor McGonagall. "Your detention begins at 11 p.m. tonight. See Mr. Filch in the foyer." "Professor McGonagall, when did you get put in detention?" Mikkel frowned and said, could Professor McGonagall have misplaced the note? In his opinion, Kyle was the kind of student who would never break school rules, let alone be put in solitary confinement. How could that be? Kyle calmly put away the note and said, "It wasn't delivered to the wrong address, it's definitely mine." This Mikkel thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "Could it be that you got caught sneaking out at night? But wasn't that during the Easter holiday?" Because of the deadline, Kyle was always busy until midnight on the last 2 days of the Easter holiday before returning to his dormitory. Mikkel and Ryan both knew about it. Kyle neither admitted nor denied it, but simply patted him on the shoulder earnestly and said, "So, you guys absolutely mustn't go out at night anymore, even during holidays." Mikkel and Ryan shook their heads in unison, seemingly gaining a new understanding of Hogwarts rules. These were too strict. That night at 11 o'clock, Kyle, Cedric, and Kanna arrived at the foyer. Filch was already waiting there, with the Weasley brothers and Cho beside him. "Come with me," Filch said, lighting a lamp and leading them out. "I think you'll have to think twice before breaking the rules again, won't you, He glanced at them sideways and said, "But I think work and hardship are the best teachers. It's a shame they abolished those old-fashioned punishments, hanging your wrists and suspending you from the ceiling for days." Filch's sinister voice made Cho and Kanna pale with fright, and even Cedric nervously swallowed. However, Fred and George's expressions didn't change at all. They even turned around and made faces at the others when Filch wasn't looking. They heard this kind of talk every few days, and their ears were practically calloused. "We're here." After walking for a while, they stopped in front of a door. Filch took out his key, opened the door, and said, "Go in. You're responsible for cleaning the prize room." I really don't understand what Professor McGonagall was thinking, making so many people clean the trophy room. This punishment is far too lenient. Hearing that it was just cleaning the prize room, Cho and Kanna's faces regained some color. Everyone entered the room one after another, but when it was Kyle's turn, something unexpected happened. Filch stopped him and said expressionlessly, "Your punishment isn't here." Afterward, Mrs. Norris was left there, while Filch took Kyle back to the foyer and left the castle. The two strode across the dark ground, and this time Filch didn't say anything sarcastic. Kyle noticed that this path seemed to lead to the Forbidden Forest. "Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, we need to get going." Hagrid stood at the door of his hut, waving at them from a distance. The Forbidden Forest is dangerous, Filch suddenly said. You'd better not stray too far from that idiot, or those school rules you've memorized won't save you. I know, Kyle nodded. Filch acted as if he hadn't heard him and continued walking. It's about time. Hagrid strode towards them from the darkness, with Tooth following behind. Ready, Kyle. He's in your hands, Hagrid, Filch said coldly. I'll be back at dawn, and hopefully I won't find his remains. No need for that, Hagrid frowned at Filch. You don't need to come pick him up. I'll take Kyle back to the castle. Filch glared at Hagrid, turned, and walked towards the castle, the lamp swaying as it disappeared into the darkness. That annoying guy's finally gone, that old idiot. Hagrid picked up his giant crossbow and quiver, winked at Kyle, and said, It's so good to see you. Sorry, I didn't mean your detention was a good thing, but with your help, tonight will probably be much smoother. Kyle looked at the fully armed Hagrid and asked suspiciously, what exactly happened in the Forbidden Forest? A unicorn cub was stolen. We have to go to the Forbidden Forest to look for clues. Hagrid tightened his grip on his giant crossbow, his eyes filled with anger. If I find out who did it, I'll make sure they pay. The Forbidden Forest was dark and silent. Moonlight poured down from the branches above, like shattered crystal, scattering silvery fragments across the fallen leaves. They hadn't walked far when Kyle suddenly realized the surroundings were familiar. Not far away, a group of moonbeasts stared wide-eyed at them curiously through the bushes. At that moment, Hagrid suddenly spoke up, besides the unicorn cubs, there are far fewer moonbeasts here. Kyle felt a pang of panic, but outwardly remained calm, asking, should we look for them today? No, not necessary, Hagrid shook his head. Because the other moonbeasts here haven't shown any unusual behavior, I think they probably went to the southern woodlands, where there's a larger moonbeast herd. I see, that's good. Kyle breathed a sigh of relief and followed Hagrid deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Before leaving, he tossed a large handful of white flowers nearby, as a treat for the moonbeasts. Hagrid noticed Kyle's actions, but his mind was preoccupied with the stolen unicorn cub, so he didn't pay much attention, assuming the white flowers were simply Kyle's own creation. The further they walked, the more anxious Hagrid became. Kyle, observing him, thought for a moment and said, could some other animal have stolen the unicorn cub? Impossible, Hagrid said. Unicorns are extremely protective of their young, and these animals possess powerful magic. Even a dragon couldn't easily approach and take away their cubs without resorting to trickery. They walked through a forest covered in moss and mushrooms, arriving at a winding stream. Wu Fang Fang suddenly howled. In the silent Forbidden Forest, this sharp bark was particularly jarring. Fang Fang, have you found something? Hagrid rushed over, simultaneously drawing an arrow and knocking it on his crossbow, ready to fire. Fang sat there, patting a branch beside him with its front paws. A palm-sized piece of black cloth hung from it. Well done, Fang, well done. Hagrid took the scrap of cloth, rubbed it gently in his hands, and then smelled it. Rough to the touch, and this peculiar smell. Hagrid murmured, I know, someone from outside the Forbidden Forest must have been here. Isn't this just an ordinary scrap of cloth? Kyle asked. No, Hagrid said definitively, this cloth is made of a special kind of vine. It's rough, and clothes made from it are extremely uncomfortable. Its only advantage is its toughness and durability. So only Aurors who need to be on long missions outdoors, and those who raise dragons, would wear it. This scrap of cloth was their first clue. Hagrid wanted Fang to find the person by the scent, but Fang only circled the area once before returning to the same spot. Hagrid looked somewhat disappointed. The two continued along the stream, carefully searching the surrounding area. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past them. Who's there? Hagrid raised his giant crossbow and stood in front of Kyle, shouting, Come out, I see you. Clatter. Accompanied by the sound of hooves, a centaur entered the clearing. The upper body was human, with red hair and a beard, but the lower body was that of a reddish-brown horse, with a long red tail trailing behind. Oh, it's you, Ronan. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and said, How are you? He stepped forward and shook hands with the centaur. Good evening, Hagrid. Ronan's voice was low and melancholic. You wanted to shoot me with an arrow. Just in case, Ronan. Hagrid patted his quiver. There's a young wizard with us this time, and I have to protect him. Oh, by the way, this is Kyle Chopper, a student at Hogwarts. Then he said to Kyle, "This is Ronan, a centaur." Upon seeing that it was a male centaur, Kyle's interest instantly waned, but out of politeness, he nodded and said, "Hello." Ronan looked Kyle carefully, then placed his arm on his shoulder and slightly bent his foreleg, saying, "Good evening, it's nice to meet you." Kyle was somewhat puzzled. He felt something was off about this centaur, that the man was behaving too formally. Centaurs are proud. Normally, they'd at most nod when facing strangers, not bow and bend their knees like they did just now. That was a privilege reserved for Dumbledore. "Ronan, it's good to see you here," Hagrid said, putting away his giant crossbow. "A unicorn cub has been stolen. Did you see anything?" Ronan didn't answer immediately, his eyes fixed on the sky. "Don't worry," he said. "Mars is perfectly normal tonight." "Yes, just like any other time," Hagrid said dismissively, glancing up. "But did you see anything, Ronan? Anything unusual, or any strangers?" "You're acting strange," Ronan said, puzzled. "I'm perfectly fine," Hagrid said impatiently. "I mean, did you see anything unusual? Come with me." Ronan glanced at them and turned to walk into a low thicket. Hagrid and Kyle quickly followed. They passed through the thicket and stopped before a large, thick tree. From there, Ronan disappeared. "This is really strange," he actually led the way. Hagrid looked around and whispered, "These centaurs know a lot, but they always keep their mouths shut. I always thought they weren't interested in anything except things around the moon." Just then, Fang suddenly darted out and lay down under the tree, howling incessantly. "Found something so quickly." Hagrid and Kyle quickly followed. Where Fang was, there was a piece missing from the tree trunk, looking like a piece of bread that had been bitten, with very obvious signs of corrosion along the edges. Hagrid leaned closer, stroking his chin, and said, "This must be some kind of dark magic." Kyle, being too short to see the gap, circled around. This tree was truly enormous, about 5 meters in diameter. Even in the Forbidden Forest, trees of this size were extremely rare. Compared to it, the surrounding plants seemed malnourished, small and short. Kyle didn't even need to walk over, a quick glance was enough to see most of it. Having found no clues, Kyle returned to the large tree. Just as he hesitated about how to see the gap, Fang suddenly ran over and bit his robe. "Stop it, Fang," Kyle said, patting its head. "This isn't the time to play." But Fang ignored him, pulling him to Hagrid's side and using its front paws to shovel away the fallen leaves. Beneath the leaves, 2 rows of footprints were clearly visible. This as Kyle took a deep breath. "Hagrid, look, there are footprints here." Hearing Kyle's voice, Hagrid quickly looked down and saw the same 2 rows of footprints. "Good job, Fang." Hagrid patted Fang's head, complaining, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Upon hearing this, Tooth's face showed a wronged expression, and it vigorously slapped Hagrid's trouser leg with its front paws. It was wet there, with a very obvious ring of teeth marks. Clearly, Fang had tried its best to warn Hagrid, but Hagrid's attention was focused on the tree trunk, and it hadn't noticed. Frustrated, it turned to Kyle. "Sorry, Fang, I misunderstood you," Hagrid quickly apologized after noticing. "As it turns out, not every pet is like Fox." Hagrid's words instantly cheered Toothpick up, and it lay there happily wagging its tail. Kyle took out a piece of Motro rat jerky as a reward for Toothpick, then squatted down to examine the footprints. There were 2 rows of footprints, and they were very messy, suggesting a fierce battle had taken place there. The outer ring of footprints was normal, appearing to be the size of an adult, but the row closer to the tree was different. They were enormous, almost twice the size of a normal person, and looked like Hagrid's. No, these were Hagrid's. Kyle suddenly remembered seeing similar footprints in the pumpkin patch, exactly the same size, even the tread pattern on the soles was identical. Kyle frowned. "Hagrid, have you been here before?" "Impossible," Hagrid said firmly. "Such a big tree, if I had been here before, I definitely wouldn't forget it, but I have no recollection of it at all." "Then how do you explain this?" Kyle pointed to the large footprint. "The pattern on it is exactly the same as your shoes." "What did you say?" Hagrid leaned down to see the footprints clearly. Then his pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost, "This is impossible. I absolutely haven't been here, I promise." Then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly said, "Could it be that I accidentally left these footprints?" "Unlikely," Kyle shook his head. Freshly left footprints wouldn't be hidden under fallen leaves. And Kyle touched the soil around the footprints again, it was already hard there. If it had been freshly made, the soil should have been soft. That's enough for today. Kyle stood up and said, let's go back and ask Headmaster Dumbledore. He might know what's going on. Hagrid was completely dumbfounded at this point, but he came to his senses a little after hearing Dumbledore's name. He nodded repeatedly and said, yes, Dumbledore must know. Kyle took out his wand and used a cutting charm to remove the footprints along with the surrounding soil. He then dug up a piece of corroded tree trunk and used a levitation charm to carry them out of the Forbidden Forest. On the way back, Hagrid was still walking in front, but his mind was in turmoil, and he seemed somewhat absent-minded. By the way, Hagrid, Kyle asked curiously, how did you know the unicorn cub was missing? Professor Kettleburn told me, Hagrid said. He was supposed to be the one to come, but the unicorn that lost its cub was very agitated, and he needed to keep a close eye on it, he couldn't leave. Kyle suddenly understood. Professor Kettleburn was also a renowned master of mavens and creatures, and one of Newt's few close friends. If it was him, then there wouldn't be any problem. However, unlike Newt, Professor Kettleburn was more reckless and impulsive, which resulted in him only having one arm and half a leg. Kyle still couldn't understand why this professor had been assigned to Hufflepuff. No matter how you look at it, Gryffindor should have been a better fit for him. The Sorting Hat must have been drunk. On the way back, they encountered centaurs again, but not Ronan, but a young centaur with platinum blonde hair. Hey, Hagrid, you seem a bit distracted, the other man said first. This won't do. The Forbidden Forest is very dangerous at night, and don't forget you have a pony with you. Oh, Firenze, yes, you're right. Hagrid slapped his head and turned to Kyle, saying, sorry, Kyle, my mind was a bit muddled just now. It's all right, Kyle smiled. I'm sure that the creatures in the Forbidden Forest won't harm us with your escort. Thank you, Hagrid smiled back. I'm a bit confused. The centaur named Firenze looked at Hagrid, his eyes a striking blue. Are you in some trouble? I don't know if it counts as trouble, Hagrid scratched his head. Firenze, have you seen me in the Forbidden Forest before? Many times, Firenze said. I see you almost every week. That's not what I meant. Hagrid pointed in the direction they had come from. I mean, over there, next to that huge chestnut tree. I think I understand, Firenze looked up. Mars is perfectly normal today. Okay, I knew it, Hagrid said, somewhat impatiently. Couldn't you just say so? Never mind, let's go. Hagrid walked past Firenze, while Kyle glanced at him thoughtfully. The centaur named Ronan had said the same thing before. Mars is normal. Is that normal? Firenze didn't leave immediately but followed them until Hagrid led Kyle to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, then he stopped. Ahead lay the lair of the moonbeasts. Watching the moonbeasts dance gracefully in the moonlight, Kyle instinctively thought of their first nighttime expedition, when they were almost caught by Hagrid. Kyle suddenly stopped. If he remembered correctly, Hagrid had also taken this path to the Forbidden Forest back then. End of the chapter. Having found no clues, Kyle returned to the large tree. Just as he hesitated about how to see the gap, Fang suddenly ran over and bit his robe. Stop it, Fang, Kyle said, patting its head. This isn't the time to play. But Fang ignored him, pulling him to Hagrid's side and using its front paws to shovel away the fallen leaves. Beneath the leaves, 2 rows of footprints were clearly visible. This as Kyle took a deep breath. Hagrid, look, there are footprints here. Hearing Kyle's voice, Hagrid quickly looked down and saw the same 2 rows of footprints. Good job, Fang. Hagrid patted Fang's head, complaining, why didn't you tell me sooner? Upon hearing this, Tooth's face showed a wronged expression, and it vigorously slapped Hagrid's trouser leg with its front paws. It was wet there, with a very obvious ring of teeth marks. Clearly, Fang had tried its best to warn Hagrid, but Hagrid's attention was focused on the tree trunk, and it hadn't noticed. Frustrated, it turned to Kyle. Sorry, Fang, I misunderstood you, Hagrid quickly apologized after noticing. As it turns out, not every pet is like Fox. Hagrid's words instantly cheered Toothpick up, and it lay there happily wagging its tail. Kyle took out a piece of Motro rat jerky as a reward for Toothpick, then squatted down to examine the footprints. There were 2 rows of footprints, and they were very messy, suggesting a fierce battle had taken place there. The outer ring of footprints was normal, appearing to be the size of an adult, but the row closer to the tree was different. They were enormous, almost twice the size of a normal person, and looked like Hagrid's. No, these were Hagrid's. Kyle suddenly remembered seeing similar footprints in the pumpkin patch, exactly the same size, even the tread pattern on the soles was identical. Kyle frowned. Hagrid, have you been here before? Impossible, Hagrid said firmly. Such a big tree, if I had been here before, I definitely wouldn't forget it, but I have no recollection of it at all. Then how do you explain this? Kyle pointed to the large footprint. The pattern on it is exactly the same as your shoes. What did you say? Hagrid leaned down to see the footprints clearly. Then his pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost, "This is impossible. I absolutely haven't been here, I promise." Then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly said, "Could it be that I accidentally left these footprints?" Unlikely, Kyle shook his head. Freshly left footprints wouldn't be hidden under fallen leaves. And, Kyle touched the soil around the footprints again, it was already hard there. If it had been freshly made, the soil should have been soft. That's enough for today. Kyle stood up and said, "Let's go back and ask Headmaster Dumbledore. He might know what's going on." Hagrid was completely dumbfounded at this point, but he came to his senses a little after hearing Dumbledore's name. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, Dumbledore must know." Kyle took out his wand and used a cutting charm to remove the footprints along with the surrounding soil. He then dug up a piece of corroded tree trunk and used a levitation charm to carry them out of the Forbidden Forest. On the way back, Hagrid was still walking in front, but his mind was in turmoil, and he seemed somewhat absent-minded. "By the way, Hagrid," Kyle asked curiously, "how did you know the unicorn cub was missing?" "Professor Kettleburn told me," Hagrid said. "He was supposed to be the one to come, but the unicorn that lost its cub was very agitated, and he needed to keep a close eye on it. He couldn't leave." Kyle suddenly understood. Professor Kettleburn was also a renowned master of mavens and creatures, and one of Newt's few close friends. If it was him, then there wouldn't be any problem. However, unlike Newt, Professor Kettleburn was more reckless and impulsive, which resulted in him only having one arm and half a leg. Kyle still couldn't understand why this professor had been assigned to Hufflepuff. No matter how you look at it, Gryffindor should have been a better fit for him. The Sorting Hat must have been drunk. On the way back, they encountered centaurs again, but not Ronan, but a young centaur with platinum blonde hair. "Hey, Hagrid, you seem a bit distracted," the other man said first. "This won't do. The Forbidden Forest is very dangerous at night, and don't forget you have a pony with you." "Oh, Firenze, yes, you're right." Hagrid slapped his head and turned to Kyle, saying, "Sorry, Kyle, my mind was a bit muddled just now." "It's all right," Kyle smiled. "I'm sure that the creatures in the Forbidden Forest won't harm us with your escort." "Thank you," Hagrid smiled back. "I'm a bit confused." The centaur named Firenze looked at Hagrid, his eyes a striking blue. "Are you in some trouble?" "I don't know if it counts as trouble," Hagrid scratched his head. "Firenze, have you seen me in the Forbidden Forest before?" "Many times," Firenze said. "I see you almost every week." "That's not what I meant." Hagrid pointed in the direction they had come from. "I mean, over there, next to that huge chestnut tree." "I think I understand." Firenze looked up. "Mars is perfectly normal today." "Okay, I knew it," Hagrid said, somewhat impatiently. "Couldn't you just say so?" "Never mind, let's go." Hagrid walked past Firenze, while Kyle glanced at him thoughtfully. The centaur named Ronan had said the same thing before. Mars is normal. Is that normal? Firenze didn't leave immediately but followed them until Hagrid led Kyle to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, then he stopped. Ahead lay the lair of the Moonbeasts. Watching the Moonbeasts dance gracefully in the moonlight, Kyle instinctively thought of their first nighttime expedition, when they were almost caught by Hagrid. Kyle suddenly stopped. If he remembered correctly, Hagrid had also taken this path to the Forbidden Forest back then. "Why did you stop?" Hagrid noticed Kyle's sudden halt and turned to ask, "Did you find something?" Kyle, lost in thought, didn't answer immediately. Hagrid followed his gaze curiously and quickly noticed the Moonbeasts dancing gracefully. "Oh, so that's what you're watching," he exclaimed. "Yes, the Moonbeasts dance is truly captivating, but it's a rare opportunity like this." If you enjoy watching, we can return to the castle a little later. Although he was anxious, seeing Kyle's engrossed expression, Hagrid didn't press him further. Hogwarts had a curfew. Young wizards weren't allowed to leave the common room after 10 p.m. So, in his opinion, Kyle wouldn't normally see such a sight except at this time. No need, Hagrid, business is more important. Let's hurry back. Coming back to his senses, Kyle shook his head and continued walking towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As they passed Hagrid, Kyle suddenly asked, "By the way, did you come to the Forbidden Forest before Christmas?" "Before Christmas?" Hagrid asked, puzzled. "Why do you ask?" "Nothing," Kyle said. "I'm just curious, do you go to the Forbidden Forest every day?" "Not every day, maybe twice a week," Hagrid thought for a moment. "As for before Christmas, I can't quite remember, but it should be something like that." "No unexpected situations?" Kyle frowned. "Like if you discovered something amiss and came to the Forbidden Forest at night to check things out?" "No," Hagrid shook his head, stating definitively. "The Forbidden Forest was very peaceful before. I only came at night to collect moonbeast droppings or to visit Fluffy." "Is that so?" Kyle glanced at Hagrid thoughtfully, then remained silent. The two crossed the dark grounds back to the castle and headed straight for the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. As they climbed the stairs, Hagrid muttered to himself, "Hopefully Dumbledore isn't asleep yet, otherwise we'll have to wait until tomorrow." "It's all right," Kyle reassured him, "old people are light sleepers, a few knocks and he'll wake up." When they reached the 2nd floor, they encountered Filch and Mrs. Norris coming down from upstairs. The trophy room was on the 4th floor, and he had come straight over after hearing the commotion, now blocking Hagrid's way. "Why are you back so soon?" Filch said grimly, "This isn't in accordance with regulations." "Get out of the way, Filch," Hagrid impatiently shoved Filch aside. "I need to find Dumbledore now, I don't have time to waste with you." The frail Filch looked like a chick next to Hagrid, easily pushed aside. Filch's face flushed with anger, and he wanted to grab Hagrid, but the man's over 3-meter tall stature quickly calmed him down. Filch considered himself a reasonable person, so he stood there gesturing wildly, spouting off about the curfew rules, trying to verbally drive Hagrid out of the castle. Perhaps due to his agitation, he accidentally hit a portrait nearby. Thump. Ouch. Who hit me in the face? The portrait, infuriated by the unexpected blow, opened its eyes and roared, "What are you doing?" "It's bedtime." Filch offered a few explanations, but when he turned around, Hagrid had already walked down the stairs and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. "That brainless idiot," Filch grumbled as he straightened the portrait he had knocked askew, then led Lady Norris away via another staircase. Meanwhile, Hagrid, after leaving the 2nd floor, couldn't help but complain, "That grumpy old geezer, every time I come to the castle he brings that cat with me. I really want to introduce it to Fang." Kyle shrugged noncommittally. Honestly, with Fang's timid nature, he might not be able to handle Lady Norris. The two arrived at the gargoyle statue on the 8th floor. Hagrid cleared his throat and said, "Iced lemo. Aid." The command was correct, and the statue jumped aside, revealing the staircase behind it. "Dumbledore told me," Hagrid whispered, "he told me to tell him as soon as I have any news." After climbing the stairs, Hagrid began knocking, no, to be precise, banging on the door. Perhaps accustomed to the heavy castle doors, even though his movements were very gentle, the oak door still pounded loudly under his knocks. Kyle felt he couldn't make that much noise even if he kicked it. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, dressed in light pink pajamas with a strawberry pattern, sat behind his desk, somewhat helplessly saying, "Hagrid, I won't be going to sleep for a while. You could have knocked a little softer." "Sorry, Dumbledore," Hagrid said somewhat apologetically, "I'll be more careful next time." "I didn't mean to blame you, Hagrid, it's just that I really don't have time to look for a new door right now," Dumbledore said with a smile. "So, is there something you need so late?" "Well, we found something very strange in the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid said. "I found my footprints in a place, but I'm sure I've never been there before." Kyle stepped forward, placed the clod of earth with the footprints and the corroded tree trunk on the table, and described the situation in detail. Dumbledore bent down, carefully examining the items on the table, his crooked nose almost touching the earth. Then, he touched the corroded tree trunk with his hand. Have you found traces of your existence in a place beyond your memory? Dumbledore murmured to himself. It is indeed a strange thing, but not entirely impossible, with just a little help. Hagrid's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Do you know what this is about?" "Not yet, I need to think about it." Dumbledore straightened up, his gaze shifting slightly, and said gently, "But Kyle, you need to go back and rest now. I hope this detention has been fruitful for you." "All right." Although he didn't hear any more information, which disappointed Kyle, since Dumbledore had said so, he nodded and said, "Well then, good night Headmaster, good night Hagrid." "Good night, Kyle." The dark common room was empty, Canna and Cedric's confinement seemed far from over. Kyle didn't turn on the lights, simply sitting quietly on a sofa, deep in thought. Too much had happened tonight, he needed to sort it all out. First, Kyle was certain that the person they saw during their nighttime stroll was Hagrid, not someone in disguise. Even if a person could be impersonated using Polyjuice Potion, what about the Fang that was with him? It couldn't possibly be an animagus, could it? After all, Polyjuice Potion doesn't work on animals. But if Hagrid at that time was the real Hagrid, then why did he say he hadn't been to the Forbidden Forest? And what about Dumbledore's words? Memories, the Oblivion Curse. Or perhaps, the venom of the winged devil. Kyle pulled a small piece of corroded wood from his pocket, gently rubbing it in his hand. He had secretly cut it from that section of tree trunk when Hagrid wasn't looking. Under the moonlight, the wood shimmered with a pale blue glow. The colors matched, but Kyle remembered that the venom of the winged devil wasn't corrosive. Could he be mistaken? Just then, the door to the lounge opened again, and two figures walked in one after the other. "Kyle, you really are here," Cedric said in a low voice. "Filch just left, and then came back furious. He was looking for you, wasn't he?" Kyle put away the wood block and nodded. "I did see him when I came back." "What did you do to make him so angry?" Cedric asked curiously. "Not me, it was Hagrid," Kyle wagged his finger. "He got humiliated by Hagrid. No wonder Filch was so angry. I remember he and Hagrid have always been at odds." Cedric continued. "By the way, what's your detention? I thought we'd definitely be back before you. Fred told me the five of us had to clean the trophy room together, something we'd never done before. It was incredibly easy. But Filch thought so too, so he made us clean it 3 times before he agreed to end our detention." "Mine was about the same," Kyle said. "I was taken to the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid to find something." The Forbidden Forest, and at night. Cedric was stunned. He had considered countless possibilities, copying books, cleaning the classroom, polishing armor, and so on, but he never imagined Kyle's detention would be to the Forbidden Forest. This wasn't just about the same thing, it was completely different. Were they really detained for the same thing? Even though they went to the Forbidden Forest once at night, that was only the outermost edge, and there wasn't much danger even at night. But finding something with Hagrid couldn't possibly mean just wandering around outside. "Are you all right?" Canna asked nervously. "Of course not, if I were injured I'd be in the infirmary by now," Kyle laughed. "Let me tell you, I even saw centaurs in the Forbidden Forest." Kyle recounted his experiences in the Forbidden Forest, leaving Cedric and Canna speechless. Their expressions gradually shifted from worry to envy. They also wanted to explore the depths of the Forbidden Forest. As dawn broke, the 3 of them, overcome with drowsiness, stopped talking. Back in their dormitory, Kyle lay in bed, unable to sleep. He took out parchment and a quill and wrote a letter in the moonlight. He then carefully sealed the letter, wrote the address, and placed it in front of Rodin. "Thank you for your trouble," Kyle whispered. "Take this letter to Newt tomorrow morning. If he's not back yet, leave it on the biggest tree by the door. There's a bowtruckle there, it'll keep the mail safe." Kyle decided to ask Newt anyway, in case the winged devil's venom was indeed corrosive. After all, they were magical creatures, it wouldn't be surprising if something went wrong. He just didn't know if Newt was back yet. It would be best if he was back, but it didn't matter. Dumbledore already knew about it, so he didn't need to worry about the rest. Rodin opened one eye and placed its paw on the envelope. Having received a reply, Kyle lay back down on the bed, and this time he quickly fell asleep. After that, neither Dumbledore nor Hagrid contacted him again, and Kyle was happy to have some peace and quiet. Suppressing his curiosity, he focused on preparing for his final exams. As exam week approached, the castle seemed to have changed overnight. Everywhere, you could see young wizards practicing wand gestures while walking. This was also the most dangerous time of year at Hogwarts Castle, as young wizards would often unconsciously chant spells while waving their wands. And there were quite a few of them. Kyle had already seen 2 unfortunate students accidentally injured by spells just walking from the common room to the Great Hall. Fortunately, they only had levitation and healing charms on them, so they didn't need to go to the school hospital. Kyle carefully avoided the assassins hidden in the crowd and made his way to the Great Hall without incident. The professors also learned about this. There was no way they wouldn't know, since almost every class had 2 or 3 young wizards absent due to being sent to the school hospital. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall strictly forbade the young wizards from practicing wand gestures in the corridors. "Where were you all before?" Professor McGonagall said, pursing her lips. "From now on, if you want to practice, find an empty classroom. If I see anyone misbehaving with their wand again, they can expect a week of detention." Compared to Professor McGonagall, Snape's approach was more direct. He told everyone that if anyone missed potions class because of this, then, sorry, whether they were absent or the instigator, their potions grade for the final semester would be invalidated. That's how unreasonable he was. Also, Kyle felt that Snape glanced at him when he said this, and he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Under the professor's explicit prohibition, the castle assassins disappeared in less than half a day. By dinner time, Hogwarts had returned to its previous peace and tranquility, as if nothing had happened. At the table, Kyle absent-mindedly cut his steak. He wasn't worried that Snape would secretly harm him, but he was worried about Rodon. 5 days had passed since the letter was sent, and Rodon still hadn't returned. 5 days is enough time to travel from Dorset to Hogwarts, even by train, that would take several round trips. A few days before the exams, Rodon finally returned to Hogwarts. When Kyle returned to the common room after dinner, he immediately saw Rodon standing on the windowsill. It looked exhausted, its eyes drooping, its body visibly thinner, and its once beautiful feathers dull and gray. Upon seeing Kyle, Rodon raised its head, flapping its wings as if to fly over, but halfway there, it began to fall due to exhaustion. Kyle quickly caught it. "I remember this is your owl, isn't it?" Cedric, looking at Rodon who had fallen asleep in Kyle's arms, asked him, "How many letters did you have it deliver?" "It's so weak. Just 1, but I think it probably misunderstood me." Kyle carefully placed Rodon on the sofa beside him and then took an envelope from its paw. It was a reply, and the handwriting on the envelope was Newt's. Clearly, Rodon hadn't delivered the letter to Dorset and returned as Kyle had instructed. Instead, it had flown straight to Newt. No wonder it took so long to return. Kyle shook his head, somewhat amused and exasperated. That silly bird. Tomorrow was the final exam, and to ensure they were in good spirits the next day, the young wizards had gone to bed early. Kyle ruffled Rodon's neck feathers, sat down beside it, and opened the envelope. Inside was a short reply. "Kyle, I was surprised to receive your letter from so far away. I've thought about what you said. The venom of the winged devil isn't corrosive at all, and it only targets the brain, having no effect on plants. Quote, however, I examined the wood you sent, and it does indeed contain traces of winged devil venom. This is a very important discovery. As soon as things are settled here, we will head to Hogwarts immediately. Your father asked me to tell you to stay away from dangerous things. Dumbledore is here for you. Newt Scamander." After reading the reply, Kyle closed his eyes and sat there silently, deep in thought. Hagrid's trip to the Forbidden Forest that night wasn't because he discovered them on a nighttime stroll, but because of someone else. After venturing deep into the Forbidden Forest, he likely found that person and fought with him, which explains the 2 rows of messy footprints left next to the tree. Unfortunately, the other person possessed a winged devil, and due to the venom's effects, Hagrid forgot about it. He forgot he had been to the Forbidden Forest and forgot everything that had happened during that time. That's why Hagrid didn't deliver the Christmas tree on time on Christmas Day. The Great Hall. Because in his memory, Halloween had only just passed. Now, everything made sense. And that winged devil was probably the one the Ministry of Magic had been searching for. The only question now was who had poisoned Hagrid. One of the wizards hiding their identities in the Hog's Head. Or some rat hiding in the castle? Half an hour later, completely clueless, Kyle decided to give up. Nothing is difficult if you're willing to give up. Just like the letter said, Dumbledore was there for him, he'd be on vacation soon, why bother with this? Kyle stood up, picked up Rodon, and returned to his dormitory. The next day, the exams began. First was the magic theory exam, the so-called written exam. To prevent cheating, no one was allowed to bring their own quills and ink, everyone had to use the stationery provided by the school. But this didn't deter the young wizards from cheating. Katie Bell of Gryffindor nervously entered the classroom. She had barely sat down when Professor McGonagall approached, ripped off her large red hair ornament, and coldly said, "Miss Bell, that's not how you use the transfiguration charm." The ornament wriggled in Professor McGonagall's hand, quickly transforming into a piece of parchment covered in tiny writing. Kyle, who witnessed the whole thing, clicked his tongue, silently, giving a thumbs up. Cheating with transfiguration in front of Professor McGonagall, that was quite audacious in the entire wizarding world. Putting everything else aside, that courage alone surpassed 98% of the young wizards, no wonder it was Gryffindor. Those who had written cheat sheets on their clothes also couldn't escape. Professor McGonagall simply walked around the classroom and rounded them all up. As a senior professor and deputy headmistress who had been a force to be reckoned with at Hogwarts for over 30 years, Professor McGonagall didn't need any props. She could tell who was guilty just by looking at their expressions, making it easy to catch them red-handed. While everyone was taking the exams, she was still muttering to herself that Dumbledore shouldn't have assigned her to the first-year exams. It was too unchallenging here. Professor McGonagall felt she should be proctoring the exams for fifth-year students and above, where the cheating methods were much more abundant. Potions, alchemical tools, hand gestures, and spells were all readily available. Especially potions. Barafio's brain elixir and clarity potion were just the most basic stuff. It was said that at last year's Newt, a student even used Felix Felicis, though she hadn't seen it. In addition, attempts to sneak into the exams using Polyjuice potion and the disillusionment charm were also commonplace. So, proctoring students in 5th grade and above is like fighting a war without gunpowder for professors. This might be torture for other professors, but Professor McGonagall is different. She absolutely loves the feeling of outsmarting her students. Unfortunately, this year she was assigned to the beginners area. An hour later, looking at the obedient freshman below, Professor McGonagall complained again, "Albus, really, why did he have to make me come to the first year? Even the third year would have been fine." After the written exam, there was a practical test. Professor Flitwick had the students come into the classroom one by one to see if they could make a pineapple ride a flying broomstick around the room. Of course, the so-called flying broomstick was just a stick with feathers stuck in it. This was no challenge for Kyle. He not only completed the task perfectly but even manipulated the stick to perform a classic Quidditch move. Professor Flitwick gave him a perfect score on the spot. Professor McGonagall then had them turn rabbits into brooches. The more exquisite the brooch, the higher the score, and points would be deducted if any rabbit features remained. Kyle remembered he also had a brooch, a Christmas present from Mikkel, so he conjured an identical one. Professor McGonagall also gave him a perfect score. The potion test was on Boil Potion, arguably one of the easiest potions. Although Kyle brewed a perfect potion, he wasn't sure he'd get a high score. Snape stood behind him almost the entire time during the test, constantly shaking his head. It was obvious he'd find various excuses to deduct points. The last exam was on the history of magic, which was destined to be the most tedious hour. Kyle finished writing the Werewolf Code of Conduct from 1637 and the biography of the eccentric Ulrich in just 20 minutes. When Professor Binns told them to put down their quills and roll up their parchment, all the students couldn't help but cheer. The exam was over, which meant they could relax and play for a whole week until the results were announced. Much easier than I thought. As they joined the crowd outside into the sunny field, Mikkel said confidently, "I just saw Ulrich the other day. He graduated from Gryffindor, I can't be wrong." Gryffindor. Ryan hesitated, blurting out, "Isn't it Slytherin?" "What a pity," Mikkel said regretfully. "I'm not mistaken, it's Gryffindor." Merlin's beard. Ryan said painfully, scratching his head, "If I had known, I wouldn't have remembered those wizards who invented the automatic cauldron." Mikkel patted him on the shoulder, comforting him, "It's okay, it's just one house wrong, it won't cost you many points." The two's affectionate manner deeply moved Kyle. This pure friendship among classmates could be considered one of the most precious treasures in a person's life. To further their bond, Kyle quietly walked over and whispered in their ears, "Actually, Ulrich graduated from Ravenclaw." Mikkel looked up, completely bewildered. "It's true." Kyle smiled. "It's written very clearly in the third line of the second chapter, or you can ask the people in Ravenclaw, they shouldn't be mistaken." Mikkel turned stiffly and found a group of Ravenclaw students in the crowd. He actually went to ask. A minute later, Mikkel squatted down next to Ryan, also scratching his head. "It's okay," Kyle patted his shoulder, "it's just a wrong house name, it won't cost you many points." After saying goodbye to his two withdrawn roommates, Kyle slowly walked down the slope to the lake. There, a large squid lay sunbathing in the warm, shallow water, while Fred and George gently touched its tentacles. Kyle couldn't help but swallow hard. If such a large squid tentacles were grilled on a hot plate and sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, it would be absolutely delicious. Gulp. No, he couldn't look anymore. Kyle shook his head and shifted his gaze to the side. Not far away, Kanna was sitting under a tree, hugging her knees, staring blankly at Pochi, who was sunbathing on the grass. But she didn't seem very interested, and there was no joy on her face as if the exam was over. "What's wrong? Did you not do well on the exam?" Kyle asked as he walked over. Kanna was startled, then shook her head and said, "No, I was just thinking about something else." She stroked Pochi's tail with her finger and asked softly, "After the exams, will this term be over?" 7 more days, Kyle said, sitting down beside her. "We can only have a break after the exam results come out. In September, we'll be second year." Kanna murmured to herself, 7 days. "What are you two talking about?" The Weasley brothers walked over at this moment. Fred looked at the sullen Kanna and said with a smile, "Cheer up. We'll find out how badly we did in a week. There's no need to worry about it now." "That's right," George said. "This is the happiest time of the year. No exams, no nagging, no homework. What could be better than this?" "You're right," Kanna stood up and gave a big smile. Afterward, Fred and George wanted to go to Hogsmeade through the secret passage. Since they had that extra 100 gallons, they had so many things they wanted to buy. Honeydukes, new candies, 3 broomsticks, butterbeer, they wanted to try them all. And of course, most importantly, the charming joke props at Zonko's joke shop. "We've decided to go through the secret passage behind the mirror on the 4th floor." Fred said mysteriously. "I guarantee Filch has no idea where it is. What about you guys, want to come along?" George asked. Kyle nodded, and just as he was about to agree, an owl suddenly flew over from afar, handing him a note. Kyle took the note and glanced at it. "Dear Kyle, I know you've finished your exams. Do you have time to come over? Fluffy seems to be sick lately." Hagrid. "Fluffy is sick." Kyle frowned, looked up, and said, "Sorry, I have to go to Hagrid's place now. He needs to see me." "All right," Fred said. "Do you need us to bring you back some things?" "Honeydukes candies, how about that?" Kyle said. "Just pick the expensive ones." "Huh, good idea." The Weasley brothers chuckled and left. "Aren't you coming with me?" Kyle asked, looking at Kanna beside him. Kanna shook her head. "No, I don't really want to buy anything. It's nice to stay here with Pochi and soak up the sun. Sunbathing is so boring. How about, you come with me to Hagrid's place?" Kyle glanced at the mouse named Pock on the grass and suddenly said, "Remember Fluffy? It's sick. We can go see it. Can I come too?" Kanna was tempted. Of course. Kanna had seen Fluffy before, so taking her there was no problem. Seeing that Kyle had already walked down the grassy slope, Kanna quickly put Pochi in her pocket and hurried after him. When the two crossed the area and arrived at Hagrid's cabin, they were surprised to find others there. "Professor Orin." Kyle looked at Orin standing in front of Hagrid's door and asked doubtfully, "Are you here to see Hagrid too?" "More or less, but to be precise, I'm waiting for you," Professor Orin explained. "Hagrid just wrote to me saying that Fluffy is sick and asked if I knew how to cure magical creatures, so I came over." "You know about Fluffy too?" Kyle asked. "Yes, I know him," Cerberus Professor Orin said with a smile. "Hagrid told me that when we were drinking the other day. It scared me to death. I never thought he'd keep such a dangerous magical creature by his side. Drinking, well, Hagrid certainly couldn't keep any secrets after drinking. Where's Hagrid? Is he in his room? Kyle looked into the cabin. It was empty, and didn't seem to be occupied. Oh, I almost forgot about the important matter. Professor Oren slapped his forehead. I saw Hagrid was quite anxious, so I sent him to the Forbidden Forest to check on Lucas. I'll stay here and wait for you. Come on, children, I'll take you there now. I'm sorry, Professor Oren. Kyle stood still. New students aren't allowed in the Forbidden Forest. I think we should head back to the castle. Following the rules is good, but sometimes it's unnecessary to be too rigid, Kyle, Professor Oren said with a smile. That would make you miss out on a lot of interesting things. That won't do. Kyle shook his head. If Professor McGonagall finds out, we'll be expelled. It's not that serious. Minerva was just trying to scare you. Besides, I'm here. Professor Oren placed one hand on his hip and extended the other towards the Forbidden Forest. Come on, as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, I allow you to come with me to the Forbidden Forest today to broaden your horizons. ... Okay, no need to guess anymore. Kyle felt he already knew who the person with the winged devil was. Come to think of it, how could he possibly be the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts without some kind of hidden identity? Kyle hadn't been without suspicion of Oren, or rather, he'd started to suspect the professor's flippant nature ever since he'd read about it in the newspapers months ago. But he'd subtly inquired with Professor McGonagall and learned that Oren had taken up his post in July, while the group smuggling magical creatures hadn't entered the country until the end of August. That's almost a 2-month gap, giving Professor Oren a near-perfect alibi. How did he manage that? Kyle thought to himself, but this time, he didn't say anything to refuse. Because Professor Oren's hand was resting on his wand at his waist, easily withdrawn with a flick of his finger. It was this gesture that convinced Kyle that he was the mysterious man. This was practically a blatant threat. All right, Kyle shrugged, since the professor allows it, then there's no problem. A wise choice. Professor Oren raised an eyebrow. Kyle took 2 steps forward, then seemed to suddenly remember something, turning to Canna and saying, "Oh, right, I just remembered I forgot the jerky I prepared for Fluffy. Could you please bring it to me? It's on the table in the common room, you'll see it as soon as you come in." Okay. Canna felt Kyle's words were a little strange, but she didn't think much of it and turned to walk towards the castle. Professor Oren didn't say anything more. It seemed his target had always been Kyle alone. Seeing this, Kyle breathed a slight sigh of relief. In any case, at least Canna was safe. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. The mouse named Pochi suddenly jumped out of Canna's pocket and started running quickly towards the Forbidden Forest. "Pochi, come back," Canna cried out, chasing after it without thinking. Because it happened so suddenly, Kyle didn't have time to stop her. Canna had already chased Pochi into the Forbidden Forest. Kyle's eyes twitched, but it was too late to say anything now. To prevent Canna from having any accidents in the Forbidden Forest, he could only give chase. The Forbidden Forest was densely wooded. It was impossible for a person to catch a mouse there. Soon, Pochi disappeared from their sight. Kyle caught up and grabbed Canna, preventing her from going any further. "You go back first." "But Pochi, there's no time for that mouse now. You go back to the castle first." Kyle pulled Canna's arm, and just as he was about to forcibly drag her back, he turned around and saw Professor Oren standing behind him. "I must criticize you, Kyle. You can't be so rude to a little witch. It's very ungentlemanly." Professor Oren said calmly, "Let's go, let's help Miss Prince find her pet." Kyle frowned, about to speak, when Professor Oren approached, bent down, and said with a smile, "Don't waste any more time. That's a magical mouse, it would be a shame if it got lost." From Kyle's angle, he could clearly see that the tip of his wand was already pointed at Canna. "You're right." Kyle took a deep breath and chuckled dryly, "I'll listen to you." Good boy. Led by Professor Oren, the 3 began to walk deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Along the way, Professor Oren seemed genuinely determined to find the mouse, constantly observing his surroundings. When he encountered any aggressive magical creatures or spiders, he dutifully shooed them away. The 3 walked for an unknown amount of time before Professor Oren suddenly spoke up, asking, "Kyle, Minerva said your transfiguration grades are excellent. Have you considered studying animagus? No, Professor, Kyle replied calmly. Animagus is a very advanced form of transfiguration. It requires not only a vast amount of basic and advanced knowledge but also extremely precise control over magic. I'm still far from that level. Oh. Professor Oren used his wand to move a dead tree trunk blocking their path, teasingly remarking, "It seems you know a lot about animagus." Professor McGonagall demonstrated it once during the first class, Kyle said. I found it amazing, so I looked up some information about it in the library. Yes, a spell that can turn a person into an animal is indeed magical. Many wizards walking on the edge of light dream of learning it, Professor Oren said softly. Animagus makes certain things much easier for them. Because no one will suspect a cat, an insect, or even a mouse. That's why the Ministry of Magic requires every animagus to register with their real name, although not many people are willing to do so. Of course, that's the right thing to do. If you learn to be an animagus in the future, I don't recommend that you register. At this moment, Professor Oren was speaking to Kyle in a gentle tone, as if he were in a classroom. Imparting some wisdom. Professor, it's too early for you to tell me this now. Kyle narrowed his eyes and said, I'm only at the beginner level in transfiguration. I probably won't be qualified to learn animagus until after 5th year. No, I think you can next year. Professor Oren glanced at Kyle out of the corner of his eye and said, a person's talent and ability cannot be hidden, especially for a young wizard like you with little experience. Although you performed very ordinary in my class, I noticed that your control over magic is very precise, and the spells you cast are very stable. In other words, if you consider other young wizards' spells as a thread, then you are a wire. Even if you intentionally reduce your magic output, you are only making the wire thinner, but the essence will not change. Thread and wire are two different things, and anyone with a little knowledge can tell the difference at a glance. You probably haven't realized it yet. Professor Oren suddenly chuckled. We professors have mentioned you more than once in private conversations, sharing our awful classroom performances. Oh, and we even made a bet on how long you could keep it a secret. Aurora, who wasn't involved, Minerva and Philius both thought it was 3rd year, Pomona thought it was 5th year, and Severus, well, he was a bit vague, let's say 7th year. Kyle felt like he'd been struck by lightning, a wave of intense shame washed over him. Damn it, he'd always thought he was hiding it so well. Humility is good, and caution is not wrong, but those are things to consider later. You can certainly perform better now. Professor Oren seemed to genuinely consider this a classroom, speaking earnestly, after all, given your age, who would really consider an 11-year-old freshman an opponent? Kyle continued walking forward without speaking. Professor Oren didn't seem to mind, continuing, I've finished speaking. Now it's your turn. Tell me, when did you discover it? Kyle blinked. Discovered what? I don't understand what you mean, Professor. If this is your answer, Professor Oren suddenly stopped, coldly saying, then there's no need for us to move forward any further. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Even Kanna, who was focused on finding Pochi, vaguely sensed something was amiss and involuntarily moved closer to Kyle. As a defense against the dark arts professor with a 1-year term, I don't doubt you're the one with the problem. Kyle shrugged. Everyone knows it's a cursed position. Most professors who take it end up either injured and sent to St. Mungo's or Azkaban. Some are even less fortunate and don't go to either. Even those professors who survive to the end of the term have to resign for various reasons. Now it's the end of the term, and you haven't had any accidents or resigned, so there must be something wrong with your identity. You're not wrong about that. Tisk tisk, a cursed position. Professor Oren sighed. I used to quite like being a professor, but unfortunately, my identity has been discovered. I just got word that the Ministry of Magic is on their way. Those good-for-nothings probably never imagined I was hiding in Hogwarts, they've been looking for me for so long. When he mentioned the Ministry of Magic, Oren's eyes were full of disdain. Wait, you mean the Ministry of Magic isn't looking for the winged devil, but you? Of course it's me. Oren mocked. Think about it, is a magical creature worth all this commotion? What they want is what I have. What is it? Kyle asked instinctively. Are you sure you want to hear it? Oren teased, if you want to hear it, I can tell you. No. Kyle came to his senses and chuckled dryly, actually, I'm not that curious. 4. The Ministry of Magic to go to such lengths for half a year, it must involve something extraordinary, and he didn't want to get involved. Hearing this, even the slow-witted Canna realized what was going on. She looked at Orin in disbelief and instinctively drew her wand. "Don't be so nervous, Miss Prince." Orin didn't seem to care about her little action and instead looked towards a tree on his left. "Oh, look what I've found." He flicked his wand, and the fallen leaves on the ground began to wriggle, coiling around a gray-furred mouse clinging to a tree root like snakes. "Pochi!" Canna cried out, her wand trembling as she held out her wand. "Let it go. I'll give you one last lesson." Orin didn't even glance at Canna, pointing his wand at the mouse. "If you want to determine if the animal in front of you is an animagus, the reveal charm is the best option. Hominum revelio." The wand emitted a beam of blue light, and in an instant, the mouse froze in midair, its small gray body writhing wildly. Orin waved his wand again, scattering leaves and the mouse falling to the ground, followed by another dazzling flash. Like a fast-forwarded shot of a tree growing, a head appeared, then limbs, and moments later, a hunchbacked and ugly witch appeared out of thin air. The witch's hunched posture made her appear very short, and her sparse, dull hair was messy, completely covering her large, ugly hooked nose. Canna stared at the old witch before her, stunned once more. She stretched out her hand and stammered, "Pochi. Po. So your name is Pochi, nice to meet you," Orin said cheerfully, as if he had just met a new friend at a banquet. "Damn it." The witch was furious. She pulled out a thick, short wand and glared fiercely at Orin. "I'll kill you. Kill you." Her voice was hoarse, like a rusty lawnmower sawing wood. As she spoke, a purple beam shot from the witch's wand, heading straight for Orin's chest. A perfect opportunity. Taking advantage of the witch's attack, Kyle swiftly pulled 2 flying brooms from his shape-shifting lizard skin pouch and shoved one into Canna's hands. "Let's go find Professor McGonagall." After a brief moment of surprise, Canna understood Kyle's meaning and quickly mounted the broom, flying into the sky. After she left, Kyle didn't follow, but casually tossed the broken broom aside. On the other side, facing the witch's spell, Orin simply turned slightly to dodge it, then chuckled and raised his wand as well. Avada Kedavra. A ghastly green light grazed the witch's ear and struck a small spider passing by behind her. The unfortunate spider instantly stiffened. The witch, having narrowly escaped death, was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. After all this, Orin turned around and saw Kyle throwing the broom. "You always manage to surprise me." "You said before." Kyle smiled, "always keep a flying broom handy, it can save your life." Hufflepuff plus 50 points. Orin smiled back, "That's the highest score I can decide." He ignored Canna, who had already left, and let her disappear from sight. "Kyle, you didn't seem surprised at all just now, or did you already know that the rat was an animagus?" After Canna left, Kyle felt much more relaxed. He stretched his stiff shoulders and nodded, "I did guess a little." Quote, ever since Canna mentioned Pochi was sick, he'd had his suspicions. Then, during the Quidditch match, he used the Marauders map to memorize the names of those who were still in the common room. One of those names wasn't on Hufflepuff's roster. But at this point, Kyle was still just suspicious. After all, the fact that there were 2 animagus rats in the castle was a bit too far-fetched for him to believe. What if someone had just visited Hufflepuff that day? It wasn't impossible. So Kyle had been looking through the rosters of the other 3 houses. So far, only Slytherins remained unchecked. But it wasn't necessary. "Since you know, why don't you say so?" Orin raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you worried about that little girl's safety? Then why did you bring us to the Forbidden Forest?" Kyle shrugged. "This is Hogwarts, do you think she'd dare?" Orin chuckled. "Looks like you're smarter than I thought." His expression quickly turned cold as he said to the witch slumped on the ground, "Kill that boy, and you'll live." "So the fight's starting." Kyle smiled slightly, touching the ring on his hand. But the next second, Orin's voice came again. "You probably have some escape methods, but I advise you to wait. Remember my winged devil. Guess where it is right now?" Kyle's pupils contracted. "You." In that brief moment of hesitation, the Rat Witch's spell had already arrived. Kyle quickly leaned back, a rather unseemly movement, but thankfully he dodged it. The deep purple spell struck a tree behind him, instantly corroding a large section of the trunk. 10 minutes. Orin placed an hourglass on a nearby stone, muttering to himself, the winged devil will be back in 10 minutes. Good luck. 10 minutes, huh? Fine. Kyle gritted his teeth, looking at the large fireball hurtling towards him, and turned to run deeper into the forbidden forest, hoping to use the dense undergrowth to avoid the witch's spell. This isn't fair. Kyle cursed inwardly as he ran wildly through the woods. Why did Harry Potter always encounter Quirrell, his natural enemy, or Lockhart, who was a bit dim-witted, but with him, it was Orin, a man more cunning than a honeycomb briquette. Why? Meanwhile, seeing several of her spells miss, the rat witch grew anxious, her chanting speed noticeably increasing. Orin's earlier words were also directed at her. If Kyle was still alive in 10 minutes, she would be dead. Petricus totalis. Stupefy. Confringo. Kyle ran ahead, the witch desperately chasing. But as she ran, her legs suddenly gave way, as if she were walking on water, and she lost her balance, falling uncontrollably. At that moment, Kyle stopped, quickly turning around and pointing his wand at a large tree beside the witch. Spongify. The treetop trembled, and the once straight tree instantly softened. The supple trunk, under the force of gravity, plied like noodles, crashing down upon the witch. The softening charm only made the object soft, but its weight remained unchanged. Seeing a tree as thick as a millstone crashing down on her, the witch turned pale with fright and scrambled to escape. Kyle waved his wand, and several branches floated up from the ground. Then, the branches twisted and turned into sharp stone spikes that flew towards the witch. The witch saw Kyle's actions and screamed in fury, Protega. Boom. But just then, with a deafening roar, the tree finally crashed down. Countless birds scattered in terror at the loud noise. When the dust settled, a large crater remained in the ground. The witch lay in the crater, howling in agony. One of her arms was pinned under the tree, and a stone spike was still embedded in her leg. She was completely incapacitated. The battle started quickly and ended even faster, leaving even Orin somewhat incredulous. That witch was useless, but she was still an adult wizard who had mastered animagus magic, right? It was over just like that. If Kyle had used a whole bunch of advanced spells, Orin could accept it. But the problem was, Kyle only used 5 spells from beginning to end, and all of them were the simplest kind. 2 softening spells, a levitation spell, a basic transfiguration, and a banishing charm. Almost any junior wizard could do that. Kyle wasn't particularly surprised. After all, he had spent 2 weeks reading that biography of a dueling master. He couldn't have learned nothing. Setting traps, using the terrain, using simple spells, these were just basic dueling techniques. Besides, that witch was really weak. Look at the spells she used. Aside from the blasting spell, stupefaction and petrification were all below the 3rd year level. The only slightly difficult one was the 5th year explosion spell. Besides, she wasn't very bright. She fell for his act easily. Kyle was even starting to suspect that her animagus was bought. Of course, if there was a place to buy it. Expelliarmus. Kyle walked over and put the short wand into his robe pocket. Clap clap clap. Hufflepuff, another 50 points. Orin clapped his hands, pointed the wand at Kyle, and said, "So, do you need me to give you time to escape?" Professor Orin. Kyle stood still, puzzled. Why are you targeting me? Even if I took one of your billowig bugs, it's not a crime. I can just return 10 to you. Quote. Orin's hand holding the wand trembled slightly. It has nothing to do with that. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who told you to be Chris' son? If it weren't for his meddling back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. Wait, you're stalling for time. Tisk tisk, do you really expect those idiots in the Ministry of Magic to save you? I am indeed stalling for time, but not waiting for someone to come and save me." Kyle looked directly at Orin and said, "I have another question. Why do you think I let Canna leave? Your so-called friendship. One aspect." Kyle shrugged. "Also, there are some things on me that are not suitable for her to see." "What? Ah!" Orin suddenly screamed. He felt as if something had bitten his leg, and then he instantly lost all feeling in it. Expelliarmus. A red light shot out from Kyle's wand. Orin endured the excruciating pain and rolled forward to dodge Kyle's disarming spell. At the same time, he saw clearly what had bitten him. 2 round cabbages. Damn it. Orin gritted his teeth and said, "How could there be biting cabbages in the Forbidden Forest?" "Of course I brought them," Kyle said, casting another disarming spell. "Hogwarts is too dangerous. Even Hagrid was ambushed. It's reasonable for a defenseless little wizard like me to carry something for self-defense. Just as Kyle said, after learning that Hagrid had been ambushed, he went to the room of requirement and put the 2 man-eating cabbages into the moleskin pouch. This skin bag was a Christmas gift from Newt last year. It was a modified version, the kind that, like the box, could hold magical creatures, so plants were no problem either. It was just a little too small. When he was escaping earlier, Kyle had already secretly put them in the bushes nearby, originally intending to set a trap for the witch, but unexpectedly, it ended up being used on Orin. It was an unexpected bonus, I suppose. On the other side, Orin was rolling on the ground in a sorry state. His legs were immobilized, and he could only use this method to avoid the 2 mad dog-like men eating cabbages. At the same time, he also had to deal with Kyle's continuous disarming charm and stunning charm. Damn it. After Orin blocked another disarming charm, the infernal man-eating cabbage took a bite of him, before he finally cast his first spell. Incendio. Although using a fire charm would reveal his location, Orin couldn't care less at this moment. Crimson flames erupted from his wand, charring the surfaces of the 2 biting cabbages until they quickly went still. I admit, I underestimated you. Orin sat on a platform formed from fallen leaves, his eyes devoid of emotion. He raised his hand, and a large number of leaves transformed into sharp blades, whistling towards Kyle. Expulso. Kyle pointed his wand at the ground. A violent explosion followed by a cloud of smoke and dust. Blocking my view. Orin sneered, not a bad idea, but where can you hide? Blades rained down into the dust, and under such a dense area of effect attack, he didn't even need to know Kyle's location. Orin's lips curled into a slight smile. The end. Stupefy. A voice suddenly came from behind, and Orin's heart tightened. He recognized it was Kyle's voice. But how could this be? Why was Kyle behind him? Orin roared inwardly, but it was too late to turn around. With a dull thud, a green creature appeared behind Orin like an open umbrella, shielding him from the almost certain stun spell. Kyle felt a sweetness in his chest, and, suppressing his discomfort, gritted his teeth and said, "The winged debile, it didn't chase after Canna." "Hey, who told you it chased after that little girl?" Orin turned his head and said playfully, "I just wanted you to guess where it was. First it bit the man-eating cabbage, and then used apparition in battle. I must say, you really gave me too many surprises today, Kyle. Compared to you, my first year was a complete waste of time. As a reward, I've decided to spare your life. You can go now." "Spare my life?" Kyle laughed. "Do you think you can kill me?" Orin didn't speak. He couldn't say before, but now he certainly couldn't kill Kyle so easily. Although continuing to fight wasn't impossible, the Ministry of Magic was about to arrive, and he didn't have much time left. But Orin didn't want to leave like this. He failed to kill an 11-year-old wizard and was instead forced to retreat. If this got out, his reputation would be completely ruined. "You're really not leaving?" "I can't." Kyle shrugged, toying with the billywig bug that had just landed on his shoulder. 5 minutes ago, he would have turned and run without a second thought, but now it was different. He couldn't swallow this insult. Threatened, tricked, and mocked, he'd never suffered such a loss in his life. He wouldn't be at peace until he got his revenge. Besides, he wasn't the one in a hurry now. This was the Forbidden Forest. "You're asking for it." Orin's lips twitched wildly. That billywig bug was the one he'd thrown away earlier. Orin raised his wand, a green light gathering at the tip. Avada Kedavra. Whoosh. An arrow whistled through the air, and Orin had to retract his wand to avoid having his arm pierced. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of rapid hoofbeats approached from afar, and a group of centaurs emerged from the bushes, longbows in hand, their sharp arrows aimed at Kyle and Orin. Orin was the main target, as one of the centaurs recognized Kyle. Firenze cautiously stepped forward. "You're a student from that castle. What are you doing here? And who is he?" "A dark wizard," Kyle blurted out. "He's the one who stole the unicorn cub, and he even used the unforgivable curse." The next second, all the centaurs' arrows were aimed at Orin. At the same time, a series of explosions began to ring out around them. The Ministry of Magic had arrived. "You're lucky." Orin suddenly laughed. "All right, I concede." He tossed a cloth bag to Kyle. Inside was the unicorn cub. The golden little unicorn lay curled up quietly, seemingly asleep. "It's you." An Auror stepped forward, gritting his teeth. Oren Morris. He was the Auror captain who had tried to arrest Hagrid. "We meet again, brave and kind Auror." Oren smiled. "You had a chance to catch me last time, but you didn't. I'm grateful you let me go." "Oh, sorry, I forgot you fools only know about winged devils and didn't even know who I am." "Well then, thank you, brave striker. You won't get away this time." Harder pointed his wand at Oren and said in a deep voice, "I'll personally send you to Azkaban. I wonder if you'll still be able to smile when you face Dementors." "Sorry, I don't like Dementors. Can I not go?" Oren sighed. "If possible, I'd rather stay at Hogwarts. Being a defense against the dark arts professor is quite interesting." "That's not up to you." Harder waved his hand, and all the Aurors simultaneously raised their wands. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Petrificus Totalis. A dozen spells flew towards Oren from all directions. "What a pity, I haven't graded the exam yet." Oren sighed again, and the platform made of fallen leaves beneath him instantly collapsed. Without support, Oren's body began to fall, which allowed him to evade all the spells. The next second, crack, a familiar snap echoed through the forbidden forest, and Oren's figure vanished. The Aurors searched the pile of leaves for a long time, but only found half a shoe sole with teeth marks. He had been kicking and the biting the cabbage took a chomp, so the shoe was probably chewed up during that time, and then it just happened to fall down nearby when he ran away. Of course, it's also possible that he left it there on purpose. Auror Harder stood there, his face so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water. He already anticipated what he was about to face. Failing to catch anyone was already a dereliction of duty, and coupled with Oren's earlier words, he was practically the scapegoat. The Ministry of Magic would definitely pin the blame for failing to catch anyone on him, especially that pink toad. To appease some people's anger, demotion was probably the lightest punishment. Harder roared, ordering the strikers to search for Oren's whereabouts nearby. The centaurs tried to stop him, but he forced them back with his wand. "That's a high-ranking prisoner for the Ministry of Magic. Anyone who dares to obstruct the search will be considered an accomplice." Under his threat, the centaurs dared not speak out. But all of this was irrelevant to Kyle. Professor McGonagall arrived. Her face was extremely pale. Kyle had never seen her so angry. Her lips were deathly white, pressed tightly into a line. The defense against the dark arts professor actually wanted to kill a student. Professor McGonagall had never imagined such a heinous thing would happen at Hogwarts. Had Dumbledore forgotten about Fox Perch when he hired Oren? Professor McGonagall quickly glanced around at the situation, then strode over to Kyle and asked, "Are you alright, Kyle? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, Professor," Kyle said. Thanks to the centaurs and the strikers, Oren didn't even have a chance to do anything before they drove him away. The surrounding Aurors were initially stunned, then erupted in undisguised elation. Kyle's casual remark had transformed the situation from one of incompetence, letting the prisoner escape, into a successful rescue of a student from a dangerous dark wizard. This meant they were not only blameless, but, well, they were credited, as long as they weren't at fault. The Aurors flocked over, inquiring about Kyle's health like concerned elders in the neighborhood. Harder was the most enthusiastic. After confirming Kyle was all right, he added that the Ministry of Magic would take full responsibility for the impact and losses caused by the incident and provide appropriate compensation. As he said this, he casually winked at Kyle. Kyle understood instantly, but remained outwardly calm. It seemed his flower bed could be expanded a little next year. Unlike the Aurors, Professor McGonagall clearly didn't believe Kyle's words. The Forbidden Forest was practically a ruin, with traces of magic everywhere, and fallen trees scattered about. This chaotic scene didn't seem like nothing had happened. Professor McGonagall didn't say anything, only concerned about Kyle's safety. At that moment, Professors Flitwick and Sprout arrived. Looking at the surrounding scene, Professor Flitwick clutched his chest tightly, while Professor Sprout's eyes reddened, almost bursting into tears. Afterwards, Professor McGonagall chased away the eager Aurors and prepared to take Kyle back to the castle. "By the way, Professor McGonagall," Kyle said, pointing in a direction before leaving, "there's a witch trapped under that tree. She's an illegal animagus, posing as Canna's pet and lurking around her." Professor McGonagall suddenly froze. Animagus. Yes, Kyle continued, and after her identity was exposed, she attacked me too. Most of the spells around here were cast by her. Merlin. The amount of information was overwhelming, and Professor McGonagall was momentarily stunned. She hadn't even figured out Oren's situation, and now an illegal animagus had appeared. Why were there so many strange things happening at Hogwarts this year? But now that she knew, Professor McGonagall naturally wouldn't ignore it. She took Kyle and two other professors to the tree. The witch had already fainted, and the two Aurors had just dragged her out of the pit. Seeing her pitiful state, Professor Flitwick gasped. "Child, did you do this?" "I didn't want to," Kyle said, head bowed. "I just didn't expect her to be so weak." Then, Kyle briefly recounted what had happened. However, he deliberately omitted the very beginning, skipping directly to the moment the first softening charm was cast. After that, there was no need to hide anything, he simply told the truth. Professor Flitwick's eyes grew brighter as he listened. He looked at Kyle as if he were looking at a rising dueling star. However, due to the occasion, he couldn't appear too excited, so he simply patted Kyle's arm. He was already considering whether to restart the dueling club. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, wasn't thinking that far ahead. She just wanted to get Kyle back to the castle as quickly as possible, along with the witch. An animagus hiding among the students, this matter had to be investigated thoroughly. She didn't trust the Ministry of Magic with it. Professor McGonagall frowned harder and said, "This witch is connected to our student, I need to take her away." Harder frowned. He didn't really want to let her go. After all, the witch was their only gain, and if Professor McGonagall took her, he'd only have half a shoe sold to show for it. But the problem was that all three professors of Hogwarts were there. He couldn't refuse, especially considering what had just happened. Harder hesitated for a moment, then agreed to Professor McGonagall's request. "Only half a day, Professor McGonagall," Herd reminded her. "We'll come to Hogwarts first thing tomorrow morning to take her back to the Ministry of Magic." Professor McGonagall nodded, took out her wand, and led the witch away. A large crowd had gathered outside the Forbidden Forest, craning their necks and staring intently in its direction. "Look, Professor McGonagall is coming out," someone suddenly shouted. Two figures, one tall and one short, emerged from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Canna rushed out of the crowd and ran quickly to Kyle's side. "Are you all right?" Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying. "Ah, I'm fine," Kyle said blankly. "Although I'm a ghost now, I feel pretty good." "Ah," Canna pouted, tears streaming down her face. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Professor McGonagall tapped Kyle, then wiped the girl's tears, saying irritably, "Look closely, does he look like a ghost?" Although Kyle repeatedly assured her that he was all right, Professor McGonagall insisted on taking him to the school hospital. Although Madame Pomfrey couldn't find any injuries on Kyle, after hearing what had happened, she insisted that he stay there for the night. After Professor McGonagall left, Madame Pomfrey took a bottle from the cupboard and poured Kyle a large glass of light blue medicine. "Drink it." Lying on the hospital bed, Kyle said with a pained expression, No need, Madame Pomfrey." The medicine at the school hospital, well, it was very effective, but also extremely unpleasant to drink. Cedric had drunk this potion once when he had a cold, and in his words, it was like dishwater that had been left to dry in the sun for 3 days, just swallowing it required immense willpower. Kyle didn't want to drink dishwater. Besides, his most serious injury was a bite mark on his arm. In that case, he didn't need medicine at all. But Madame Pomfrey wouldn't listen. She stood there, her tone stern, and said, "This potion will quickly restore your energy and stamina. You must finish it, or you won't be leaving the hospital." Hearing that he couldn't leave, Kyle's face instantly fell. The hospital was the most powerful place in Hogwarts. Even Dumbledore would have to listen to Madame Pomfrey and wouldn't dare utter a single word of dissent. If Madame Pomfrey wouldn't let Kyle leave, he really couldn't go, no matter who came. Kyle picked up the cup and resignedly drank the potion. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The taste wasn't great, but it was better than a pepper-up potion, like dishwater left to dry all day. After finishing the potion, Madame Pomfrey left. Lying in bed, Kyle didn't know if it was exhaustion or the effects of the potion, but his eyelids felt unusually heavy, and he quickly fell asleep. He didn't know how long he slept, but in his hazy state, Kyle heard a constant rustling sound near his ear. It sounded like someone was eating. Eating. Thinking this, he suddenly felt hungry, and the feeling grew stronger. Kyle struggled to open his eyelids, the sunlight was a bit blinding, and it took him a while to adjust. Before him was the ceiling of the school hospital, and Albus Dumbledore's smiling face. "Good afternoon, Kyle," Dumbledore mumbled, seemingly chewing on something, with an open box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans beside him. When Kyle fully woke up, he quickly realized the situation. The greatest wizard before him, the headmaster of Hogwarts, was actually stealing his snacks. "There's simply no room on the table," Dumbledore said with a smile, as if he had guessed what Kyle was thinking. "And I suggest you don't eat this box. I ate 3, and they were all awful. I think they probably packed the wrong ones." "Headmaster, you could try the golden brown one," Kyle said instinctively, then glanced at the table, which was piled high with various snacks, like a small mountain. And it wasn't just one table. Someone had somehow moved the table from the bedside table next to the hospital bed, which was also piled high with snacks. "These are all gifts from your friends. I suspect they probably bought out all the honeydukes," Dumbledore said with a grin, casually popping the bean Kyle had mentioned into his mouth. "Oh, it's champagne, this flavor is quite rare. Headmaster, how long have I been asleep?" 3 more hours and it'll be a whole day," Dumbledore said. Kyle sat up in bed, stretching his stiff neck. He hadn't expected to sleep so long. It was already the afternoon of the next day. No wonder he felt hungry. Wait. The afternoon of the next day. "Headmaster, the Quidditch match. I'm sorry you missed it," Dumbledore said. "But the Hufflepuffs won. They think a Quidditch trophy will help you recover faster, and they played with great intensity." "Damn Orin." Kyle pounded his pillow in frustration. He had been looking forward to this match the most. "Speaking of Orin, Kyle, do you know why he's been bothering you?" "He said it's because of my father," Kyle said. "But as far as I know," Dumbledore's blue eyes flickered, 12 years ago, if it weren't for Chris, Orin would have died at the hands of the Death Eaters." "Your father saved his life." "That's impossible. If my father saved Orin, why would he do this?" "An ingratitude," Kyle said firmly. "He really wanted to kill me. If the centaurs hadn't arrived in time, he might have even used the killing curse on me." "That is indeed puzzling. Perhaps only Orin himself knows the reason," Dumbledore said softly. "But he's already escaped. Catching a bard isn't easy." "A bard?" "Yes," Dumbledore explained. "After that brush with death, he left for France and began traveling the world as a bard. As for when he started smuggling magical creatures, I don't know." "Then why did he come to Hogwarts?" Kyle asked, puzzled. "Was it just to kill me?" "Of course not, child," Dumbledore shook his head. "I understand that the Ministry of Magic received an anonymous tip in mid-August, detailing the smuggler's routes. Now that I think about it, the sender was probably Orin, which is why he applied to me for the Defense Against the Dark Arts professorship 2 months in advance. But I also don't understand why he did that. Maybe he wanted to use Hogwarts to avoid something, or maybe he was short of money, or something else. Bards are always so unpredictable." After hearing Dumbledore's words, Kyle realized he understood Orin less and less. All he could do was plant more biting cabbage and invite him for a plant bath the next time he saw Orin. After all, it was a fact that he had almost been caught by Orin. It was the first time Orin had suffered such a loss. Kyle had already decided that 100 biting cabbage would be Orin's return gift. "Now let's change the subject and talk about something happier," Dumbledore said in a light tone. "Because of your composure in the face of danger, your successful use of a flying broomstick to send Canna Prince out of the Forbidden Forest at the most perilous moment, and your noble spirit in facing 2 dark wizards alone to buy her time, we have unanimously decided to award you the Special Contribution Award." Kyle was quite surprised to hear Dumbledore's words. Only students who made significant contributions to Hogwarts received the Special Contribution Award, the highest personal honor for young wizards during their school years. 50 years ago, a certain infamous noseless wizard, the originator of the Defense Against the Dark Arts curse, Mr. Tom the Soul Splitter, received this award in his 5th year. However, Kyle was only a first-year student, a full 4 years ahead of him. From this perspective alone, Kyle could easily point at the other's nose, jawbone and say very frankly, "You're terrible." As for what would happen afterward, that's another story. Thank you for your assessment, Headmaster, Kyle smiled. He wasn't thanking Dumbledore for the Special Contribution Award, but rather for his words. Especially the phrase, noble spirit. No wonder Dumbledore was the headmaster, he saw through his inner qualities at a glance. He had to admit it. This is what you deserve, a well-deserved honor, Dumbledore blinked. Few people have the courage to face two adult wizards alone in their first year, let alone defeat one. The Board of Governors unanimously agrees that awarding you this Special Contribution Award is the best decision I've made this year. Kyle thought to himself, they're probably just trying to avoid trouble. He didn't think the Board of Governors would think that much. Unlike Dumbledore, who was wholeheartedly devoted to the school, they were more concerned with their own interests. If Kyle had really died in the Forbidden Forest, it wouldn't be long before the entire wizarding world knew that Hogwarts' Defense Against the Dark Arts professor killed students. Even if Hogwarts didn't close down, it would still be in a lot of trouble, and the Board of Governors naturally didn't want that to happen. Fortunately, Kyle was alright. They probably wanted to use this Special Contribution Award to appease Chris and Diana. Kyle didn't care what they thought, he was satisfied with the current outcome. Headmaster, there's something else. Go ahead and ask. What about Hagrid? I noticed he wasn't in the house. Actually, Hagrid was the first person attacked yesterday, Dumbledore said. Orin tricked him into drinking undiluted winged demon venom, then hid him in the Forbidden Forest after Hagrid fell unconscious. And Hagrid now. Don't worry, Kyle, Hagrid's health is better than most wizards, he's not in any danger. Dumbledore reassured him. And I also got a way to neutralize the winged devil venom from Newt, he'll be back from St. Mungo's soon. Kyle breathed a slight sigh of relief. He'd almost forgotten that Hagrid was a half-giant with high health and defense. Besides, the winged devil venom was somewhat peculiar, drinking it was actually less harmful than getting it on your skin. Headmaster, I have one last question. Tell me. That witch Kyle began, why is she hiding near Canna? I've been wondering when you'd ask about this. Dumbledore said. I'm sorry, Kyle, because this concerns the Prince family, I can't tell you much. I can only tell you that the witch is indeed ill-intentioned, and her goal is a key. A key. That's right, the key to Gringotts' vault. Dumbledore said quietly, her identity is very special. Whoever gets the key to the vault can openly take all the inheritance left by the Prince family. Kyle frowned. The word, inheritance, instantly made him think of something. He looked at Dumbledore, but received no response. Dumbledore didn't seem to intend to continue the topic. He placed the box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans on the bedside table and said with a smile, all right, enough questions. I suggest you start enjoying these candies. I also noticed some mint-flavored cockroaches in there, these are limited edition candies. If you like, I can give them to you, Kyle said sincerely. This was no exaggeration, he genuinely wanted to give away those cockroaches. However, Dumbledore refused. He stood up and said, finally, I must ask for your forgiveness. Due to some matters, I wasn't at the castle yesterday, and thus failed to appear in time when you were in the most danger. This is my dereliction of duty as headmaster. It's all right, you don't need to worry about it. Kyle didn't stay in the school hospital for long. Shortly after Dumbledore left, Madame Pomfrey granted his request to be discharged. Thanks to his usual good relationships, Kyle was surrounded by a group of people as soon as he returned to the Hufflepuff common room, and he had to respond to their concern one by one. An hour later, in that familiar abandoned classroom. Kyle, I heard you killed an adult wizard. Fred asked impatiently as soon as they met. Is it true? Don't try to deny it, George said. When the Aurors left the Forbidden Forest, someone overheard their conversation. The witch Professor McGonagall brought back was the one you beat up like that. Quote, are the Aurors so bad at keeping secrets? Why didn't they send an Auror for such an important mission? Kyle rubbed his forehead, relieved he hadn't bothered to hide it. Just lucky, the other person was too weak, Kyle said. I bet she never went to Hogwarts. Come on, that's an adult wizard who uses dark magic. Don't make it sound so easy. Cedric joked. It makes us look useless. Okay, Kyle readily agreed. I actually went through a near-death experience before finally being rescued and surviving the Dark Wizard. George nodded seriously. That sounds much better. But I didn't realize Professor Orin was a Dark Wizard at all. Cedric exclaimed. And his classes are really interesting, much better than last year. Watch out, Cedric, Fred warned. Oren isn't a professor anymore, he almost killed Kyle. Sorry, I'm just used to it, Cedric quickly apologized. Nobody expected this, Chu said from the side. Even Davis couldn't believe it was true. He thought it was someone else impersonating Oren with Polyjuice potion. By the way, Davis is the boy who wanted to complain about Oren before. He almost got into a fight with you Gryffindors. I know him, Fred sighed. He's right. We all misjudged him. At the mention of Oren, the group fell silent. Even Fred and George, usually the most cheerful, became quiet. They used to like Oren a lot and had hoped he could break the curse and stay at Hogwarts next year. But now everything has changed. Oren was a dark wizard. They would probably never again have a defense against the dark arts professor who was humorous and didn't check homework. For a moment, the classroom fell silent. None of the 5 spoke. That's right, only 5 people were there this time, the missing one was Canna. The matter of Pochi, or rather, the witch, had greatly affected her. She had locked herself in her dormitory for the past few days, only coming out to see Kyle when he was discharged from the hospital and returned to the common room. However, the others didn't know this. Cedric and the others thought Canna was frightened, which was why she had been hiding in the dormitory. News of Oren quickly spread throughout the wizarding world. The Daily Prophet described him as an extremely evil and insane dark wizard, dedicating an entire page to his wanted poster. The remaining pages were filled with praise for the Ministry of Magic's heroic rescue of 2 students during the operation. Although very few people would actually read this. Many parents wrote to the school requesting an early holiday. What if Oren was still hiding in the Forbidden Forest? They were worried about leaving their children there. Dumbledore agreed. Students could take the Hogwarts Express home that day, and their report cards would be delivered by owls in the following days. In just one day, Hogwarts was a third less crowded, and the castle seemed empty. However, Kyle didn't leave, nor did Cedric and the others. Chris returned, arriving at Hogwarts travel-worn, and thoroughly checked Kyle from head to toe several times before finally letting out a sigh of relief. He then led Kyle to an empty classroom and said sternly, "Didn't I tell you not to get involved in this?" "It was an accident," Kyle said honestly. "I'll be more careful next time." Chris was clearly not satisfied with Kyle's answer and scolded him for a long time. Throughout the ordeal, Kyle didn't try to defend himself, only nodding. His attitude of admitting his mistake was excellent. As the two left the classroom, Newt also happened to come out of Dumbledore's office. Chris asked him if he wanted to go back together. However, Kyle refused, saying he wanted to take the train back with his friends. Chris thought about it and didn't insist. To Kyle's surprise, Diana also arrived the next day. Unlike Chris, however, she first went to the Forbidden Forest and then went straight to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. What happened after that is unknown, but during this time, many students noticed unfamiliar faces on the portraits in the castle corridors, and these faces claimed to be past Hogwarts headmasters. Also, the gargoyle on the 8th floor was gone. Kyle didn't know when Diana left. That evening, he and Cedric attended the year-end banquet. The Great Hall was divided into 2 parts. The left side was decorated in green and silver for Slytherin, and the right side in yellow and black for Hufflepuff. It's worth noting that Oren's points from the Forbidden Forest were still valid. Combined with the Quidditch Championship, Hufflepuff's house points were now tied with Slytherin's, putting them in first place. The two sat down at the Hufflepuff table, and Kyle noticed that Connor was still absent. A while later, Dumbledore arrived. Kyle couldn't quite place it, but he felt Dumbledore's nose looked even more crooked than before. The noise in the Great Hall gradually subsided. "Another year has passed," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "Before you all enjoy these delicious dishes, I must trouble you to listen to an old man's cliché. Although there were some minor hiccups at the end, it has undeniably been a wonderful year, and your little minds are certainly richer than ever. You have a whole summer to digest all this and clear your heads before the next term begins. Now, let's proceed with the House Cup Awards ceremony. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, 101 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, 332 points. Slytherin, 497 points. Hufflepuff, 497 points. The expected cheers didn't come. Hufflepuff and Slytherin stared intently at each other, both somewhat dissatisfied with the result. There's only one house cup. It can't be awarded to two houses at the same time. The remaining two houses quietly watched the drama unfold. Yes, both houses performed well. Dumbledore cleared his throat. However, a recent event must also be taken into account: Kyle Chopper. All eyes turned to Kyle. He not only rescued another student in the Forbidden Forest, but also found the Dark Wizard hiding in the school, demonstrating fearless courage and extraordinary bravery. For this, I have decided to award him the Special Contribution Award and reward Hufflepuff with 200 points. Although the number of people attending the banquet was much smaller than before, the cheers were still deafening. If someone were standing outside the Great Hall at this moment, they might think there had been an explosion. There was no need to calculate any points anymore. Hufflepuff had successfully stopped Slytherin's 6-year winning streak and won the House Cup. And most importantly, there was the Special Contribution Award. Fred and George excitedly stood on their stools and shouted to Kyle, "Don't worry, Kyle, when you go into detention again, we'll make sure to clean your trophy thoroughly. And cleaner than anyone else's." Professor McGonagall glanced at them coldly, suddenly feeling a wave of exhaustion. "This means," Dumbledore roared, "we need to make some minor changes to the decorations here." He clapped his hands, and the green ribbons turned yellow, the silver turned black, and a huge banner depicting a Hufflepuff badger appeared on the wall behind the main seating area. Snape was shaking hands with Professor Sprout, his expression calm, naturally displaying his signature smile, seemingly without a hint of anger. Before leaving school, the exam results were released. Kyle achieved a very high score, becoming the top student in his grade. Cedric looked at Kyle's report card and exclaimed in surprise, "Merlin, your score is much higher than mine last year, and you were only 1 point away from a perfect score, what a pity." Kyle also felt a little regretful. He had written down 13 uses for dragon blood instead of 12 during the exam, which resulted in a point deduction. It seemed the professors didn't consider dragon blood a suitable ingredient for cooking. Apart from this minor flaw, he received perfect scores in all his other subjects, including potion brewing. Snape gave his boil medicine a perfect score, a treatment rarely received even by Slytherin students. Canna came in second in her year, and Cedric came in first in second year. Hufflepuff certainly had a major show of success this year. Professor Sprout even stopped going to the greenhouse, spending most of her time hanging around the other professors. It seemed like suddenly, their wardrobes were empty, and the sounds of young wizards playing in the dormitory were gone. But unlike at the start of the term, there were now posters on the dormitory walls that hadn't been taken away. The Quidditch players in the pictures were, as usual, repeatedly making throwing motions, then cheering and celebrating, as if they knew their owners would soon return. Notices were sent to each student, warning them not to use magic during the holiday. Because Hagrid was still at St. Mungo's, Professor McGonagall temporarily led them onto the ferry to cross the lake. On the Hogwarts Express, Kyle declined the Weasley brothers' invitation to join them in the box to discuss their future, how to earn galleons next term, and the direction of the wizarding world, how to sell their products outside of Hogwarts. The huge sum of 100 galleons had already driven the Weasley brothers a little mad. In the last few days of the term, they hadn't even bothered to look for clues to the Marauders map or the password, focusing instead on how to make even more money. Hopefully, they'll come up with a good idea. Kyle walked along the train, pushing open the door to a compartment at the very end. There was only one person inside. Canna was curled up in her seat, staring blankly at the neat wheat fields outside the window. Kyle sat down opposite her naturally. Still upset about Pochi. Her name isn't Pochi. After a long silence, Canna finally spoke softly. Her name is Ruth, kind of like my great aunt. Canna seemed to want to confide in someone, she talked a lot. The countryside outside the window grew increasingly green and tidy. As the train passed through one Muggle town after another, Kyle gradually understood what had happened. This is a rather cliché story. 11 years ago, Canna's father, drunk, inadvertently uttered Voldemort's name and was killed by Death Eaters. Fortunately, Canna and her mother weren't home at the time, thus escaping death. Then, shortly before the start of the school year last year, Canna's mother also died in an accident. Since then, the Prince family has been reduced to just Canna. While the prince surname isn't as famous as the 28 Holy Families, it's still a long-established pure-blood family, and this recent upheaval naturally attracted a lot of attention. It was around this time that Pochi, Ruth appeared. But upon arriving, she discovered that Kanna's family's former assets had long been divided up by other pure-bloods. So, she set her sights on Gringotts' vault, intending to use her animagus status to steal the key. Once she had the key, and after figuring out how to eliminate Kanna, she could use her distant prince kinship to legitimately take what was inside. Later, she actually found it, but pure-blood families always have some hidden treasures. The box containing the key to the prince family vault was like that, requiring a direct bloodline to open. The problem was, she didn't know the Imperious Curse, and she didn't dare ask anyone for help. Just as she was worrying about what to do, the devastated Kanna unexpectedly fell in love with the mouse that had always been with her at home, and brought it to Hogwarts as a pet. The rest is history. She began trying every possible way to steal Kanna's money, hoping to get her out of Hogwarts as soon as possible and get the key to Gringotts' vault. Her plan was initially very successful. Kanna was expected to return home for the Christmas holidays to collect the money. However, Kyle unexpectedly appeared and forcibly extended Kanna's life. According to Kanna, after being given Veritaserum, Ruth kept cursing the meddlesome boy. Kyle stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "So, I saved your life." Indeed, Kanna nodded. After finally speaking out about what had been weighing on her mind, she felt much better. "Shouldn't you thank me properly?" Kyle said with a smile. "Besides, I lost a huge order for tonics after you got rid of the rats. Then I'll keep buying." Kanna took out a beaded bag and placed it on the table. "Same as before, 1 bottle a month, until these are all used up." The bag was full of galleons. Besides the original 100 galleons, the ones that had been stolen before were also included, totaling about 150. "What about your rat? I can go to Diagon Alley and buy another one." "Are you sure, you still want to keep a rat?" Kyle looked at her suspiciously. "Mind your own business." Kanna seemed to recall the scene in the Forbidden Forest, and her expression suddenly turned somewhat unpleasant. "Are you going to buy it or not? If you say so again, I won't buy it." "Yes, only a fool wouldn't take galleons that are offered to him." Kyle quickly stuffed the bag on the table into his pocket. "By the way, like Pochi, that rat, are there many people eyeing your vault?" Kanna turned her head to the side and didn't speak. Judging from her expression, Kyle knew the answer. Come to think of it, the magical world is only so big, and every pure-blood family must have quite a few distant relatives. Kanna's unhappiness after the exams was probably because she didn't want to go back and face these people. "How about this, I won't give you the tonic," Kyle said thoughtfully, tapping his fingers on the table. "But if you're paying someone, you have to take care of them. How about I help you solve these problems?" "What do you mean?" Kanna tilted her head, a little confused. "It means leave this to me," Kyle said calmly. "I guarantee that no one will bother you during the summer vacation." "Really?" Kanna looked at Kyle suspiciously, clearly unconvinced. "Actually, you don't need to comfort me. I can handle them. Just wait and see, you definitely won't be disappointed." Kyle didn't explain further, taking out a large pile of snacks and placing them on the table. He was a little hungry. There wasn't much else to eat on the train. If he hadn't brought food, he could only eat snacks to tide him over. Just then, Cedric and Cho suddenly pushed open the compartment door. "Kanna, I've been looking for you." Cho sat down next to Kanna, asking with concern, "How are you? Feeling any better?" "Much better," Kanna replied with a smile. Actually, they had already come once before, but hadn't come in. "Kyle, what are your plans for summer vacation?" Cedric opened a bag of chocolate frogs and said, "My dad is taking me to France, we can go together." France. Kyle thought about it. It was a nice place, and he was quite curious about Bobaton's School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It was just a bit too far. After thinking it over carefully, Kyle shook his head. "Maybe next time, Cedric, I have other plans for summer vacation." "That's a pity," Cedric said, somewhat disappointed. "I'll bring you a present." A little while later, Fred and George arrived, making the compartment feel a bit crowded. "Why can't Hogwarts get the train to have bigger compartments?" Fred couldn't help but complain. "I heard the prefects, compartments are bigger and more comfortable," George said with a smile. Unfortunately, none of us are prefects. Speaking of which, Percy will be a prefect next year, right? Kyle suddenly said. Fred frowned, as if Kyle hadn't mentioned Percy, but rather the cancellation of next year's Quidditch matches. I hate to admit it, but it's probably true. George said. I bet if that's the case, Percy will probably be wearing that prefect badge for the entire holiday. As he spoke, he stuck a chocolate frog card to his chest and, imitating Percy, walked around in the corridor outside the compartment. The comical actions and exaggerated facial expressions made everyone burst into laughter. The Weasley brothers had never disappointed when it came to livening up the atmosphere. The group played a few more rounds of popping and exploding, and Cho brought up the notice again, asking if they couldn't use any magic during the holidays. Actually, you can, but you have to make sure there's an adult wizard nearby. Fred explained. That way, the Ministry of Magic won't know who's using the spell. Cho frowned. Then let's forget about it. The train passed through more and more towns, and Kyle and the others took off their wizarding robes and put on jackets and short-sleeved shirts. Finally, the train stopped at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station. To avoid attracting the attention of Muggles, a withered old guard stood at the partition wall, allowing only 2 or 3 people to leave the platform at a time. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the train this time, and Kyle and his group quickly passed through the partition after saying goodbye to Kana. Kana didn't need to leave the station because she was taking the night bus home. The group headed towards the exit back to the Muggle world. Cho's father had come to pick her up. He was a kind-faced Asian man who greeted Kyle and his friends warmly and invited them to visit his home during the summer holidays. However, Kyle noticed a hint of wariness in his eyes, especially when he was facing him and Cedric. Kyle, run. At that moment, Ginny, the Weasleys' youngest sister, suddenly ran over. She looked at Kyle and said urgently, "Did you get into trouble at school? Mom's been very angry all the way here. You'd better run, or it'll be too late." "Thank you for reminding me, Ginny," Kyle said quietly, ruffling the little girl's hair. "But it's too late now." Just as Ginny called his name, Mrs. Weasley stormed over angrily. "Brother, good luck to you. We'll remember you forever." Fred and George jumped aside without any sense of loyalty, their expressions suggesting they were waiting to see a good show. "You actually went to the Forbidden Forest with a dark wizard." Mrs. Weasley came to Kyle's side and said angrily, "Do you know how dangerous that was?" Behind her followed a serious-looking Diana. Kyle decisively lowered his head and said, "I was wrong, and I promise I won't do it again." As he spoke, he quickly pulled out the prepared report card from his pocket. "No matter what you pull out, don't think you can get away with this. To do something so dangerous, you..." Mrs. Weasley glanced at the report card and couldn't say anything more to reproach him. A perfect score, a perfect score. Almost every subject was a perfect score, the only one that was deducted was by just 1 point. Even Bill has never achieved such a result. Merlin. Mrs. Weasley wiped her hands on her clothes and carefully took the report card. "Kyle, you'll definitely become a prefect and head boy soon," Mrs. Weasley said with a look of satisfaction. Then she looked up at the Weasley brothers beside her and said, "Where are your report cards? Let me see them." Fred and George's smiles froze on their faces. They wanted to say they had lost their report cards, but they knew that if they did, Mrs. Weasley would definitely write to Hogwarts. But if they showed them now, they couldn't guarantee they would leave King's Cross Station alive. Seeing the two of them standing there motionless, Mrs. Weasley's eyes began to harden. "Mom, our report cards are in the suitcase," Fred said quickly. "It's not convenient here, we'll get them for you when we get home. We also have newspapers in the suitcase, what if Muggles see them?" Mrs. Weasley looked at the crowd of people around her, thought about it and realized it made sense, so she didn't insist. "Then let's go home now." At this moment, Kyle also walked up to Diana. Although Diana's expression was serious, she didn't scold him like Mrs. Weasley had. Her gaze fell on Kyle's fingers, and she asked, "How many times did you use it?" Kyle knew she was asking about the number of times he apparition had been used, and he raised his hand and said, "Once." There were originally 3 crescent moons on the ring, but now one was missing. Diana's expression softened considerably. If it was only used once, it meant that the situation wasn't too bad. Kyle asked somewhat nervously, "Can this be replaced?" He remembered that Diana had mentioned in her previous letter that if she didn't want to take the train, she could use apparition to go home directly. To be so extravagant as to use it as a means of transportation, it must be reusable. Just as he had thought. Diana nodded. "Sure, but it'll be a bit of a hassle, it'll take a week." Kyle breathed a sigh of relief. A week wouldn't be a problem, a month would be fine too, since he didn't need it now. Just like on the way there, Mr. Weasley drove the car with the extension charm, taking everyone back to St. Catchpole Village. On the way, Fred and George's smiles vanished, as if the car wasn't taking them home, but to the execution ground. Back at the Burrow, Percy immediately pulled out his report card. Unsurprisingly, he was first in his 4th year. Mrs. Weasley happily hugged him. She probably would have been even happier if she hadn't seen Kyle's grades. Then she looked at Fred and George. Kyle stood to the side, arms crossed, somewhat anticipating what was to come, but at that moment, Diana pulled him away. On the way home, 2 screams suddenly rang out, loud and clear, echoing for a long time over Ottery Street. Catchpole. In the room, Chris was sitting on the sofa in the living room, talking to Mr. Weasley. On his way back, Mr. Weasley had noticed Fred and George's utterly dejected expressions. Knowing Molly and the twins well, he hadn't even gone home after returning to the Burrow, he came straight here after getting off the car. As long as he wasn't at the Burrow, no one could speak up for the twins when they got beaten up. Molly had been very stressed these past few days because of the Dark Wizard incident at Hogwarts, not eating or sleeping well, which broke his heart. Now that things were finally over, it would be good for her to relax by beating the kids. After all, the twins had provided a ready-made excuse, so why not take advantage of it? "Oh, dear, Mr. Weasley said with a smile upon seeing Kyle, "I haven't had a chance to ask you how school is going." "It's wonderful," Kyle replied. "The professors are all very friendly, and the classmates are kind. It's exactly the kind of school life I've always dreamed of." "That's good." Mr. Weasley took a small sip of whiskey. "Time flies. You're already a sophomore. Oh, and Ron, he's going to school this year too. Isn't that good?" Chris chuckled from the side. "That way, you and Molly can have a much easier time." "Yes, you're right." Mr. Weasley took another small sip of his drink. "But if we're talking about an easy time, we'll have to wait another year. Ginny is no less troublesome than her brothers." Then he began to recount some of Ginny's embarrassing past and how she fought with Ron at home. Kyle wasn't interested in the rest and took his luggage upstairs to his room. When he came back down, Mr. Weasley was already preparing to leave. "Aren't you really going to dinner with me? Molly's prepared a lot." "Next time, Arthur," Chris declined. "Today's a day of reunion after so long, and Charlie has graduated. You two probably have a lot to talk about with him. How about this, I'll come find you for drinks later. I brought back some authentic chugs from North America this time." "That's great." Mr. Weasley's eyes lit up. "I've been wanting to try that for ages." Like Chris, Mr. Weasley liked to have a drink or two when he had nothing to do, but they had one thing in common: they never drank too much. They always just took a sip and kept themselves sober. Unless it was something particularly joyful, like the day Ginny was born, Mr. Weasley got completely drunk and dragged everyone who passed by on a tirade about his courtship with Mrs. Weasley. This incident later became the darkest chapter in his history that he most wanted to forget, without a doubt. Not long after Mr. Weasley left, a series of clanging sounds soon filled the kitchen. The chicken legs lined up, coating themselves in egg and breadcrumbs, while a knife floated in midair, shredding cabbage into evenly sized strips. The flatbread beside them diligently stuffed itself with filling before wobbling into the oven, even applying its own oil. Diana never liked using magic to directly heat food, she always felt something was missing. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was ready. Coincidentally, Chris and Diana had completed their tasks almost simultaneously a few days prior, allowing them to gather today to celebrate Kyle's end of the school year. The three ate and chatted at the table, but most of the time, Kyle recounted his experiences at school. This was what Chris and Diana were most interested in. Kyle reflected on his year's events, selecting some of the more interesting points. For example, his amazing, forbidden spellcaster roommate, how exciting the school's Quidditch matches were, and how he and his friends sold maps and trinkets. As for the room of requirement and sneaking into the forbidden section at night, that was out of the question. The Weasley brothers' screams had barely ended, and Kyle didn't want to follow in their footsteps. While Kyle was speaking, Chris and Diana listened quietly, but their expressions quickly changed. "Wait," Chris raised an eyebrow, unable to resist interrupting Kyle. "You sold those mountain pear branches for 700 gallons. That was just the raw material," Kyle said seriously. "From picking, selecting suitable branches, to finally making the finished product, it took the 6 of us half a year. It wasn't easy. 700 gallons is just a small fee for our hard work." "Is that so?" Chris looked at him suspiciously. He felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. And 6 young wizards earning 700 gallons in half a year, that was unbelievable enough. He didn't have that kind of ability when he was in school. If Chris was merely suspicious, Diana was certain Kyle wasn't telling the truth. In her opinion, Kyle would never waste half a year for 100 galleons. That was far too much of a stretch. Half a month would be more accurate. "Oh, right, Dad." Kyle suddenly seemed to remember something and reminded her, "I don't know if Fred and George have told the family about earning galleons. When you go to Mr. Weasley for drinks later, don't let it slip." Kyle had genuinely forgotten, and it had nothing to do with their gloating attitude at the station. Chris took a sip of butterbeer and mumbled a reply. After dinner, Chris helped clear the table and then took a delicate wine bottle to Mr. Weasley. Kyle returned to his room. Although he hadn't been back for over half a year, the room was very clean and didn't smell bad, so it must have been cleaned beforehand. His trunk was still on the floor. Kyle tidied it up briefly and took out a stack of parchment, placing it on his desk. Before going to sleep, he had one more thing to do, the promise he made to Canna on the train. He'd already taken 150 galleons. If he didn't do a good job, he'd get a bad review. Kyle took out a quill and ink, and the room quickly filled with the scribbling sound of writing. He wrote on 2 full pages of parchment before stopping, checking them to make sure everything was in order, and then put them in an envelope. Rodon flew in through the window, casually raising one leg. "Same as before," Kyle said, glancing at the name on the envelope. "Go to the Owl Post Office in Diagon Alley and mail it from there." Chris and Diana only stayed home for one day, returning to the Ministry of Magic early the next morning. They had a lot to do. Chris, in particular, had been away on business for 6 months, leaving the ministry with mountains of paperwork. Alone at home, Kyle decided to visit Hagrid Street. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries was located in London, in front of an old-fashioned department store. Like the Leaky Cauldron, it was also protected by a Muggle expulsion charm. They could only see the "closed for renovation" sign on the door and couldn't enter. Kyle found an ugly doll in the shop window and said, "I want to visit a patient." The doll nodded slightly and waved its joined fingers, gesturing for Kyle to enter. Similar to the wall you had to pass through to enter Platform 9, entering Street. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries required passing through a glass window. This was Kyle's first time at St. Mungo's. As the most famous hospital in the wizarding world, it always had all sorts of bizarre patients. Not long after entering, Kyle saw an old wizard with a leg on his head hopping to the information desk in the waiting room and joining the queue. His appearance was truly exaggerated. Those ahead of him stared in disbelief and offered to let him go first. No need, you go first," the old wizard said politely. "I just feel a bit heavy-headed, could someone kindly help me hold my head?" But no one dared to help him, not because they were afraid of being scammed, but mainly because the leg on his head was restless, kicking left and right, making it impossible for anyone to get close. Finally, a plump owned witch came out of the information desk and led him elsewhere. As he left, his legs swung from side to side, seemingly wanting to kick the witch. Kyle was heading to the second-floor biological injury department, where he met a curly-haired healer and learned Hagrid's location from him. "You mean that big guy? He's in Janice Thicky ward, right across from the sample room. Never mind, I'll take you there." The healer led Kyle to a brownish-red door. "This is it." He then pushed open the door and said, "Rubius Hagrid, someone's here to see you." Came a muffled murmur from inside. Kyle went in. It was a fairly spacious room with 6 beds, but only 3 people were there. Besides Hagrid, there were two other wizards, one of whom was sleeping, and Kyle actually recognized the other. Professor Kettleburn, what are you doing here? A bald wizard with a white beard looked at Kyle and asked in confusion, are you, a student at Hogwarts? Yes, Professor, Kyle replied, I'm a second-year student now. No wonder, Professor Kettleburn said in realization. Second-year students couldn't take the care of magical creatures class, so he naturally hadn't seen Kyle before. What are you doing here? Kyle glanced at his remaining arm and half a leg. Thankfully, they were still there, otherwise, this professor would probably have had to retire early. It's nothing, I just got bumped by a unicorn. The old professor casually fiddled with the thick bandages on his body, waving his hand dismissively. Just a scrape, nothing serious. Weren't you going to see Hagrid? Go on. Kyle clicked his tongue. A unicorn's horn wasn't just for show, it could even pierce through a dragon's scales. Getting bumped by that thing, only Professor Kettleburn would be so calm. But for him, it really wasn't a big deal. Hagrid was sitting to Professor Kettleburn's right, occupying 3 beds all by himself. Seeing Kyle, Hagrid looked slightly confused. Kyle, what are you doing here? Don't you have classes? It's summer vacation now, Hagrid. Kyle placed a box of wrapped candy on the table beside him and asked, how are you feeling? Of course, he didn't forget to give Professor Kettleburn some. It's summer vacation already. Hagrid rubbed his head. I feel terrible. I feel like I've forgotten a lot of things. Mr. Scamander came a couple of days ago. He said I'll need at least a month of treatment to recover these memories. I don't want to stay here. I still want to pick Harry up for school. Hagrid tugged at his hastily pieced together, but still too small, hospital gown, a whole size too small. He had been preparing for a whole year to pick up Harry Potter this year. What if Dumbledore wouldn't let him go because of this? Hagrid couldn't accept that. It's all right, Kyle reassured him. It's only the beginning of summer vacation. The Owls won't be sending the acceptance letters for another month and a half. There's plenty of time. I hope so. Hagrid tugged at his clothes again. Be confident, Hagrid. The headmaster will definitely let you pick up Potter. Kyle handed him a chocolate frog. Have some chocolate, it should cheer you up. Thank you, Kyle. Hagrid sobbed softly. I didn't expect anyone other than Dumbledore to come see me. Wait, your name is Kyle. At this moment, Professor Kettleburn suddenly looked over. That unicorn cub, you weren't the one who found it, were you? Sort of, Kyle said calmly. But Orin only returned the cub after the Ministry of Magic arrived, it just happened to fall into my hands. The Ministry of Magic, huh? I didn't expect those useless people to be reliable sometimes. Professor Kettleburn made no attempt to hide his opinion of the Ministry of Magic. He looked at Kyle with interest and said, you're a second-year student this year, right? Would you be interested in taking the Care of Magical Creatures class next year? That's the course I'm most looking forward to, Professor. The people in the next ward were arguing loudly, their shouts reaching here, but the person sleeping was snoring too loudly for Kyle to hear what they were saying. After saying goodbye to Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn, Kyle went down the corridor. The arguing was clearer there. Accompanied by the sounds of things being smashed, it seemed the patient inside was struggling and refusing to cooperate. Kyle didn't pay much attention, closed the door, and headed for the stairs. But just as he turned his head, an arm suddenly smashed through the door of the next ward, blocking Kyle's path. The arm was covered in gray hair, with long, black, hooked nails. Before Kyle could react, a tall figure crashed through the door and ran out of the next room. The figure landed on its hind legs, its long mouth opening and closing. This appearance, a werewolf. Kyle couldn't believe his eyes, it was daytime. Why was there a werewolf? The last lesson of the first year, Defense Against the Dark Arts, was about werewolves, a creature Kyle was naturally familiar with. They resembled wolves, but could walk upright, had slightly shorter snouts, gray fur, and sharp, hooked nails on their hands. This was definitely a werewolf. But weren't these creatures only supposed to transform during a full moon? Then what was this, a daylight werewolf? Kyle didn't have time to think. He quickly raised his arm, his wand sliding from his sleeve into his hand. All descriptions of werewolves contained the same phrase. Their brains were chaotic, devoid of reason, and they would only instinctively attack any creature in front of them. This werewolf was no exception. It stared intently at Kyle, its eyes filled with cruelty and bloodlust. Well, what could he do? Kyle was the closest. The werewolf opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth at least 2 inches long. Dusty saliva slowly dripped from between its teeth onto the brownish-red floor. Thud. Roar. The moment the werewolf pounced, Kyle uttered the incantation first. Spongify. Thud. The werewolf's movements faltered, its body falling uncontrollably to the side. Thanks to Oren, who had explained the characteristics of werewolves in great detail during his last lesson, including practical information not found in textbooks. According to him, werewolves mostly choose a leaping attack when facing prey, a so-called forward pounce. Soft ground can cause them to lose their footing, making it perfect for this situation. Although the werewolf quickly got back to its feet, it was enough for Kyle. He dared not return to Hagrid's ward, there wasn't enough time, and turning to open the door would expose his back to the werewolf. Without hesitation, Kyle quickly took 2 steps back to create distance between himself and the werewolf, raising his wand at the same time. The floor in front of him began to rise, quickly forming rows of stone spikes only a few inches high. These spikes were not only sharp but also very sturdy, even a thick-skinned werewolf would find it extremely uncomfortable to step on them. It tried to climb over the wall. At that moment, a hospital room door was suddenly flung open, and Hagrid's massive body appeared in the corridor. He had rushed out the moment he heard the commotion outside. Hagrid was also stunned for a moment upon seeing the werewolf, but he quickly spotted Kyle not far away. Hagrid's face began to flush rapidly. "You monster, how dare you attack a little wizard?" He ripped off the door and threw it like a discus. Ouch! Hagrid's aim was quite good. The door slammed heavily onto the werewolf, causing it to howl in pain. Even Kyle instinctively gasped, he had even heard the crack of bones breaking. Although the werewolf was unconscious, its basic animal instincts remained. It glanced at Hagrid in terror, then turned and ran. Watching the direction it went, Kyle's pupils contracted, and he shouted, "Hagrid, that's a staircase. Don't let it go that way." "I know." Hagrid hurriedly chased after it. But he was too slow. The tight hospital gown clung to his body like bandages, making it impossible to run, let alone catch a werewolf. Even Kyle easily overtook him. "Kyle, come back." Hagrid could only tear at his clothes as he ran. "Damn it, haven't the Saint Mungo's men arrived yet?" On the other side, Kyle, who had also chased after it, was equally anxious. That was a werewolf. If he got bitten, he could basically say goodbye to Hogwarts. Unlike Lupin's situation, Street Mungos had so many people, if someone were bitten, it would be impossible to hide it. But he couldn't just watch the werewolf rush down to the first floor to attack those who were unprepared. Thankfully, there's Hagrid. Kyle felt a little more at ease hearing the heavy footsteps behind him. As the werewolf reached the top of the corridor stairs and began to slow down, he immediately extended his wand. Impedimenta. Flipendo. The 2 spells struck the werewolf one after the other. It paused for a moment, then slammed into the wall behind it. Kyle looked back. Professor Kettleburn was lying on his side in the corridor, holding his wand with his only remaining arm. He was the one who had cast the flipendo. What are you doing?" At this moment, a childish voice suddenly came. Kyle turned his head sharply and, without anyone noticing, a chubby, round-faced boy had suddenly appeared at the corner of the stairs. He was holding a lunchbox and looking at them with a terrified expression, clearly frightened. Not only Kyle, but the werewolf also noticed the sudden appearance of the newcomer. A fierce glint flashed again in its dim eyes as it struggled to pounce on the boy. Spongify. The werewolf, who had just stood up, swayed and fell back down. Kyle waved his wand, transforming an iron frame in the corridor into a sharp spear, and hurled it at the werewolf with all his might. The spear only slightly pierced the werewolf's skin before it could go no further. However, Kyle hadn't expected to succeed on the first try, so he immediately used another spell after throwing the spear. Flipendo. Like a hammer striking a nail, the spear, imbued with a knockback spell, pierced directly through the werewolf's chest, pinning it to the ground. "Kyle, get out of the way." Hagrid finally arrived. He looked at the werewolf before him and silently lowered his raised arm. It seemed, he wasn't needed anymore. "Could you please go find someone at the hospital?" Kyle looked at the little boy and said, "Tell them there's an out-of-control werewolf on the 2nd floor. The boy seemed terrified by what he saw. Kyle had to call him twice before he responded. Okay. He glanced at Kyle fearfully, then ran downstairs quickly. I think he's probably scared, Hagrid said from the side. Even he himself was quite frightened, let alone a child. There's nothing we can do about it, Kyle shrugged. Being scared is better than turning into a werewolf. At this moment, Professor Kettleburn, already wearing his prosthetic leg, limped over. I'm sorry, child, it was my carelessness. I should have added another spell. Kyle shook his head. It's not your fault, Professor. The werewolf was already powerless to resist, it only went berserk after seeing the boy. And the boy was standing at the corner of the stairs, out of Professor Kettleburn's sight. The people from St. Mungo's arrived quickly. Several wizards in healers' uniforms, wands in hand, rushed to the second floor in a panic. Merlin, the werewolf, what on earth happened here? An older witch clutched her chest, saying incredulously. That's what we want to ask too. Professor Kettleburn stepped forward, his expression serious. It almost bit two young wizards just now, right here, in St. Mungo's. This is the biggest joke in the wizarding world. Sir, a middle-aged wizard wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression flustered. There must be some misunderstanding here, we'll definitely find out. Misunderstanding. Kyle laughed in exasperation. This is your explanation. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, and if there hadn't been two professors nearby, who knows how things would have turned out. Even if he was lucky enough to escape, what about the boy, and all the patients in the surrounding rooms? Could they all have escaped? I will report this to the Ministry of Magic, Kyle said coldly. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, let them investigate. The Ministry of Magic, this. No need. At this moment, a tall, thin witch with a serious expression stepped out from behind the group. She gave the middle-aged wizard a cold look, and he immediately lowered his head. I have already notified the Ministry of Magic, their people will be here soon. Furthermore, I will give you an explanation for this matter. You or Kyle asked, puzzled. For a moment, he thought it was Professor McGonagall, because the two looked so alike, both in appearance and serious expression. Let me introduce myself. I am Margaret Sassia, the witch said earnestly. I am also the headmistress of the St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries. Dean Sassia was a capable witch. After making her decision, she immediately had the dying werewolf taken away. Thanks to the werewolf's vigorous vitality, it wasn't dead, but it was close. For some reason, its life is more valuable, Dean Sassia explained. I hope you understand. Kyle nodded. With Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn there, he wasn't afraid of any underhanded tactics. Thank you for your understanding. 3 minutes later, the Ministry of Magic arrived. Leading the group was Minister Cornelius Fudge, followed by a group of Aurors and a witch in a pink coat. Fudge looked at the large pool of blood on the ground, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Good heavens, a werewolf that can transform at will. Merlin by the eye, how is this possible? I mean, why is this happening? We're still investigating, Minister, Dean Sassia said calmly. If you're worried, you can come along. All right, we'll help. Where's the werewolf? At that moment, an Auror approached. He looked like an old lion. His brown hair and thick eyebrows were streaked with gray, and behind his gold-rimmed glasses were a pair of sharp eyes. Dean Sassia called a healer and led him to the room where the werewolf was. Fudge walked to Kyle's side and asked absent-mindedly, Child, how are you? I'm fine. 2 professors happened to be nearby. Kyle noticed that Fudge's eyes kept glancing to the side, as if he was thinking about something. Child, is it possible that you've mistaken something? Fudge chose his words carefully, then said meaningfully, perhaps the one who attacked you was just an animagus in wolf form, not a werewolf. You want me to lie? Kyle said. Lying? No, how can this be a lie? Fudge took off his top hat, his eyes flashing, and said, You're still young, you've never seen a werewolf before, it's normal to mistake one. I'm not mistaken, Kyle said, feigning seriousness. We just learned about werewolves last semester. Then you must be mistaken. Kyle said, his expression unchanged. I got first place in my grade on the final exams, and all my subjects were perfect. I can't be wrong. Fudge gripped the brim of his hat tightly, his tone growing impatient. But everyone knows that werewolves only transform during a full moon, not during the day. If this false information gets out, many people will panic. The last sentence is the key point, Kyle thought to himself. But before he could speak, the witch in the pink coat behind Fudge approached. Child, I've discovered you've violated the Ministry of Magic's rules by using magic outside of school. Umbridge glanced at Fudge and said in a cloyingly sweet voice, according to the rules, we have to punish you. I violated the rules, Kyle said incredulously. Isn't it obvious? Umbridge looked smugly at the wand in Kyle's hand. Child, there's no use in arguing. The Aurors will soon find out which spells you used. If it's more than 3, then I'm sorry, you probably won't be going to Hogwarts this year. Seeing Kyle's shocked expression, Umbridge was extremely pleased. She loved this feeling. Moreover, she was no longer satisfied with her current position. She wanted to climb higher and gain more power, so naturally she wouldn't miss any opportunity to curry favor with the minister. He was just a second-year student. There were some things the minister couldn't do, but she was happy to do for him. Kyle couldn't keep up the act any longer and said coldly, "You're going to expel me." "It's the Ministry of Magic's policy," Umbridge said with a forced smile. Throughout this process, Fudge stood to the side, seemingly very interested in his hat. Kyle's face grew colder, and he narrowed his eyes as he said, "So the Ministry of Magic means I should have just stood there and let the werewolf bite me, right?" "You could have run," Umbridge said with a fake smile. "The stairs were right there, you could have run to a crowd and asked for help. Why use magic?" Kyle took a deep breath, gripping his wand tightly, barely suppressing the urge to cast Avada Kedavra on her. Race against a werewolf. Even Lockhart couldn't have written such an absurd plot. Seeing that Kyle remained silent, Umbridge became even more smug. She cleared her throat and said, "Of course, if you..." "I'm not late, am I?" Footsteps sounded again on the stairs. Dumbledore didn't even glance at Umbridge, but went straight to Kyle and said, "I was just about to go to France, but I rushed over as soon as I heard the news." "Are you injured?" "No, Headmaster," Kyle smiled. "But this unknown passerby from the Ministry of Magic said I used magic outside of school and wants to expel me." "Don't worry, Kyle, expelling students is the headmaster's prerogative," Dumbledore said gently. "If they insist, I will attend the hearing with you. I remember clearly that even a young wizard who hasn't graduated can use magic in a life-threatening situation. Your actions are perfectly justified." "I'll go too," Professor Kettleburn said. Hagrid. "Me too. Me too." Dean Sassia stepped forward, looking at Umbridge with a playful tone. "Lady Passerby, if that werewolf awakens, would you be willing to have a contest with it to prove your earlier claim? If you can escape from it without magic, Albus will have no reason to stop you from expelling this student." If there was anything Umbridge couldn't stand, it was probably being ignored. She loved the feeling of being the center of attention and the awe in others' eyes. That's how she climbed to her current position. Now, with just one more step forward, she could sit in the position of deputy minister, becoming the second in command of the Ministry of Magic. And these people actually called her a nobody in the Ministry of Magic. Didn't they know their place? Umbridge couldn't accept this insult. Her whole body trembled with anger. "I am Dolores Umbridge," Umbridge said in a shrill voice, head of the Department of Law Enforcement, Ministry of Magic, and a member of the Wizengamot. "So you're a head of the department," Kyle said, looking somewhat uneasy, shifting his feet slightly in place. "So, you can take responsibility for what you just said, right?" Umbridge raised his head. I don't think Dolores meant that." Fudge interrupted Umbridge with a dry cough, interjecting, she was just too worried about the child. After all, a young wizard shouldn't try to defeat werewolves. Running away is the wisest choice. "Of course, I completely agree with you, Cornelius." Dumbledore nodded seriously. "And what she said about expulsion? Of course, it was a joke. The Ministry of Magic wouldn't expel a little hero who just saved so many people." Fudge chuckled. Dolores just wanted to remind the child this way so he wouldn't be so reckless next time, right? Fudge glanced subtly to the side. Umbridge immediately understood. She forced a smile and continued in her cloying voice, "Yes, Minister, I'm honored you understand what I mean. These young wizards are too arrogant. They just got lucky with a good grade and think they can handle werewolves. He needs to learn a lesson, to know what he should and shouldn't do, so he can live longer." "I will remember, madam," Kyle replied with a similar forced smile. "And by the way, you look really young for your age in those clothes." Umbridge glanced down at her pink cardigan, not thinking much of it, assuming Kyle was just flattering her, and walked away with her head held high. Dean Sassia, however, smiled slightly, glancing at Kyle with interest. She could tell that the boy was mocking the Ministry of Magic official for trying to look young. But it was true. Soon, the Aurors returned. "Rufus, how was it?" Fudge asked. "It's a werewolf," Scrimgeour whispered. "And he only moved into street Mungo's yesterday." "It really is a werewolf," Fudge frowned, nervously adjusting his hat. He couldn't imagine the panic that would ensue if word got out that werewolves could transform during the day. He, as Minister for Magic, would certainly face criticism. "No, this absolutely cannot get out." Fudge's eyes hardened, as if he had made up his mind. "Minister, I'll take this child to rest." At that moment, Dean Sassia approached, pointing to a young healer beside her. "Aurors, if you have any questions, you can ask Hippocrates. He'll cooperate fully." Fudge glanced at her, then at Dumbledore, and nodded. "Oh, no problem, you can go now." "Excuse me." On the 6th floor of St. Mungo's, there was a tea room and shops. Dean Sassia led Kyle and Dumbledore to a private room and ordered them each a cup of black tea. Dumbledore took a sip and said with some surprise, "It's my favorite flavor." "I thought you'd forgotten." 5 sugar cubes. "I always remember," Dean Sassia said casually. "If nothing unexpected happens, our minister will probably take that werewolf away." Dumbledore put down his cup. "Cornelius is sometimes like that, he gets too nervous when things happen." "All right, let me tell you what I know first," Dean Sassia continued. "That person came to St. Mungo's yesterday afternoon, claiming to have been scratched by a werewolf. But out of caution, the healers placed him in a special ward under special care. Last night happened to be a full moon, and he didn't turn into a werewolf, so he was moved to a regular ward. St. Mungo's has a well-established procedure. In special cases like werewolves, they certainly wouldn't be housed with other people unless it could be confirmed that they weren't infected. This is why the werewolf ran out from next door." Kyle nodded, indicating understanding. "A werewolf that transformed during the day when nothing happened on a full moon night. That was indeed quite bizarre, even the healers probably hadn't expected this." "Is this a mutation?" Kyle asked. "Probably not." Dean Sassia's expression was somewhat serious. "When I came in, I smelled a very peculiar potion scent in that werewolf's blood." "Potion?" "Yes, and it smelled very much like wolfsbane." Dean Sassia frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, "But unlike normal wolfsbane, it contained howling grass, and some other things." Howling grass. Kyle knew about it. Just like there's a branch of black magic in spells, there's also one in herbalism. Howling grass is one of them. Aside from illegal potions, normal potions don't use it at all. In other words, if an Auror detected howling grass in a potion, the wizard possessing that potion would have to spend at least a year in Azkaban. Kyle looked at Headmaster Sassia across from him and exclaimed in amazement, "Just by smelling him, you can tell what potion he drank." "Wolfsbane and howling herb are special," Sassia explained. "They can permeate the soul, so they stay for longer. Kyle, you probably don't know, but Peggy is one of the greatest potions masters of the last 200 years. At this moment, Dumbledore leaned closer to Kyle and whispered, "I've always wanted her to teach potions at Hogwarts, but she felt St. Mungo's needed her more." Although Dumbledore deliberately lowered his voice, in this cramped room, even the softest whisper was useless. "Albus, why are you saying all this?" Dean Sassia said somewhat helplessly. "Slughorn is also one of the greatest potions masters, and that young man named Snape, his talent isn't much less than mine." "It's different, Peggy." Dumbledore took a sip of his tea and said quietly, "You can never have too many good professors." Dean Sassia was silent for a moment, not continuing the topic. "Let's get down to business," she said, looking at Dumbledore. "I suspect someone is making a potion that can affect werewolves' transformations. The one we encountered today was likely deliberately placed in St. Mungo's. I don't know their reason for doing this. It could be testing the potion's effects, or it could be trying to create panic. But whatever the reason, this behavior is undoubtedly a desecration of St. Mungo's, and I will find that person. Do you need any help?" Dumbledore said. "I happen to know a werewolf friend. Thank you for your kindness, but no need. I have some connections with a werewolf pack," Dean Sassia said thoughtfully. They are enough. Dean Sasia's eyes were icy. That person dared to do such a thing in St. Mungo's, they had crossed her bottom line. Fortunately, nothing serious happened today, otherwise, St. Mungo's reputation would have been severely tarnished. She needed to let others know that potion masters also have tempers. Whether intentionally or not, neither of them mentioned the Ministry of Magic during their conversation. Dumbledore, having been rejected, said nothing more. A werewolf pack, one more or one less wouldn't really make a difference. There's one last thing, and that's about compensation. Kyle unconsciously leaned forward, he'd been waiting for this since earlier. I'm very sorry that our mistake put you in such a dangerous situation. St. Mungo's will take full responsibility. Dean Sasia thought for a moment and said, 1,000 galleons, this is our compensation to you. We hope you can forgive our mistake. Furthermore, because you stopped the werewolf from committing murder and preserved St. Mungo's reputation, we will reward you with an additional 2,000 galleons. 3,000 galleons in total. Kyle raised an eyebrow. To be honest, it was less than he had expected. It's no exaggeration to say that those few seconds when he encountered the werewolf were more dangerous than when he faced Orin in the Forbidden Forest. From grabbing his wand to casting the first softening spell, it was only about a second. If he had made even the slightest mistake, he would have been bitten. For something so life-threatening, 3,000 galleons was indeed not much. However, considering that the other party knew Dumbledore and had just spoken up for him, 3,000 it is. He had to give Dumbledore face. Besides, Kyle was easily embarrassed. Since they had already put it this way, he really couldn't bring himself to ask for the remaining 997,000 galleons. Kyle nodded, just about to agree, when Dean Sasia continued. And also, the Order of Merlin. What Kyle didn't react for a moment, he thought he had misheard. The Order of Merlin, Dean Sasia repeated, smiling slightly. I will personally nominate you, but whether it will be a second or third class, I can't guarantee. This was her true compensation, or rather, her thank you gift. In her view, compared to St. Mungo's reputation, the lives of those patients were the most important. There were about 50 patients lying in bed on the entire second floor. If a werewolf broke into the room at this time, they would be completely defenseless. Kyle could be said to have indirectly saved the lives of 50 wizards, an act that fully deserved an Order of Merlin. It's just his age, Dean Sasia frowned. Kyle was too young, not even 12 years old. If he were older, even just barely an adult, obtaining a second-class medal would definitely not be a problem. But now she could only try her best. Dean Sasia looked at Kyle and asked, so, are you satisfied? Of course, I'm very satisfied, Kyle smiled. But, can I exchange the galleons for something else? Oh, what do you want to exchange it for? A potion of equal value, Kyle blurted out. If possible, I'd like it to be made by you, any kind will do. This answer surprised Dean Sasia, who subconsciously asked, why do you want to exchange it for a potion? Because I love potions class, Kyle said without hesitation. Having a bottle of a master's creation with me means I can always be aware of my shortcomings. PFF'd. Dumbledore, who was drinking black tea nearby, suddenly choked, almost dropping his cup. He wiped his damp beard. Sorry, the tea's a bit hot. Kyle, seemingly oblivious, continued, besides, I have a little ulterior motive. A potion's master's creation is worth far more than the corresponding galleons. All right. Dean Sasia agreed almost without hesitation. I'll make all the potions required for the 7 years, one after another. But I don't know their value, it might be much less than 3,000 galleons. Are you sure? Yes, yes. Kyle nodded repeatedly. He'd only considered exchanging galleons for potions on a whim. He didn't need galleons anyway, even 3,000 more would just be gathering dust in Gringotts. It was better to exchange them for something else. Judging from Dumbledore's earlier comments, this dean's potion-making skill seemed even better than Slughorn's. Such an opportunity was rare, a potion's master's creation was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. After finishing their business, the group left the tea room's private room. The Ministry of Magic personnel were still downstairs, and they were there to help. As the Dean of St. Mungo's, Sasia couldn't simply ignore it. Also, 2 people were injured in the werewolf's original ward on the second floor. Although they were lucky enough not to be bitten, she still needed to check on them. When the group reached the 5th floor, Kyle saw the round-faced boy again. He was still standing at the corner of the stairs, still holding the lunchbox, but this time, there was someone behind him. Judging by his age, it seemed to be his grandmother. She was wearing a long dress, carrying a large red handbag, and wearing a hat with a vulture specimen on it. The round-faced boy from St. Mungo's, plus the old lady with the vulture hat, Kyle roughly knew who they were. "Speak, Neville." Seeing Kyle and his group, Mrs. Augusta nudged the boy from behind. The boy hurriedly put the lunchbox aside and walked nervously to Kyle, saying, thank you for saving me. I was just so scared, I'm sorry." "It's okay, I understand." Kyle looked at him and asked, "What's your name?" "Neville Longbottom." Mrs. Longbottom and Neville were waiting here on purpose. A dozen minutes earlier, Neville seemed to have misunderstood Kyle's meaning. Instead of going to find the healers, he went downstairs and started shouting that there was a werewolf, trying to get others to help from the 2nd floor. But no one believed him, even though they had just heard the commotion upstairs. Werewolves don't appear during the day, this is basic common sense in the magical world. Besides, this is St. Mungo's, a place teeming with talent, where there are plenty of people with mental problems. Just 20 minutes ago, someone claimed to be keeping a dragon upstairs. A werewolf is nothing to be alarmed about. Furthermore, the healers didn't believe the round-faced chubby boy either. Their presence on the 2nd floor was entirely due to someone else, the curly-haired intern healer who had led Kyle there. He had been in the werewolf's ward and witnessed the entire transformation. Fortunately, he wasn't bitten. Perhaps because the werewolf had just transformed and his mind was still confused, the werewolf casually shoved him into the wall. Once he pulled himself out, he immediately used St. Mungo's unique method to contact his colleagues and tell them about the werewolves. This led to the scene described earlier. Meanwhile, Mrs. Longbottom, upon learning of the incident, rushed to find Neville. After learning what had happened from her grandson, the old lady immediately wanted to take Neville to thank him. However, they were too late. By the time they found Kyle, he had just gone to the 6th floor with the Dean and Dumbledore. Mrs. Longbottom simply stood with Neville at the corner of the stairs, waiting for them to come down. Afterwards, Mrs. Longbottom invited Kyle to a ward on the 5th floor. Neville's parents were there, lying in bed, staring blankly at Kyle. "You saved Neville, and they want to express their gratitude to you," Mrs. Longbottom said, turning to the bedside, her voice trembling slightly. "Frank, Alice, the boy is here." But their eyes remained lifeless, as if they hadn't heard Mrs. Longbottom's words. "Child, don't mind them," Mrs. Longbottom explained. "I can feel that they want to thank you in person, but they just can't express it." As Mrs. Longbottom spoke, Neville stood beside her, head down, seemingly fascinated by his toes. This behavior infuriated Mrs. Longbottom. "Lift your head, Neville," she said sternly. "You shouldn't be ashamed of what your parents went through, you should be proud." "I'm not," Neville retorted, his voice soft but firm. Then Mrs. Longbottom looked at Kyle, her back straight, and said proudly, "They were driven mad by the Death Eater's Cruciatus curse. Those stray dogs tried to force them to reveal their master's whereabouts, but they misjudged the situation. The Longbottom family never compromises with dark wizards." "Admirable," Kyle said respectfully. "You too, child," Mrs. Longbottom said. "To defeat a werewolf at such a young age, not many people can do that. I hope Neville will have such courage in the future, and become an Auror after graduation, restoring the glory of the Longbottom family." She turned her gaze to Neville, suddenly frowning. "Stand up. Straight, Neville, I've told you many times, stand up straight." Even after leaving the ward, Kyle could still clearly hear Mrs. Longbottom scolding Neville. He looked at Dean Sassia beside him and asked, "Can't the injuries caused by the Cruciatus curse be healed?" "It's difficult. Any problem involving the soul is hard to cure. It's the same with werewolves, and it's the same with the Cruciatus curse." Dean Sassia thought for a moment and said, "The Cruciatus curse inflicts not only physical injuries, but also the pain of having one's soul torn apart. A wizard's body is very fragile. It's like trying to piece together a shattered mirror on a taut balloon. The slightest mistake and the balloon will burst." All we can do now is barely piece together the basics of the mirror, waiting for a more effective method to emerge while ensuring the balloon doesn't burst. Like the Wolfsbane potion? Kyle asked thoughtfully. That's right. Dean Sassia smiled. What we're waiting for is the Wolfsbane potion that can cure the Cruciatus curse, and we've been working towards it. Kyle didn't speak again, silently walking forward. Mentioning the shattered soul suddenly reminded him of Horcruxes. Yes, Horcruxes, the most evil dark magic artifacts in the world, invented by the despicable Hellbow. Kyle remembered that to create a Horcrux, the first step was to split one's soul through killing before it could be placed into the Horcrux. But what if the soul was already split from the start? Could that step be skipped? Like the Longbottoms, whose souls were shattered by the Cruciatus curse, wouldn't that perfectly meet the requirements for creating a Horcrux? Kyle fell into deep thought. Since a complete mirror couldn't be pieced together from a balloon, wouldn't it be easier to simply remove the fragments? Horcruxes were very special things. They were like an extra body, or a bridge, connecting those broken souls. And what's even more interesting is that once this bridge was formed, each soul fragment would become relatively complete, which is why Voldemort, despite destroying 6 Horcruxes, didn't go insane. It was precisely because of this characteristic that it allowed someone to achieve immortality. If that's the case, could the Longbottom's broken souls also be made into Horcruxes? After breaking the soul into parts, wouldn't the issue of those fragments no longer need to be considered? Of course, this was just one of Kyle's ideas. The problem was, he hadn't read any books about Horcruxes, his knowledge was limited to the smattering of his memories, and he had no idea if this was even feasible. Kyle glanced instinctively at Dumbledore not far away. The other man quickly noticed and gave him a questioning look. Kyle immediately looked away. Asked Dumbledore. Forget it. He figured if he uttered the word, Horcrux, the Elder Wand would be driven into the wall, and it would be embarrassing if he couldn't pry it out. Since he couldn't ask, he'd just have to find it himself. Kyle planned to look in the forbidden section after school started. If he couldn't find it, it wouldn't matter, he still had a diary next year. As for the crown in the room of requirement, to be honest, if he could, Kyle didn't want to touch that thing. It was too dangerous, and it wouldn't do him any good. As expected, the werewolf was taken away by the Ministry of Magic after he was out of danger. Dean Sassia didn't stop him, and after the ministry left, she took the healer named Hippocrates back with her. In the Dean of St. Mungo's office, Dean Sassia calmly asked, "How did it go?" "Very smoothly," Hippocrates said. "I managed to distract them during the treatment, for about 5 minutes. How much Veritaserum was used?" 3 drops. With the werewolf's regenerative abilities, the Ministry of Magic definitely wouldn't have noticed, Hippocrates said. "Also, I've asked all the questions you asked me to. That werewolf was always with Greyback, but a month ago he was taken to Nocturne Alley." While Dean Sassia and the healer Hippocrates were talking, Kyle was also taken home by Dumbledore. "That's enough, Kyle," Dumbledore said in Ottery Street, Catchpole Village. "I have to go to France to see a friend, and I hope he will forgive me for breaking my promise." When Kyle recovered from the discomfort of apparition, Dumbledore was gone. He also noticed that Dumbledore had led him to the vicinity of the burrow. The headmaster is also directionally challenged. Never heard of that. Kyle scratched his head, not paying much attention. Shortly after he returned home, Chris and Diana rushed back. "We received a letter from Dumbledore." Chris pulled Kyle close, examining it carefully before asking, "You encountered a werewolf at St. Mungo's?" "Yes," Kyle replied calmly, having already prepared his explanation. "But Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn were with me at the time, and they quickly dealt with the werewolf." "But Dumbledore said in his letter that it was you who dealt with the werewolves," Diana drawled. "Did he lie?" "Well, I felt it wasn't right to just watch, so I helped out a little," Kyle said, pinching his little finger to emphasize. "It really was just a little." Diana raised an eyebrow. "If it was just helping, then why did Sassia apply for the Order of Merlin, 2nd class, for you?" "Maybe Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn didn't need that, so they gave it to me." Diana clearly didn't believe Kyle's explanation. She squinted and said, "First you were taken to the Forbidden Forest by Orin, who was disguised as a defense against the dark arts professor, and only a few days later, you encountered werewolves at St. Mungo's. Perhaps Hogwarts isn't right for you." How about transferring to Beauxbatons? I happen to know Madame Maxim, she should take good care of you for me. Ilvermorny is also an option, Chris added. Hilscamander and his wife are professors there. I remember they liked you a lot when you were little. Transferring schools isn't necessary, is it? Kyle said nervously. That's such a hassle. It's not a hassle, Diana said. And there, at least you won't encounter such dangerous things again. These are all accidents, it's the same everywhere, Kyle said softly. Besides, the St. Mungo's incident has nothing to do with Hogwarts, right? Diana said calmly. How can it not be related? Hagrid is the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, and Kettleburn is the professor of care of magical creatures. That works. Kyle was speechless for a moment, but soon, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. I think it's because of Hagrid, both of these incidents are related to him. He must be really unlucky, which is why I was affected too. I promise to stay far away from him when school starts again, and everything will be fine. In any case, he had to shift the blame first. This tactic did work somewhat. After that, Chris and Diana never mentioned transferring schools again. However, they also forbade Kyle from running around alone anymore, even to Diagon Alley, where he had to be accompanied by an adult. Fortunately, Kyle hadn't planned on running around anyway, so he readily agreed. For a while afterward, to put their minds at ease, Kyle stayed in his room doing his homework. Perhaps because he had just finished his exams, the Hogwarts professors didn't assign much summer homework, probably around the same amount as during the Easter holidays. Kyle finished it in just 1 week, even with Fred and George's interference. The two brothers seemed to have turned his attic into a secret hideout, coming almost every day. While Kyle did his homework, they would study some strange candy there. They had used almost all the candy they bought from Hogsmeade before the holidays for this. When Kyle finished his last History of Magic assignment and went to the attic, he overheard voices inside. Fred, the diluted swelling potion only thickened the tongue a little bit, which is not the result we wanted. Wah, wah. Yeah, this is the closest we could get to success. If it weren't diluted, even a small amount would make the whole mouth swell up. Quote. Kyle pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw the two of them, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. PFF'd. George was fine, he didn't look any different. But Fred was different. His face had swollen up a lot, like he had a pineapple stuffed in his mouth. Anyone who didn't know better would think he had been stung by a wasp. Kyle tried his best not to look at Fred's face and asked, suppressing his laughter, "What exactly are you guys doing?" "Something that can keep little wizards away from their troubles." George blinked and smiled. "We call it skiving candy." Fred. Wah, ah. Kyle tried his best, but he really didn't understand what Fred was saying. He could only look at George and wait for him to translate. Fred said this series is sure to be a hit. After translating, George continued, "We're planning to make a candy that makes your tongue bigger, but the problem is, we can't get the amount of swelling potion right, we can't make it work only on your tongue. While making the whole head or mouth bigger would also achieve the goal of skipping class, it would lack the fun. That's not what the Weasley brothers wanted. Have you tried wrinkled figs?" Kyle thought for a moment and said, "I remember wrinkled figs can neutralize the effects of swelling potion, using that should be more effective than diluting it." "Oh yeah, how could I forget that?" George slapped his thigh, making Fred grit his teeth in pain. "Sorry, Fred, I didn't recognize that was your leg," George said, immediately getting up and running towards the door. "I'm going to Diagon Alley right now, I'll be right back." George hurriedly left. Because the Kyle family wasn't connected to the Flow network, he needed to return to the burrow first, and then use the fireplace to get to Diagon Alley. Fred originally wanted to go with him, but when he passed a mirror, he changed his mind and turned back to the attic. Although Fred was usually a bit carefree, he wasn't completely indifferent to his appearance, and he didn't want to appear in the crowded Diagon Alley looking like this. Otherwise, he would probably become the first laughingstock of the new school year. In the attic, Kyle was studying the twins' work from the past few days. A large box full of more than 10 different kinds of candy, all of which were some of the most popular varieties on the market. There were honey candies, fudge, toffee, and chocolate candies. Kyle picked up a fudge, and as soon as he brought it close, he smelled a faint bitterness, which seemed out of place with the sweetness of the candy itself. Wah! Fred seemed to want to say something, but Kyle didn't understand. He took out a notebook and wrote in it. "This is a failed experiment. We discovered that only toffee can mask the taste of the swelling potion." Kyle nodded, picked up a piece of toffee, and smelled it. The bitterness was indeed much milder. You couldn't even notice it if you weren't looking closely. Their method was just too crude. They simply cut a hole in the candy and stuffed the swelling potion inside. If they had been more meticulous, they might have been able to completely mask the taste of the swelling potion. Of course, it's also possible they were just too lazy to do it. After all, until they figured out the dosage of the swelling potion, this thing wasn't even a semi-finished product. Afterward, Fred gave Kyle a notebook containing all their previous experimental records, clearly outlining the specific reasons for each failure and its adverse consequences. It was about a dozen pages long, quite detailed. Just as Kyle was flipping through the notebook, George returned, carrying a paper bag filled with shrunken figs. "No need to buy so many, George," Kyle said, holding out his hand. "The shriveled figs are just for supplementary use, 1 or 2 will suffice." "Better safe than sorry," George said naturally, handing Kyle the things he was carrying and smiling as he asked, "So, are you joining us?" Kyle shrugged. "After a week of homework, we need to find some fun." Speaking of which, George suddenly sighed. "I can't believe you would waste your precious vacation time on homework." Percy did the same. When I got back just now, he was complaining that I disturbed him. Good heavens, I just opened the door. He wasn't doing his homework in the living room. I have to say, in this respect, you're much better than him. At least you never blame us for not being able to do your homework. Kyle didn't mind the Weasleys' usual banter, taking out 2 shriveled figs, peeling them, and squeezing out the juice. While they were at it, George took out half a bottle of swelling potion from a nearby box. He thought for a moment, then found an empty bottle and emptied half of its contents. Fred and George's potion-making skills were mediocre, and Mrs. Weasley didn't allow anyone to handle cauldrons in the house. To save time, they had bought these swelling potions directly from Diagon Alley, a full 5 galleons and a pint. They had to use them sparingly. After adding the juice of the shriveled fig, the swelling potion's color began to lighten, quickly changing from its original sky blue to a pale blue. Kyle nodded. It was good that it hadn't turned any other color, meaning the potion's properties hadn't changed. He picked up the bottle, ready to drip some on his hand to test the effect. But George stopped him. "No, no, no, Kyle, you can't do that," George said earnestly. "What we need is to enlarge the tongue, not the hand." With that, he took a new candy from his pocket, dripped some of the potion on it, and put it directly into his mouth. "I really shouldn't have eaten it," George mumbled. "This tastes so weird, it's like, ah." George's cheeks began to slowly swell, and his words turned into indistinct whimpers. That was his tongue. Fred, standing beside him, excitedly waved his arms and legs, making incessant whimpering noises, as if celebrating something. George's tongue began to swell rapidly, soon extending outwards, looking like a slippery python. "Looks like it worked," Kyle observed George's appearance. The shriveled fig had indeed neutralized some of the swelling potion and made it much less potent, only working on the tongue, which had the most contact with the potion. If they could just figure out how to remove the potion's peculiar taste so the young wizards couldn't detect it, this, quick-acting truancy potion, would be truly complete. Fred and George were overjoyed. "You've got it, Kyle, haha, shriveled fig." After the swelling potion's effects wore off, George excitedly said, "You don't know, we were actually planning to give up. Swelling potions are too expensive," Fred shrugged. "We've already wasted a whole bottle before this." 5 galleons, George said with a pained expression. "We really should have waited for you to come with us." The thought of wasting 5 galleons made his heart bleed. If it were a dung beetle, it would have been enough for them to fight a small battle with Slytherin. "You guys have money, don't you?" Kyle asked. 100 galleons each, you haven't spent it all, have you?" "Having money and wasting it are 2 different things," Fred sighed. "Besides, we only have 30 galleons left, and that's 30 galleons in total." On the first day of the holidays, Mrs. Weasley accidentally knocked the wallets off Fred and George's person while beating them. The glittering galleons scattered all over the floor, almost making Mrs. Weasley faint. She thought the twins had stolen some Slytherin student at school. Although Fred and George quickly explained where the galleons came from, Mrs. Weasley didn't believe them. It wasn't until Chris arrived that the matter was clarified. However, Mrs. Weasley confiscated the galleons, saying she was afraid they would do something bad. Now, Fred and George only had the money they had hidden in the box. Just as they said, 30 galleons, no more, no less, just enough. In the following days, Fred and George continued to come over frequently to refine the first product in their skiving candy series, Tung Tung Toffee. However, Kyle found the process too tedious and chose to stay in his room reading instead of joining them. This behavior left Fred and George speechless, as they saw Percy's shadow in Kyle. But they couldn't say anything. After all, Kyle was now their landlord and an important partner, and only here could they confidently and boldly research their inventions. Of course, they wouldn't truly remain completely silent. After being rejected once, George drawled, "Fred, I think we should order a batch of fireworks right now to celebrate Kyle becoming a prefect early. Then we'll have to celebrate for 4 years," Fred said in the same tone. "After all, you have to be a prefect in your 5th year at Hogwarts, and he's only a 2nd. Right, maybe 6, George raised an eyebrow. "Don't forget about the head boy." "Yeah, that's right, tisk tisk, 6 years of fireworks, that's a huge expense." The two chatted back and forth, their tone and expressions exactly like a certain potions professor. Anyone who didn't know better would think there were 2 Snapes standing at the door. Kyle didn't say anything, silently giving them the middle finger before turning his gaze back to his desk. There lay a stack of parchment covered in writing. The contents of the parchment were copied from the forbidden section. Kyle remembered it was a book about alchemy, titled Magical Products, Alteration and Fusion. He hadn't been particularly interested in the book initially. After copying it, he'd left it there and hadn't looked at it for a long time. But now it was different. Helping the Weasley brothers research the skiving candy was just a bit of entertainment after finishing his homework. What he really wanted to know now was Horcruxes. Kyle flipped through the parchment page by page, paying particular attention to the section on integrating magic into ordinary objects. After all, this was the only information he could find that was somewhat related to Horcruxes. Although the connection was a bit far-fetched, and Kyle didn't know if Horcruxes were related to alchemy, learning more couldn't hurt. They were both related to fusion anyway, so what if there were some connections? Souls and magic were quite different, but it wasn't impossible. He hadn't thought much of it before, but when Kyle started reading seriously, he found the book's content extremely obscure. To fully understand it, Kyle ordered many books on alchemy from Diagon Alley via Owl, starting to teach himself the subject from scratch. Alchemy is indeed an expensive hoarding subject. Even the most basic books cost at least 10 galleons, making it even more expensive than Lockhart's. Kyle spent a considerable amount of galleons on this alone. He studied like this for almost a month. One evening a month later, Kyle sat at his desk as usual, but this time, he wasn't reading anything. Instead, he took out a wand and tried to control the toffee in front of him, making it slowly float up. Ottery Street. Catchpole was a wizarding village, where magic was practically useless, and the Ministry of Magic would have a hard time tracing his actions. However, for safety's sake, Kyle only took out his wand at night, when the Ministry of Magic was closed, which was the busiest time. Furthermore, he wasn't using his own wand, but rather the Rat Witch's. After finding the wand, he immediately put it in his robe pocket without handing it over to Professor McGonagall or anyone from the Ministry of Magic. Although the Aurors did ask him about the wand, it seemed more like a formality. Kyle simply claimed he hadn't seen it, and they left. Perhaps in their eyes, the Forbidden Forest was so vast that losing a wand was perfectly normal. Maybe some small animal had snatched it. In the end, the wand became Kyle's trophy. It wasn't very handy to use, feeling strangely awkward, like eating noodles with a spoon. But you can't expect too much from something you found for free. Under Kyle's control, the toffee began to peel away layer by layer, and after about 5 minutes, the whole candy had become thin, almost translucent, candy wrappers. The wrappers were incredibly thin. If you looked closely, you could see different patterns on each one. Kyle took out another small bottle containing a light blue swelling potion and waved his wand again. 2 drops of the potion floated out of the bottle, spreading and splitting in midair into countless thin, almost imperceptible lines that perfectly aligned with the patterns on the candy wrappers. Then, the new wrappers began to coalesce towards the center, transforming back into a complete toffee. This was Kyle's harvest over the past month, changing the form of matter and then fusing them together. It was somewhat like the enchanting process in a game. But unlike traditional alchemy, which directly embeds enchanted gems into weapons, Kyle's method was like crushing the gems and recasting them into the weapon. The complexity increased exponentially, which explained why it was placed in the forbidden section. Kyle picked up the toffee and examined it closely under the light. It looked just like ordinary candy, without any difference. Breaking it open revealed no issues, it seemed to be just an ordinary toffee. Should I test the effect on someone? Kyle muttered to himself. This was his first time making something like this, and he was really unsure of himself, not even sure if it was a success. The best way was to find someone to test it. Kyle considered potential test subjects. Fred and George were the most suitable. They would probably be happy to try, but Kyle immediately ruled them out. He wasn't learning this to perfect a product for the twins. Besides, if they knew he could perfectly blend toffee and swelling potion, he wouldn't be able to do anything else this summer. Ron was a good candidate, obedient, easy to fool, easy to coax, and convenient for shifting blame. Potter, the savior who enrolled this year, was also good. He'd been in his comfort zone for years and didn't know how treacherous people in the wizarding world could be. This was a good opportunity to teach him a lesson. Kyle had put a lot of thought into it. Both of them were suitable. Who should he choose? Kyle was a little conflicted. At the end of July, Ottery Street. Catchpole welcomed a special guest. Hagrid was discharged from the hospital, and with the help of Newton the healer, he remembered everything that had happened before. He also learned from other professors about the events in the Forbidden Forest at the end of the term. Hagrid could hardly believe that Kyle had twice faced life-threatening situations a month ago, both of which were related to him. It's all my fault. This idiot. In Kyle's living room, Hagrid covered his face with his hands and sobbed. I almost caused you to die in the Forbidden Forest, and because of me, you encountered werewolves at St. Mungo's. I should be expelled from Hogwarts and remain a muggle for life. Hagrid trembled all over, and because of grief and regret, this nearly 4-meter-tall giant cried like a child whose lollipop had been taken away, large tears seeping into his beard. Hagrid, calm down. Kyle handed him a tablecloth, comforting him. Wipe your face. Don't forget you were a victim in Oren's affair too. And I've compared the notes. The contents of that note weren't written by you, were they? Kyle glanced at his sofa with a hint of heartache. Carrying Hagrid was already a heavy task for him, and with Hagrid's trembling, Kyle could clearly hear a sickening creak coming from the sofa, as if it might give up at any moment. But you almost died. Hagrid sobbed. I told Oren about Fluffy, and that's how he got the chance to trick you. He always has a way, Kyle said. Don't forget he's my defense against the dark arts professor. He can always find a reason to take me to the Forbidden Forest. But you'll definitely be wary of other excuses. Hagrid's shoulders were still shaking. And St. Mungo's, it was only when you came to see me that we encountered that werewolf. It was an accident, Kyle shook his head. And thankfully, I was the one who stumbled upon it. Otherwise, how many innocent patients do you think would have died that day, or turned into werewolves? We successfully averted a major crisis, Hagrid. Besides, I should thank you, because of the werewolf incident, I'll probably be receiving the Order of Merlin's medal soon. Dean Sassia promised she'd be my nominee. The Order of Merlin. Hagrid finally looked up, staring at Kyle in shock. You're probably the youngest recipient of that medal. Who knows? Kyle shrugged. Have a candy, it might cheer you up. Thank you, Kyle. Hagrid took the toffee Kyle offered, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. That reminds me, I brought you a gift too. Kyle looked a little nervous, frowning. It's not the new ferret sandwich flavor, is it? Hagrid finally managed a forced laugh. If you like it, I can make it for you next time, but not today. He pulled a large box from behind his back, saying, I just found out your birthday is tomorrow too. Happy birthday in advance, Kyle. This is a cake I made myself. Kyle opened the box. Inside was a large chocolate cake sprinkled with frosting, with the words, Happy Birthday Harry, written in green syrup. Hagrid misspelled it, but that was probably the gist. But that wasn't the point. Kyle squinted, his face full of confusion and bewilderment. This is, for me. When did he change his name? Did Chris and Diana know? Of course you don't like it, sorry, I took the wrong one. Hagrid looked at the words on the cake, slapped his forehead with enough force to topple a bowl, and then pulled a box from another inner pocket of his coat. This one is for you. The same frosted chocolate cake, the same typo, but the syrup on top was yellow, and Kyle's name had been changed. You and Harry share the same birthday, I mixed up the two cakes. Thank you, Hagrid, I love it. Kyle immediately cut a small piece of cake and put it in his mouth, and then, that was it. A rich, sweet taste shot straight to the top of his head, like drinking a mouthful of concentrated syrup. He really shouldn't have eaten anything Hagrid gave him. Kyle gritted his teeth and swallowed the small bite of cake with difficulty. How does it taste? Fantastic. Kyle gave a thumbs up. I've never eaten such a sweet cake. I'm glad you like it. Hagrid said happily, won't you have some more? There's plenty more. No, it's not the right time yet. Kyle shook his head repeatedly. I'm planning to share it with my friends tomorrow. It would be a shame if Fred and George missed out on such a delicious cake, and Cedric will be back soon too. I'm going to save a piece for him. Yes, good things are meant to be shared with friends. Hagrid smiled. If you like, you can come find me anytime after school starts. Cough cough, definitely. Kyle felt a tightness in his throat and quickly changed the subject. By the way, you prepared a cake. Are you going to give it to Potter? Yes, Dumbledore agreed to let me take him to Diagon Alley, but Hagrid frowned. I was supposed to go tomorrow, but for some reason, the acceptance letter hasn't reached him yet. So Dumbledore told me to go ahead and check, just in case something goes wrong. Kyle raised an eyebrow. That does seem a bit odd. Yes, so I'll go to Surrey in London this afternoon to deliver the letter to him personally. Hagrid continued, you know, Harry can't miss the start of Hogwarts. Don't worry so much, it's the owl's fault. Kyle looked out the window, thought for a moment, and said, some muggles don't like birds, maybe they chased away the owl that delivers the letter. How about this, you give me the letter, and I'll have Rodon deliver it for you. You can just take him to Diagon Alley. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Hagrid hesitated, he still wanted to give the letter to Harry himself. No trouble at all, Kyle waved his hand. The owl delivering the acceptance letter is a Hogwarts tradition, very memorable, and each young wizard can only experience it once. Once you miss it, there won't be a second time. Hagrid paused, taken aback. Oh yes, how could he have forgotten that? All right. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, then took out a pale yellow envelope and handed it to Kyle. Thank you for your help. No problem. Kyle accepted the envelope. Hagrid stayed a little longer before preparing to leave. Before he went out, Kyle suddenly asked, by the way, Hagrid, what did you think of that toffee? Oh, I haven't eaten it yet, Hagrid said with a smile. I'm going to bring it for Harry to try, he's probably never had any wizarding sweets before. Quote, hesitant. After Hagrid left, Kyle called Rodon and handed him the acceptance letter. He also took the toffee he had secretly hidden next to the wax seal. Be careful, that family isn't very friendly, and they might have weapons. The weather in Britain is always unpredictable. It was sunny in the morning, but by evening it was pouring rain. Far out at sea from London, a huge reef stood, upon which sat a crooked, dilapidated hut. The biting wind from the storm seeped through the cracks in the wooden walls, making the 4 people inside shiver. Even so, the atmosphere inside was tense and fraught with tension. What you've seen is all stupid lies. Now, hand me the damned letter. Vernon Dursley said, his face flushed and his breath ragged. Opposite him stood a thin boy with round framed glasses and a scar on his forehead. He clutched an opened envelope, the Hogwarts crest prominently displayed. Harry Potter looked somewhat bewildered. This is what you've been preventing me from seeing. He frowned. A Hogwarts acceptance letter. Shut up. Uncle Vernon let out a piercing scream, his face even turning purple. This world has no magic, he said, enunciating each word clearly. Give me that damned letter, and then we'll go home. No. Harry shook his head firmly, clutching the letter to his chest. It's for me. Uncle Vernon was furious. He never expected that after running so far, that damned owl would still find its way back. And he had never seen such a large owl before, With its wings spread, it looked like a monster, landing directly on their boat. Uncle Vernon was terrified. He tried to shoo the owl away, but before he could even take out his newly bought rifle, it was snatched away by the owl's claws and thrown into the sea. Then it stood there, its scarred face glaring menacingly at them, its dagger-like claws leaving deep, threatening scratches on the boat. The family dared not make a move. Monster. That owl was definitely not normal, it was a monster just like those people. Vernon screamed inwardly. Fortunately, the owl had left after Harry finished reading the letter. There was still time, as long as they destroyed the letter, there was still time. Give it to me. Uncle Vernon roared, charging at Harry to snatch the letter. Harry turned and ran, weaving and dodging Vernon's large hands in the small room. His small frame made him even more agile, and for a short time, Uncle Vernon didn't even manage to touch his clothes. But the room was only so big, and by the time Aunt Petunia and Dudley reacted and joined the chase, Harry was quickly pinned to the ground. Give me the letter. Uncle Vernon slumped down, panting heavily, and pulled hard on Harry's arm. This was relatively easy, and soon Uncle Vernon had pulled Harry's hand off his chest. But just as he reached for the letter, a sudden pounding on the door shook the entire small house, startling everyone who stared at the door in terror. Another pounding on the door. Dudley, terrified, huddled in Aunt Petunia's arms and said in a panic, "It looks like something's trying to come in." "Who's outside?" Uncle Vernon stood up tremblingly, his voice sharp but weak as he shouted at the door, "I'm warning you, I've already called the police. You're trespassing." A moment of silence followed, then with a click, the door was ripped off. A burly man stood in the doorway. "Could I have a cup of hot tea?" It must have been quite a journey. Hagrid squeezed into the house, then quickly put the door back on. "It's raining really hard. I should have listened to Kyle and taken the night bus. What are you all doing lying on the ground?" He bent down and pulled Harry up, smiling. "You must be Harry." Harry looked up at the fierce, gruff, indistinct face and smiled slightly. He could sense that this man was friendly towards him. Hagrid chuckled, "The last time I saw you, you were just a little baby. You look a lot like your father, but your eyes are like your mother's." Uncle Vernon let out a strange cry, as if he'd stepped on an electric shock, his entire face turning a purplish red. He tried to kick Hagrid out, but that was clearly impossible. "Get out of here, you big fool," Hagrid said, completely ignoring the shouting Vernon, and lit the fireplace himself. No one knew what he was doing. In the blink of an eye, a roaring fire filled the fireplace, and the surroundings quickly warmed up. "How are you feeling, Harry?" Hagrid said with a smile. "Much more comfortable, aren't you?" "Yes," Harry replied, looking a little hesitant. "I'm sorry, but I really don't know who you are." Hagrid said, "Just call me Hagrid, that's what everyone calls me. I'm the keeper of keys at Hogwarts. You must know Hogwarts, right? That magic school." Harry glanced at the letter he had been clutching. "Yes, so you already received it." Hagrid patted his coat pocket. There was an identical letter inside, but now it seemed unnecessary to take it out again. "It was delivered by a very large owl," Harry explained. "It's bigger than any bird I've ever seen." "Oh, well, its name is Rodon now." Hagrid took a greasy, slightly charred sausage from the fire tongs and handed it to Harry. "Rodon. Is that the owl's name?" Harry took the sausage and took a bite. The rich aroma made him involuntarily squint his eyes. He had never tasted anything so delicious in his life. "Yes, it likes that name." Hagrid seemed to remember something, his expression turning slightly disappointed. However, this disappointment quickly disappeared, and no one present, including Harry, noticed. "Oh, I almost forgot. Happy birthday, Harry." Hagrid took a brown paper box from his inner jacket pocket. "It might be a little crushed, but it still tastes just as good." "For me." Harry was somewhat incredulous that he could receive a gift on his birthday. He opened the box. Inside was a large cream cake. The cake was compressed, looking quite flat, and the green syrup on it was somewhat blurred because it had gotten onto the box, but the words, "Happy Birthday," and his name were still vaguely visible. "Try it and see how it is," Hagrid said expectantly. Harry nodded, scooped out a small piece of cream and syrup, and put it in his mouth. Sweet, sweeter than anything he'd ever eaten, like stuffing a whole jar of candy into his mouth. "And this," Hagrid said, placing a toffee next to the cake. "Candy." Harry's eyes lit up, but he didn't eat it. Because of that piece of cake, he couldn't eat anything sweet for the time being. Dudley, however, swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the cake. He hadn't eaten anything all day and was starving. "Don't eat anything of his, Dudley," Vernon snapped, then looked at Hagrid. "Listen carefully, I'm not going to spend money to teach him magic tricks." Hagrid smiled dismissively. Harry Potter wouldn't go to Hogwarts because he needed galleons. Don't be ridiculous. But Uncle Vernon didn't know this, he continued his nagging. It was at this moment that Harry realized his uncle's family had known about the magic school all along, but had kept it from him. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream came from behind them. Aunt Petunia grabbed Dudley like a madwoman, and his tongue began to swell rapidly, quickly growing to 4 feet long. Uncle Vernon, no longer bothering to argue with Hagrid, roared and charged forward, seemingly trying to shove the tongue back into Dudley's mouth. Dudley clutched his mouth, screaming in pain. The entire hut descended into chaos. Hagrid looked at Dudley, then at the umbrella in his hand, utterly bewildered. Had he used magic? No, he hadn't. But if it wasn't him, how could the child have suddenly become like this? Could the broken wand have misfired? But this hadn't happened before. Harry, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. No further explanation was needed, he now completely believed in magic. Magic was simply too amazing, he hadn't even noticed what Hagrid had done, and Dudley had become like that. Harry's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The Hogwarts Keeper of Keys. He must be a very powerful wizard. In that dilapidated sea hut, Harry spent the most wonderful night of his life. The next morning, he lingered, unwilling to wake, as if it were all just a beautiful, unreal dream. In this dream, a giant owl delivered his acceptance letter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, followed by a giant named Hagrid who claimed to be a wizard and used magical magic to punish his cousin Dudley, who had always bullied him. He was afraid that when he opened his eyes, he would find himself still in that cramped storage room at home. If he could, he wanted to stay in this dream forever, never to leave. Until Hagrid woke him up. "Wake up, Harry, this isn't the time to sleep in." Hagrid rubbed his sleepy eyes, opened the window, let an owl in, and bought the newspaper it was carrying in its beak for 5 nuts. "What's that, Hagrid?" Harry asked curiously. "The Daily Prophet, the Wizarding World's newspaper, all the wizards read it." Hagrid stretched and said, "We'd better get going, Harry. We have a lot to do today. We need to go to London to buy you everything you need for school, and we also need to buy 2 birthday presents." "Birthday presents? For you and for Kyle?" Hagrid said, "It's quite a coincidence, his birthday is today too." He actually got birthday presents. Harry's heart skipped a beat, and he almost jumped for joy. But he quickly noticed the other name Hagrid mentioned, blinked, and asked, "Who's Kyle?" "He's also a young wizard at Hogwarts, but a year older than you." Hagrid had already put on his clothes and boots. "He's a kind-hearted boy, very friendly to his classmates, and the professors and students all like him very much at school. By the way, his academic performance is also outstanding. He's the only young wizard in Hogwarts' nearly 300-year history to receive a special contribution award in his first year. If all goes well, he might also be the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin. If you encounter any trouble at the school, or have any questions, feel free to go to him, he'll definitely help you." Quote. As they spoke, the two had already reached the rocks outside. Harry blinked, he could tell that Hagrid really liked the guy named Kyle, and Kyle was indeed very talented. Although he didn't know any of those titles, it wasn't hard to guess from Hagrid's tone that they must be remarkable achievements. "Kyle," Harry murmured to himself, imagining what the guy looked like. Since he had never seen a wizard before, Harry subconsciously thought of some television programs about wizards, and combined with Hagrid's appearance, an image quickly appeared in his mind. It was a boy wearing a pointed hat, dressed in a pure black, or perhaps red or blue cloak, holding a thick wooden stick inlaid with jewels, serious and unsmiling, with a ferret wrapped around his waist. Achoo! Kyle, who was eating breakfast in Ottery Street, Catchpole Village, suddenly sneezed. "Honey, are you sick?" Chris asked with concern. "No, I just suddenly feel a little itchy." Kyle rubbed his nose, not paying much attention, assuming it was just from being around too many owls. He wondered who had leaked his birthday, because from dawn onwards, owls carrying beautifully wrapped boxes kept flying into his room, bringing gifts that practically filled half the room. Just then, another owl flew in through the open window and placed a large box beside him. "Looks like you're quite popular at school," Diana said with a smile. "You've received so many gifts. Mom, have you forgotten which house I'm in?" Kyle picked up a piece of bread and shrugged. "Hufflepuffs are always the most popular, it's normal to have many friends." Diana just smiled and didn't say anything. Kyle glanced at the package beside him. It was from Lee Jordan, and judging from its shape, it contained a cake. This was one of the things he received the most of. There were more than a dozen more in the upstairs room. If nothing unexpected happened, these cakes would be his daily food for the next few days, and the Weasley children too. Ginny would be very happy. Kyle shook his head with a wry smile and picked up another sausage. After breakfast, Chris called Kyle aside and said, "We've considered what you mentioned yesterday." Kyle was taken aback at first, then looked at Chris expectantly. "You've agreed to teach me." "Of course, we have no reason to object," Chris said. "But, can you tell us why you want to learn occlumency? You know, this special magic is extremely difficult to learn. Even many adult wizards struggle to learn it, let alone a first or second year wizard like you." Because of Oren, Kyle thought for a moment and said, "Back in the Forbidden Forest, I found that he seemed to be able to guess what I was thinking, and that feeling was awful. Oren was just an excuse. Occlumency is currently the only known magic that can resist external mental infiltration, and Kyle definitely needs to learn it. Furthermore, if he wants to understand Horcruxes, he'll inevitably have to come into contact with the notebook and the tiara, which also requires learning occlumency. Given Voldemort's mastery of soul magic, if he touches those Horcruxes before learning occlumency, he'll probably be seen through in no time." In fact, Kyle had started trying to learn this magic last year, but progress was incredibly slow. Just as Chris said, occlumency wasn't easy to learn. Without a teacher, self-study was extremely difficult. It took Kyle half a semester to barely reach the beginner level. And this level of occlumency was clearly no match for Voldemort's Horcruxes. Oren. Hearing that name, Chris felt a headache coming on. For over a month, he'd been thinking about this, but aside from the rescue operation 10 years ago, he couldn't recall any other connection between them. Chris sighed. "If you're sure you want to learn, we can teach you." "I'm sure," Kyle nodded. "When will it start?" "After you get off work." "No, you're not learning from us," Chris said mysteriously. "If it's occlumency, we've found you the most suitable teacher, and it will definitely agree to teach you." "A teacher?" Kyle frowned. To be honest, he didn't want anyone else, not even Dumbledore, to teach him magic involving memories and thoughts. And it wasn't just him, many wizards thought the same way, a point Chris should be well aware of. But judging from Chris's expression, he seemed to trust him completely. Kyle hesitated, not directly refusing, deciding to go and see for himself first. If things didn't work out, he could always find an excuse to leave. After agreeing, Chris originally planned to take Kyle to see the teacher after his birthday, but Kyle didn't think so. Birthdays could be celebrated every year, one more year wouldn't make a difference, and he was also very concerned about the so-called occlumency teacher, wanting to confirm the other party's identity as soon as possible. If it didn't seem suitable, he could quickly think of another way. Since Kyle had made this request, Chris naturally had no objections. The two arrived at an open area outside the room. Chris stretched out his arm and said, "We'll just apparate there." "Grab my arm." Kyle took a deep breath and grabbed the outstretched arm. "All right, let's go." With a loud bang, the two vanished from their spot. When Kyle opened his eyes again, he was standing in front of a red-roofed wooden house. The house wasn't large, but it was cozy, with every corner meticulously cleaned. A low fence surrounded it, and an elderly couple was smiling at them. Grandpa Newt, Grandma Tina. Kyle looked at the two people in front of him with some surprise. He hadn't expected that the teachers Chris had mentioned were Newt and Tina, but if it was them, then it was fine. "Little Kyle, weren't you supposed to be learning occlumency? What are you waiting for? Come on in." Tina pinched Kyle's cheek, led him into the room, and brought him a lot of cookies and homemade bread rolls. Kyle sighed inwardly. Although he had just eaten breakfast, he had still eaten a lot, stuffing his mouth full. Only when he couldn't eat any more did Kyle rub his stomach and ask, "Grandma Tina, are you teaching me this time?" Of all the people in the room, Tina was probably the most skilled in occlumency. There was no way around it. Her sister Queenie was a natural legilimency user, and if she wasn't good at occlumency, she wouldn't have any secrets from her sister. Tina smiled and shook her head, saying, "I'll only teach you the basic theory, but what happens after that is none of my business." "Not you." Kyle was taken aback, turning to Newt with some confusion. "It's not me, kid." Newt placed an open box on the ground and said with a smile, "Come with me, I'll show you to it." Ah. Seeing the box, Kyle immediately had a bad feeling. But Newt had already gone inside, so he could only follow. The box was very large, incredibly large. It was overgrown with trees, and even had several complete rivers and lakes, looking just like a real forest. Newt led Kyle to a clearing by a lake. Upon seeing the two of them, a Mappus cat gracefully approached from a distance, seemingly waiting for them. Its bright blue eyes stared at Newt and Kyle, and it lowered its head slightly. "This is Natalie." Newt gently scratched the leopard cat's chin and said with a smile, "Remember, Kyle. Every Wampus cat is a natural legilimens." "Of course, I remember." Kyle's lips twitched, his bad premonition growing stronger. At this moment, Chris also walked over, patted Kyle on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "How's it going? The teacher I found for you isn't bad, is it?" "So, my teacher really is the Wampus cat Natalie." "That's right," Chris said. "To learn occlumency as quickly as possible, you need enough pressure, because only in this way can you stimulate the strong emotions deep within you. So we discussed it and unanimously decided to have Natalie as your teacher, and it agreed. After you learn the basic theory, we will send you here, and then she will attack you. What you have to do is try not to get too badly beaten. If you can hold out for 5 minutes without getting hurt, it proves that your occlumency has been successful." "Wait, 5 minutes." Kyle suddenly interrupted Chris, saying incredulously, "This is a Wampus cat. Even if I learned occlumency, I definitely wouldn't be a match for it. A 6-legged Wampus cat is one of the fastest magical creatures. To put it bluntly, if it wanted to beat Kyle, it wouldn't even need legilimency, that would be unnecessary." "Don't worry," Newt reassured him, "Natalie is smart, she knows what to do." "But," Kyle wanted to say something more, but the Wampus cat named Natalie walked over and gently nuzzled his face. "Meow. Of course I believe you." Kyle quickly scratched its chin. "I just think this method is a bit unreliable. On the contrary, I think it's the perfect way to do it." Chris said seriously, "If we were teaching you, we would also use legilimency to create pressure on you, just like with the cat leopard. But the difference is that the Wampus cat can practice with you anytime, anywhere, which we can't do. Also, she won't expose the little secrets in your head." Kyle thought about it and suddenly felt that Chris's words made a lot of sense. Being legilimency doesn't feel good, but if it's the Wampus cat, it's definitely easier to accept. "Okay, I agree." Kyle nodded. The Wampus cat purred contentedly, then raised its front leg and kicked Kyle in the rear with a perfect front kick. Whoosh! As expected, Kyle spun and flew into the lake next to him. Chris and Newt were startled, but they quickly guessed what had happened. "Looks like we don't need to teach him the basics," Newt said with a chuckle. "I'm going to check on Anna. She recently gave birth to a litter of nifflers and is still quite weak." "What about you? Are you going back to the ministry?" Chris shook his head. "I'll go with you, I'm on vacation today." Newt nodded and walked towards another area. Chris followed, but after a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and called out, "Remember not to use any spells." A hand emerged from the lake and waved at him. What happens when a wizard faces an adult leopard cat without using a wand or any magic? No one knows better than Kyle what to say about this. He's been in Dorset for a week now, and aside from eating and sleeping, he's been getting beaten up almost all the time. The Wampus cat's blue eyes can see right through Kyle's every thought. So no matter how he tries to dodge, those pink padded paws always appear precisely in front of Kyle, then slap him lightly or heavily. The force depends mainly on Kyle's use of occlumency. The method of judgment is simple. If the Wampus cat's vision is blurry, it will only slap him lightly, a perfunctory gesture, otherwise, it will mercilessly kick Kyle into the lake. For the past 2 days, Kyle has been performing long-distance dives almost every few minutes, his clothes constantly soaked. However, as the days passed, Kyle jumped into the water less and less. After a week, the Wampus cat's paws landed much lighter, and Kyle only stumbled slightly before straightening up as if nothing had happened. Good, Kyle. Remember, clear your mind of all those chaotic thoughts and emotions. Tina, who was providing support from the sidelines, said loudly while holding a small niffler. Don't worry about what you'll encounter next. Stay calm and focus on the present. Unlike Chris and Newt, who never came, Tina came to check on Kyle every day. When she noticed Kyle getting anxious or overly agitated, she would offer a few words of advice. Hearing her words, Kyle quickly turned around and gave a thumbs up. The Wampus cat opposite him tilted its head, a hint of surprise on its face. Clearly, it hadn't seen Kyle's action, otherwise, it would have slapped him already. Tina raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly noticing something. After leaving the box, she returned to the room and found Newt fiddling with a cauldron. I think you can write to Chris now. So soon? Newt looked up in surprise, asking, it's only been a week, and he's already able to withstand Natalie's legilimency. Almost. Tina put the niffler aside and said with a smile, Natalie isn't as relaxed as she was at the beginning, and her movements are much faster. I can see that she's attacking purely on instinct now, not legilimency. It's just that neither Kyle nor she has realized this. The Wampus cat is, after all, a magical creature. Even its instinctive reaction will subconsciously lead it to believe it saw something, albeit vaguely. Looks like Dumbledore was right, Kyle is indeed a very talented kid. I thought he'd need to stay here for half a month. Newt stood up, brushed the herb fragments off his clothes, and said with a smile, then I'll write to Chris now and ask him to come and take Kyle back. Wait a minute. Tina suddenly asked, did they say they had anything to do recently? Probably not. Newt thought for a moment and said, I remember when Chris left, he said he would come to pick up Kyle before school starts to go shopping in Diagon Alley. Tina pondered for a moment and said, in that case, there's no need to rush. Let Kyle stay here for a few more days. I haven't seen him in a long time anyway. Didn't you just tell me to write the letter? Newt scratched his head. Tina didn't say anything, but just glared at him with a stern face. Okay, whatever you say. Newt squatted back down in front of the cauldron and added some white powder to it. The liquid in the cauldron quickly turned into a beautiful light yellow color, and a wisp of pink smoke rose from it. Beside it, the little sniffler, who was stuffing a spoon into its inner bag, suddenly stopped what it was holding. It sniffed, stared intently at the crucible, and drool dripped from the corner of its mouth. The contents of the cauldron seemed to hold a strong attraction for it. The niffler's black eyes darted around, and it huffed and puffed its way up to a nearby shelf. Finding its best angle, it pushed off with its short legs, ready to jump into the cauldron. But before it could even get into the air, a large hand caught it. No, not now. Be patient. Newt shook his head at it. And don't hide the spoon. Take it out now. The niffler slapped its pocket shut and tried to run off on its remaining 3 short legs. That won't do, Newt said, pinching the niffler's hind leg and gently scratching its belly with his fingers. Amidst a clattering sound, several small items fell out of the niffler's pocket. There was not only the spoon from before, but also 3 nuts, a button, and a whistle that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Even Newt hadn't noticed when it had put these things in there. At dinner time, Kyle emerged wearily from the chest. Tina handed him a towel and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Not so good," Kyle wiped his face. "I don't feel any progress compared to yesterday." "That's normal," Tina said with a smile. "Besides, you can't rush learning occlumency. You've been practicing non-stop for a week, taking a break is a good idea." "That's true," Kyle nodded. After being beaten up for so long, he felt he really needed to do something else to distract himself. "How about you bake cookies with me tomorrow?" Tina said with a smile. "We can practice in the afternoon." "Okay," Kyle agreed without hesitation. Although he'd rather see the other magical creatures in the box, baking cookies was fine, as long as he didn't have to face that Wampus cat named Natalie. Just then, Newt suddenly walked over and said, "Can the cookies be grapefruit flavored?" "Of course," Tina said with a smile. She was a little surprised. She had made grapefruit-flavored cookies the day they settled in Dorset, and she hadn't expected Newt to remember. "Thank you." Newt washed his hands and sat down at the table, picking up a piece of bread. "I remember Anna loves grapefruit." Quote. Tina's smile vanished instantly. Sorry, she said expressionlessly. I suddenly remembered we don't have any grapefruits at home, so I've decided to make butter cookies tomorrow. Huh, Newt scratched his head. But you just said. Crunch. Tina bent her spoon, her face darkening. I'll say it again, we don't have any grapefruits. In the following days, Kyle stopped spending all his time with the Wampus cat. Instead, at Tina's request, he set aside his mornings to bake cookies or bread with her. Sometimes, he would also help Newt take care of the other magical creatures in the trunk. He would then go to the Wampus cat to learn in the afternoon. However, his progress was still slow. For a long time, he made no progress, always seeming to fall just short. Another week passed. A week later, when Kyle returned to the lakeside clearing, he was surprised to find that the cat leopard Natalie wasn't waiting there as before. Am I early? Kyle murmured. No, your training is over. At that moment, Tina and Newt walked over together, with the cat leopard beside them. In fact, Natalie couldn't see what you were thinking for days, Newt explained. His attack on you later was purely instinctive. Kyle frowned. Instinct. Yes, Newt said. If you don't believe me, let's do a little test. He took 2 apples, one large and one small, from the metal bucket he was carrying and said to Kyle and the cat leopard named Natalie, choose one, both of you. The Wampus cat glanced at Kyle, then they both pointed to the larger apple. Kyle turned his head in confusion. Newt's face suddenly flushed. Ahem, it's a coincidence. Saying that, he poured the entire bucket of apples onto the ground. Now, let's choose one more time. The Wampus cat glanced at Kyle again, but this time, they each pointed to different apples. They tried again, and it was the same. Newt visibly relaxed. He took out his wand and put the apples back into the bucket, intending to deliver them to the invisible beast later. Now you believe me, right? Yes, I believe you, Kyle nodded. If the Wampus cat could still see his thoughts, this certainly wouldn't have happened. Kyle followed them back to the room and asked suspiciously, did you find out a while ago? About a week ago, Tina said. Are you wondering why I only told you now? Kyle nodded. I wanted to confirm it before, and now it seems you've really mastered it. Besides, Tina couldn't help but laugh and said, you've always performed very well, and it's quite interesting to see you occasionally suffer a setback. Ah. Kyle's lips twitched, looking helplessly at the 90-year-old Tina. What kind of twisted sense of humor was this? But anyway, learning occlumency was ultimately a good thing. Afterward, Kyle stayed there for 3 more days, not leaving until a week before school started. Newt didn't write to Chris. Instead, he personally drove Kyle home, giving him a box before leaving. Your birthday present, Newt said. I prepared it beforehand, but you were busy learning occlumency, so I could only deliver it now. I hope it's not too late. Kyle excitedly accepted it. The trunk looked a size smaller than Newt's, but it was new in the current trendy style, obviously recently made. The space inside isn't big, but it should be enough for you, Newt said with a smile. Use it well, and don't put all sorts of magical creatures in there. I don't want to hear about you being expelled from Hogwarts one day. As everyone knows, Newt is a well-known Hogwarts dropout, although he was expelled for taking the blame for someone else. After Newt left, Kyle immediately turned and went home. Chris and Diana weren't there, and the living room seemed empty. Kyle didn't linger, went straight upstairs to his room, and then eagerly put the trunk on the floor, opened it, and jumped inside. Underneath the trunk was a small room, but it was empty except for a simple shelf. Outside the room was a wide meadow, roughly the size of 2 Quidditch pitches, with a small lake in the middle. Compared to Newt's, it was indeed a tiny bit smaller, but it was enough for Kyle. He was only 12 years old and still attending Hogwarts. Even with that much space, he wouldn't have anywhere to use it. Kyle walked around the meadow, planning each spot in his mind. This place is good. Once I learn the weather charm, I can build a few rocks and make a nest for the moonbeast, and I can also raise Devil Snare nearby. This place is also good, close to the water source, so I can move the chomping cabbage here later. As for common plants like white pepper, I don't need to worry about them too much. I can just find a spot near the moonbeast. And those trees not far away, the Bowtruckle will definitely love them there. As he walked, Kyle soon arrived at the lake in the middle of the meadow. Looking at the shimmering water, he subconsciously took a small step back. But the next second, Kyle realized, what was he afraid of? There were no cats or wampus here. The lake was crystal clear, and you could see right to the bottom. Several lionfish were swimming leisurely in it. Just as Kyle was about to go check other places, he suddenly felt something tugging at his pocket. Kyle looked down, and a creature the size of his palm appeared before him. It had some black fur, a small, flat mouth like a duck's bill, but overall it looked like a mole. Niffler! Kyle exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected there to be a freebie in the trunk. This Niffler must have been born not long ago, even smaller than Kyle's hand. At this moment, it was clinging to his robe, its two little paws struggling to hold a galleon, trying to stuff it into its pocket. Kyle didn't stop it, just watched quietly until the Niffler was almost completely stuffed into its pocket, then he reached out and casually took the galleon out. Along with it, he also picked up the Niffler. The little guy clung tightly to the galleon, and Kyle shook it several times, but couldn't shake it off. "How did you get here?" Kyle asked curiously. If Newt wanted to give him the Niffler, he would have done so in person, not hidden it in a trunk, so this little guy must have sneaked over. Perhaps because it was still too young, the Niffler tilted its head, seemingly not understanding what Kyle said, and continued to hug the galleon, attempting to stuff it into its pocket with a pull-up-like, difficult motion. Nifflers, from birth, have a particular fondness for anything sparkly. They're always either treasure hunting or on their way to treasure hunting, rarely staying still. This Niffler in front of them was less than a month old, tiny, only slightly larger than a galleon. It probably sneaked away when Newt wasn't looking. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Back in Dorset, Kyle had noticed Newt spending at least 3 hours a day searching for Nifflers that had disappeared. Anyone else would probably have collapsed by now, Kyle knew he certainly would. But if it was only one, well, it shouldn't be a problem. To avoid worrying Newt, Kyle quickly wrote him a letter after leaving the trunk and gave it to Rodon to deliver. Rodon picked up the envelope and flew out the open window. "This is so inconvenient," Kyle mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he watched Rodon's retreating figure. The wizarding world is great in every way, except for its incredibly primitive communication system. Even a round trip by owl takes at least half a day, nothing compared to the convenience and speed of a telephone. Unfortunately, although Newt himself isn't averse to Muggle electronics, their place is far too remote, practically deep in the mountains, and surrounded by Muggle-repelling charms, making a telephone installation unlikely. After seeing Rodon off, Kyle put Niffler back in the trunk, then took a shower and changed into clean clothes. It's worth mentioning that the change of clothes Chris sent to Dorset were all Kyle's from last year, as he'd grown quite a bit taller this year, making them very uncomfortable. Tina finally helped him alter it, and it was barely wearable. Not long after, the Weasley brothers arrived, barging in like thugs the moment Kyle opened the door. "We just saw your owl, we knew it was you coming back," Fred said, arms crossed, blocking Kyle's way, his expression very serious. "I can't believe you disappeared for half a month without a word." George blocked Kyle from the other side. "And what's worse, we haven't received a single letter in half a month, do you know how worried we were?" Facing the aggressive Fred and George, Kyle remained unmoved. "Worried about him? That could only fool Ron. If I remember correctly, you haven't sent me any letters in the past 2 weeks either." Kyle raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you're worried about me?" Fred and George's previously serious faces immediately fell, exchanging a glance, communicating almost instantly. "You didn't write to Kyle." "No, I thought you did." Coincidentally, that's what I thought too. In fact, the two of them learned of Kyle's arrival in Dorset from Chris the very day he left, so of course they weren't worried about him. The reason they said this was because they had planned it beforehand, to find an excuse to mess with Kyle. However, their meticulously planned scheme, devised in one night, was ruined before it even began. Mainly, they were so focused on developing their quick fix skipping school candy series that they hadn't even considered writing to Kyle. "Ahem, of course we were worried about you," Fred said somewhat awkwardly. "But you know, Errol is getting old, and we really couldn't bear to let it fly so far to deliver messages." "Fly so far?" Kyle squinted. "Judging from that, you seem to know where I went." The twins' expressions became even more unnatural. "Just a guess, yes, a guess," Fred chuckled. "Now that we see you're all right, we're relieved." "Is that so?" Kyle continued, drawing out his words. "Well, you guessed pretty accurately." I suggest you take divination this semester. You'll definitely shine there. His expression now resembled that of a potions professor, only lacking a slicked-back hairstyle. Ah, we'll consider it. George turned away somewhat guiltily, awkwardly changing the subject. By the way, I have some good news for you. In the past 2 weeks, we not only successfully completed the Fat Tongue Toffee, but we also developed a second quick-acting skip class candy product. As he spoke, he pulled a fruit gummy out of his pocket. The orange gummy was translucent and looked a bit like a pea. Fred seemed to have completely forgotten what had just happened, blinking and saying, "Want to guess what it does?" Kyle took the gummy. Having learned from their experience with the Tongue Toffee, Fred and George handled it much better this time. There was no potion smell on it, so trying to figure it out from that angle was obviously impossible. Kyle thought for a moment and made a random guess. Does it make people have nosebleeds? Hearing Kyle's words, the twins' eyes lit up simultaneously. Nosebleeds. Fred said excitedly, "Kyle, that's a brilliant idea. Why didn't we think of that?" George slapped his forehead hard, as if he wanted to knock his brain out. What could be more suitable for skipping class than a nosebleed? "Kyle, you're a genius." Kyle smiled and said, "Thank you, I must say, you have a really good eye." Although the nosebleed idea was originally theirs, it didn't stop Kyle from accepting this very apt compliment. "It's a pity school starts soon," Fred suddenly sighed. "Otherwise, we could try to research it now." "We'll have to wait until next year," George said regretfully. "Or maybe during the Christmas holidays." Seeing the two of them looking like they'd lost 100 gallons, Kyle chuckled and held up the gummy candy in his hand. "So, what does this do?" "It's puking pastil," George shrugged. "It makes you vomit uncontrollably. But what you see now is only a semi-finished product," Fred continued. "After all, constant vomiting isn't good, so we're still researching the antidote." "Do you need any help?" Kyle asked. "Not this time." Fred shook his head. "The main ingredient in vomit candy is diluted styrax juice. Rue and daisy root are all you need for a perfect solution." "We're almost done." Kyle suddenly understood. Styrax and Rue were indeed a perfect match here. Because of a sudden matter at the department, Chris and Diana didn't return for lunch, so Kyle had lunch at the Weasleys' house. Mrs. Weasley, who hadn't seen Kyle for over 2 weeks, was very happy and immediately poured 7 or 8 sausages into his plate, forcing him to have 3 more bowls of rice. After finishing, Kyle was so full he didn't want to move. "Want to exterminate the gnomes together." After lunch, Fred extended an invitation with a fiery expression. "We're proper Quidditch hitters now, we can definitely beat you. Next time." Kyle shook his head, took a yellow envelope from his pocket, and said, "I'm going to Diagon Alley in a bit to buy some things for the new school term." "Oh, right, you haven't bought anything yet." Mrs. Weasley, who was busy in the kitchen, came over and said, "Wait a moment, dear, we can go to Diagon Alley with you." "No need, Mrs. Weasley," Kyle said with a smile. "The things needed for second year are pretty much the same as for first year. I just need to buy some parchment and ink, I'll be back soon." But Mrs. Weasley seemed a little hesitant. "It's all right, Mom," Fred said. "We can go with him." George chimed in, "Yes, Mom, don't worry." "All right then." Mrs. Weasley thought for a moment and said nothing more, but she still glanced at the twins and instructed, "Come back quickly after you've bought what you need, and don't take Kyle to any of those shady places." "We won't go to those places. To be honest, you may be our mother, but you don't understand us at all." While the twins were talking to Mrs. Weasley, Kyle suddenly noticed Ron sitting beside him, and the wand he was holding. He'd seen this wand at Charlie's last semester. It was badly worn, even the unicorn hair was showing. Kyle suddenly remembered something and looked up, saying, "Mrs. Weasley, you've misunderstood Fred and George." The twins nodded repeatedly, silently giving a thumbs up behind their backs. But Kyle acted as if he hadn't seen their gesture and continued, "They came with me to Diagon Alley to buy Ron a new wand." Hem. Fred and George stopped nodding halfway through, turning to look at Kyle in disbelief. Ron was equally incredulous. Merlin, Fred and George, were going to buy him a new wand. Ron couldn't believe what he was hearing, but then a surge of joy welled up inside him. He desperately wanted a new wand. For days, he'd even dreamt of picking one out at Ollivander's. Unfortunately, despite their newfound wealth, Mrs. Weasley refused his request, claiming the galleons belonged to the twins and she was merely holding them for them. Unexpectedly, Ron, his eyes red-rimmed, looked at his two brothers with a face full of emotion, as if he might burst into tears at any moment. Fred and George were still somewhat stunned, their expressions blank. When had they ever said they wanted to buy Ron a new wand? Wasn't that just a waste of galleons? He was only a first year, Charlie's old wand would suffice. However, trusting Kyle, the twins hesitated for a moment before not objecting. Yes, Mum. Fred said through gritted teeth, we did want to buy Ron a new wand. George took a deep breath, forcing a dry smile. We just didn't say anything because we were afraid you would object. My dear, how could I object? Mrs. Weasley's eyes were also a little moist. She stepped forward and gently hugged Fred and George. I'm glad you think that way. George is right, I didn't know you well enough. I'm Fred, Mum, George said, blushing and a little shyly. You've mistaken us again. I'm sorry, Fred, dear, Mrs. Weasley said, releasing them with a smile. By the way, wait a moment. With that, she went upstairs. In the meantime, the twins immediately looked at Kyle, their eyes full of confusion. Kyle shook his head imperceptibly, signaling them to be patient. Soon, Mrs. Weasley returned, carrying a bag. These are your galleons, she said, handing the bag to George, who was closest. I was worried that you were too young and would spend so many galleons recklessly, but now it seems you've really grown up. Take them, you can't buy a wand without them. George eagerly opened the bag, inside were about 30 gleaming galleons. A flicker of disappointment crossed the twins' eyes. They had thought all the galleons were inside, there were only 30. Mrs. Weasley guessed his thoughts immediately and said sternly again, what, not enough? Then forget it. She made a move to take the bag out. George took a step back and shook his head repeatedly, of course not, Mother, how could we think it's not enough? Seemingly afraid Mrs. Weasley would change her mind, George walked straight to the fireplace, holding the bag in one hand and grabbing a handful of flow powder in the other. We're running out of time, we have to go. With that, he threw the flow powder into the fireplace and walked in without looking back. Diagon Alley. In the blink of an eye, George was gone. Fred and Kyle immediately followed. When Kyle opened his eyes again, he was already in front of the fireplace in the leaky cauldron. Fred and George flanked him, speaking rapidly. When did we say we were going to buy Ron a wand? We need an explanation, Kyle. A wand costs 7 galleons, that's enough to make 100 fat-tongue toffee. Don't get excited, aren't you curious? Why is Ollivander's shop so dirty? Kyle whispered something in their ears. After listening, the twins' eyes gradually became interested, though a hint of confusion remained. Fred hesitated, saying, a wand costs 7 galleons. Isn't that too wasteful? It's all right, I'll pay for it, Kyle said with a smile, consider it a gift for Ron's first year. Plop. Just then, a round figure rolled out of the fireplace. Ron, not bothering to brush the dust off himself, immediately stood up and looked around, searching for something. Only when he saw Kyle and the twins not far away did he breathe a sigh of relief and run over cheerfully. You said you'd buy me a new wand. Ron looked at Fred and George, his eyes filled with a mixture of hope and worry. After the initial joy, he was now afraid this was just another joke. After all, Fred and George had a history of this, similar things had happened more than once in their family. Of course, my dear brother, Fred said with a smile, patting his shoulder. Are you doubting your own brother? George beside him also wore a pained expression. Ron, you've broken our hearts. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Ron's heart tightened instantly. His face flushed, and he stammered, I'm just scared. No, not scared. I trust you guys, really, All right, Ron, don't be nervous, Kyle said with a smile. They're just joking this time. Don't worry, you'll definitely get your new wand today, I promise. Ron was indeed a little too nervous, he wasn't usually like this, well, not much different. Compared to Fred and George, Kyle was clearly more trustworthy in Ron's eyes. Thank you, Kyle. Ron's flushed face had faded considerably. Although he was still very nervous, he wasn't as exaggerated as before, and he seemed much more normal. But Fred and George weren't happy. Why are you thanking Kyle? As expected, you still don't trust us. Ron started to get nervous again. No, no, thank you too. Fred and George nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, the four of them left the chaotic leaky cauldron and headed towards Diagon Alley. At the entrance, Kyle deliberately walked at the back, casually kicking his leg to the side, intending to move the trash can. Thump. With a muffled sound, the trash can didn't budge. Kyle turned around and examined it closely for a moment before realizing that the bottom of the trash can had been glued to the ground with a sticking charm. No wonder he hadn't been able to move it. It must have been old Tom. Kyle's face darkened. It was too much. Last year he had said he trusted him, but secretly he had fixed the trash can to the ground. Was trust between people really that fragile? Kyle grew angrier the more he thought about it. Taking advantage of the other three's inattention, he quickly drew his wand and pointed it at the trash can. Engorgio. The trash can visibly grew taller. However, the increase was small, just about the thickness of a brick. Kyle put away his wand and, as if nothing had happened, caught up with the Weasleys. George asked, somewhat puzzled, "What are you doing in the back? Why are you so slow?" Kyle replied casually, "Nothing, I accidentally dropped a sickle. Found it." "Yeah, found it." George nodded, not thinking much of it. The group had a clear goal and headed straight for Ollivander. Ron walked in front, while Kyle and the twins lagged slightly behind, whispering among themselves. "What do you think would happen if we suddenly left now?" Fred said in a low voice. "Little Ron would be devastated," George said, barely suppressing a laugh. "And then we'd get a beating from Mom." And Kyle added, "You wouldn't be able to keep the 30 galleons you just got." "All right, let's forget about it then." Fred shrugged. "Consider it for the sake of galleons." Ron, who was walking in front, seemed to have heard them and quickly turned around to look. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the three of them were still behind him. "By the way, do you have any plans?" After Ron turned his head back, George asked in a low voice. Ron may not be very bright, but he wouldn't ask those kinds of questions for no reason. Fred nodded in agreement. "Yeah, he's probably thinking about the new wand right now. He wouldn't care if Ollivander's shop is dirty or not. If he doesn't ask, we can remind him." Kyle stroked his chin and whispered a few words to the two of them. Fred frowned after listening and asked somewhat doubtfully, "Will that work?" "It should be fine." Kyle shrugged. "If it doesn't work, then forget it. Anyway, I'm just curious. It's not like I necessarily need to know." "Tisk, your curiosity is really expensive." George curled his lip. 7 galleons. Kyle just smiled and didn't say anything. Ollivander's wasn't far from the entrance to Diagon Alley, it was basically just around the corner. Looking at the small, shabby shop, Ron's excitement grew. But just as he was about to go inside, Fred walked past first. He was looking down, seemingly lost in thought. "Watch out, Fred," Ron warned with difficulty, "you're going the wrong way, that's not the door." Before Ron could finish speaking, Fred slammed into the shop window. "Oh, damn it, why is this shop so dirty?" Fred brushed the dust off his clothes, somewhat annoyed. "I should have known better than to wear this robe today, it's brand new." George joined in to help. The two brushed off the dust for a while, but the robe still looked very dirty, a dusty mess. "Fred, you're so careless," George exclaimed dramatically. "Mom will definitely scold you when she sees this." "I can't help it, it's too dirty here. I feel like the dust here is hundreds of years old." Kyle walked over and said seriously, "But I think you can go to Ollivander's for compensation. Remember my roommate Mikkel? He dirtied his new robe at the pet store last year, and the clerk there gave him an extra serving of pet food. Too bad, we're not buying wands." Fred looked a little regretful. "Otherwise, I would definitely go to Ollivander's and ask them for an extra wand care kit." "Yeah, what a pity." George shook his head. "A care kit costs 7 sickles. There's nothing we can do about it." Fred sighed. "Never mind, you take Ron inside first." "Okay." George nodded, then opened the Ollivander's door and went inside. "Ron, come here quickly." Ron seemed to have been thinking about something, but he ran over as soon as he heard George's voice. However, Kyle noticed that Ron deliberately rubbed against the door frame when he entered. "So, did he believe it?" Fred asked impatiently as soon as the two left. "I think he probably does." Kyle took out his wand and pointed it at Fred's robes. "Clean and shine." In an instant, all the dust disappeared. "Ha, the cleaning charm." Fred looked at his newly renovated robes and sighed softly, Mother uses this spell almost 3 times a day, why can't Ron remember it? Who knows? Kyle shrugged. His previous plan was a last-minute idea, almost riddled with flaws. The biggest problem was the cleaning charm, which was also the main reason Fred and George thought Ron wouldn't fall for it. In wizarding families, this spell is one of the most commonly used household spells, and they felt that Ron couldn't possibly not know it. Kyle thought so too. In fact, when he saw Ron's cautious look in the leaky cauldron, he had already started to wonder whether to let Ron go. But since he was already here, it wouldn't be good to do nothing. So he came up with this plan to minimize the difficulty for Ron. Otherwise, he could have simply let Ron ask directly. Given Ron's desire for a new wand, he believed he wouldn't refuse. Kyle's idea was simple. If Ron said, "Why don't you use a cleaning charm?" he would abandon all his plans and immediately buy a wand. But Ron didn't. Not only did he not, he actually believed it. That was absurd. Ollivander seems to be out. Fred raised an eyebrow and said, "Let's go in quickly, I can't wait to see the show." "Hey, is that all right?" Kyle teased. "Ron is your own brother. Thanks for reminding me, otherwise I almost forgot." Fred smiled slyly, then opened the shop door and went inside. Just as Kyle was about to follow, he suddenly noticed a familiar face around the corner not far away. A black cloak fluttered without wind, greasy hair gleamed slightly, and a sinister gaze darted left and right, making him look like a large bat walking in the night, completely out of place in the lively atmosphere around him. And there seemed to be someone following behind him, though they were hidden by his robes, only a pair of short legs visible. "Long time no see, Professor Snape." As the other person approached, Kyle greeted him first. "What a coincidence, Professor, are you out shopping with your daughter?" "Oh, it's Canna." Only when they got closer did Kyle realize that the person following Snape was actually Connor. Snape's eye twitched, as if he'd been force-fed a turd, his face instantly darkening. "Don't talk nonsense, Kyle." Connor poked her head out. "Uncle Snape hasn't." "Shut up, Canna." The little girl was abruptly interrupted by Snape before she could finish. A strange look flashed in Kyle's eyes. He noticed Canna's address to Snape had changed. But before he could think further, he heard Snape's slightly mocking voice. "Why are you here, Ollivander? Is your wand broken?" "No, Professor, I cherish my wand." Kyle said calmly. "I came with Fred and George to buy new wands for their little brother. Ron Weasley is also a freshman this year." Snape looked somewhat disappointed. "Also, I'd like to buy some potion-making ingredients." Kyle continued, "I can't wait to take your potions class." HMPH. Snape made a short, incomprehensible sound, his face darkening as if he'd been fed a second turd. But for some reason, he held back, giving Kyle a thoughtful look without saying anything. "Let's go, Canna." Snape didn't look at Kyle again, turning and continuing on his way. Canna clearly wanted to stay a little longer. So many bizarre things had happened around her this summer. Her experiences in just 2 months were more exciting than her previous 2 years. She desperately wanted to share them with Kyle. Snape, however, didn't see it that way. He glanced at Kyle with disgust, grabbed Canna by the collar without a word, and dragged her away. Canna kept gesturing, but he remained unmoved, even bluntly saying, "Don't associate with Kyle again. He's not a good person." Kyle watched them turn into the nearby cauldron shop before turning and entering Ollivander's wand shop. Having been delayed by Snape, Kyle thought he'd miss the most exciting moment, but as soon as he entered, he heard Ollivander's somewhat hurried voice. "The shop never gives away wand care kits, you have to buy them separately. I remember you're from the Weasley family, so why don't you even know about the cleaning charm?" At this moment, the dust Ron had deliberately rubbed on his arm was gone. He stood there, his face flushed, head down, searching for something on the floor. Kyle thought he was probably looking for a crack in the floor. "As for why I don't clean," Ollivander paused, then said without changing his expression, "it's for the balance of gray magic. The dust acts as a barrier to protect the wands in the shop from external magical influences. It involves a lot of complex things, and only we wand makers understand it. You wouldn't understand even if I explained." "Then, which hand do you use your wand with?" Ron shakily extended his right hand. Then a measuring tape flew from the counter and began to roughly measure his body. Beside him, Fred and George were both looking down, clutching their stomachs, trembling uncontrollably. If it weren't for Ollivander's presence, they probably would have burst out laughing. After measuring his body, it was time for the wand testing. For Ron, this process was far from smooth. When he tried the 7th, or maybe the 8th wand, the wand repelled him. As soon as he held it, a rapid stream of water gushed from the tip, soaking him completely. This left him drenched, shivering in the wind. An hour later, the boxes on the counter were almost piled up like a mountain. George and Kyle sat cross-legged beside him, idly playing wizard chess, while Fred watched, occasionally offering his opinions. Neither of them listened to him. A great combination. Ollivander's voice suddenly rang out. 14 inches, Willow, unicorn hair core, it suits you perfectly, Mr. Weasley. So, 7 galleons. Had he finished choosing? Kyle immediately stood up, which immediately drew George's displeasure. Hey, I'm about to win. But Kyle ignored him, instead taking out his wallet and grabbing a handful of galleons. Just as he was about to hand the galleons to Ollivander, Fred suddenly hooked his arm around Kyle's shoulder and said with a grin, Kyle, what else do you want to buy? Taking advantage of this moment, George quickly stepped forward and handed the 7 galleons to Ollivander. Ginny will also get a new wand from her brother next year, or a new robe, Fred winked. Kyle chuckled, not so bad about galleon now. I still am, Fred sighed. Ron's too clumsy, it feels like a waste to give him a new wand. After leaving Ollivander, the group stretched. Kyle, we need to hurry, Fred said. Mom's probably getting impatient. If we're any later, she might come looking for us. What else did you need to buy? George asked. Some parchment, Kyle said, and a bottle of Exeep's Luscious Locks solution. After returning from Diagon Alley, Kyle put aside everything and enjoyed his remaining vacation time, also testing the performance of his new broom. A year later, Kyle finally received his own broom. Not the outdated Nimbus 1700, nor the more cost-effective Sweeper series, but the Nimbus 2000, which had only been on sale a month prior and had become an instant sensation throughout the wizarding world. It was also a birthday gift from Diana and Chris. Because Kyle had been in Dorset, the gift had remained in his room until recently. It must be said that as a broom coveted by almost every professional team, the Nimbus 2000 was indeed impeccable in performance. Not only was it fast and stable, but it was also incredibly smooth to use. Kyle only needed a light touch to steer the Nimbus 2000 in the direction he needed. With this broom, Kyle could even defeat the Weasley brothers in a 2-on-1 Quidditch match at St. Catchbolt Village. The next day, Cedric finally returned from France and naturally joined Kyle's team. The 1-on-2 became 2-on-2. Needless to say, Fred and George suffered a crushing defeat as expected. This isn't fair. George glanced at his old broom and sighed, the difference in broom size is too big. If we had a Nimbus 2000, or even a Nimbus 1500, you wouldn't have a chance to win. That's not the most important thing, George. Fred said quietly, patting him on the shoulder. We're about to start school, and Kyle will definitely be on the Hufflepuff Quidditch team this year. That's not good news for us Gryffindors. Yes, you're right. George slumped to the ground, somewhat dejected. He knew what Fred meant, of course. With Kyle's addition, the Hufflepuff team could smoothly transition between generations without being weakened too much. But it was different for Gryffindor. After Charlie graduated, Gryffindor simply couldn't find a suitable seeker to replace him. Unlike other positions, the seeker position requires extremely high talent, and such players are rare. Seekers like Cedric, who displayed exceptional talent in their second year, are extremely rare even in the entire Hogwarts. Lee Jordan's talent was decent, while not as good as Cedric, he wasn't far behind. But unfortunately, he had already decided to become a commentator. Thinking of this, Fred and George exchanged a glance and sighed in unison. And so, summer vacation passed quickly. On September 1st, Mr. Weasley once again took them to King's Cross Station. At the station, Kyle observed his surroundings intentionally or unintentionally. But when he got to the platform, he didn't see any boys wearing glasses nearby. Had he arrived at the wrong time? Kyle wondered, but didn't think too much about it. Just then, Mrs. Weasley suddenly asked, "All right, which platform is this?" 9. Ginny blurted out, "Mom, can I go?" "You're too young, Ginny, don't talk now." Mrs. Weasley glanced to the side and said, "Percy, you go first." Percy walked onto the platform without a word. Kyle, it's your turn. Kyle nodded and followed her in. The platform was already quite crowded. They found their friends and chatted in small groups about their summer vacation. Sorry, Kyle. Percy, who was walking ahead of him, turned around and said, I have to go to the prefect's car first. You know, the prefect is responsible for maintaining order on the train, and there are a lot of things that need to be prepared in advance. As he spoke, he fiddled with the gold and red badge on his chest. Percy had been talking about becoming a Gryffindor prefect for over a month now. It's all right, you go ahead, Kyle said. I'll wait for Fred and George. See you at school. Percy fiddled with his prefect badge again, then picked up his luggage and walked towards the train. Kyle remained where he was. For some reason, quite a while passed before Fred and George finally entered the platform. Upon meeting, Fred smiled and said, We encountered a lost little wizard. Right after you and Percy left, Mama found her asking for directions to Muggle platform 9 3/4, George said. That little girl was really persistent, she seemed convinced there was a platform with a sign for 9 3/4. The Muggle was furious. When we came in, we heard him constantly complaining about how some people were wasting other people's time. A little girl. Kyle paused, wasn't that Harry Potter? Just then, two more people entered through the passageway, one after the other. They appeared to be a father and daughter. The man who entered first looked about Chris's age, his hair neatly combed, and he wore a sophisticated dark suit. He curiously surveyed his surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on the red Hogwarts Express. Then, a little girl entered. She dragged a large suitcase, her thick, long brown hair disheveled. Upon seeing the girl, the man immediately extended his hand, saying, Darling, let me help you with the suitcase. No, Daddy, I can manage, the girl shook her head. I put a spell on the suitcase before we left, it's not as heavy as it looks. You know, I've memorized all my textbooks. Yes, I know, but Hermione, the man hesitated, glancing at the large suitcase. He had helped carry it down at King's Cross Station. Well, the weight was almost exactly the same as when it was packed last night, the spell clearly hadn't worked. Wait a moment, Daddy. At this moment, the girl also noticed Kyle and his two companions, or more precisely, Fred and George. She walked over and said, Thank you for helping me find the platform. You're welcome. It's nothing. Fred and George shrugged dismissively, to them, it was just a trivial matter. No, without your help, I probably would have been searching at the station for ages. The girl shook her head. I clearly memorized all my textbooks, but none of them had the platform location written in them. By the way, my name is Hermione Granger. By the way, what are your names? Fred Weasley. George Weasley. The new student named Hermione soon left with her father. As soon as she left, Fred wore a strange expression. She's memorized all her textbooks. Yes, Fred, you heard me right. George suppressed a laugh. We did see another Percy. Percy had also memorized all his textbooks before enrolling, for which Mrs. Weasley rewarded him with a brand new robe. Which house do you think she'll be sorted into? George asked. Fred raised an eyebrow. Is that even a question? Ravenclaw. I think so too. No, I think Gryffindor. At this moment, Kyle, who hadn't participated until now, suddenly spoke up. Don't forget, Percy is in Gryffindor. That's different, Kyle. Fred shook his head. Our whole family are Gryffindors. George added, in fact, we think Percy would have preferred Ravenclaw, but the Sorting Hat sorted him into Gryffindor. Kyle stroked his chin and said, how about we make a bet? Hearing about a bet, Fred and George immediately became interested. What's the bet? How about a galleon? Kyle pulled out a gold coin and dangled it between his fingers. If she gets sorted into Ravenclaw, I'll give each of you a galleon. Quote. Fred and George exchanged a glance, quickly communicating with their eyes. Soon, they reached an agreement. Fred looked at Kyle and said with ill intent, that's too boring. How about we do something more exciting? How so? We'll bet on this. George pulled a toffee from his pocket. If that little girl gets sorted into Ravenclaw, you have to eat this fat-tongue toffee at the opening banquet. Are you sure? Kyle's eyes became a little strange. What if she gets sorted into Gryffindor? Then let's eat it, the two said simultaneously. Kyle's eyes widened even more. He suppressed a laugh and took the toffee from George. Tisk, all right, I agree. Fred and George extended their hands. It's a deal. It's a deal. Kyle extended his hand as well, shaking theirs. He had only wanted to earn some pocket money, but since Fred and George were so enthusiastic, he didn't mind watching the fun. The three of them looked at each other after letting go, smiled, and didn't mention the matter again. Kyle looked at the platform entrance next to him and asked curiously, "It's been so long, why haven't Ron and Mrs. Weasley come in yet?" "I don't know, maybe they've run into another lost first year," Fred said. "This kind of thing is common at King's Cross Station." George looked at the train. "Never mind that, let's get on the train quickly." Lee Jordan wrote that he got a huge bag spider as a pet. Has anyone noticed him coming? Speaking of pets, Kyle subconsciously glanced at the unremarkable box in his hand. Newt's reply arrived that afternoon, agreeing to Kyle's request to adopt the Niffler. Now, the Niffler was in its crate, and Kyle had given it a nice name. Jerry. After the three boarded the train, Fred and George quickly went to find Lee Jordan, while Kyle carried his luggage towards the back of the train. But before he could take 2 steps, a compartment door suddenly opened, and a small head popped out. Kanna waved and said, "Kyle, over here." Kyle hurried over. Only Kanna was inside. Upon seeing Kyle, she hastily closed the box door. Kyle glanced at her warily and instinctively took 2 steps back. "What do you want?" "I have something to tell you." Kanna, oblivious to Kyle's subtle movement, excitedly said after closing the door, "You know, Professor Snape is actually my relative." "Yes, I know. I couldn't believe it before, but, Kanna's expression froze, and she said incredulously, you know." "Yes." Kyle smiled, "I also know that Professor Snape's mother's last name was Prince." Kanna froze, completely stunned. Something wasn't right. This wasn't how she expected it. Shouldn't Kyle be surprised and shocked? But, Kanna opened her mouth, then asked dryly, How did you know?" "My dad told me." Kyle put the suitcase on the shelf. "He's a classmate of Professor Snape, and he just happens to know some things." It was indeed Chris who told him, during his visit to school before the holidays. Kyle had only asked tentatively, but he hadn't expected Chris to actually know. Kanna frowned. "Then why didn't you tell me before? Would you believe me if I told you?" Kyle countered. Kanna hesitated for a moment, then shook her head in frustration. Before what happened during the summer holidays, she certainly wouldn't have believed such an outrageous thing. By the way, at this moment, Kanna seemed to suddenly remember something, and asked suspiciously, "Was Professor Snape's visit to me also related to you?" Kyle didn't deny it. "I'm paid to do my job, so how are things going? Have those troublesome things been resolved?" The letter Kyle wrote on the first day of the holidays was sent to Snape, and the content was very simple, just describing Kanna's recent situation. Although he exaggerated a tiny bit in some parts, the general outline was still roughly the same. Solved. Kanna gave Kyle a deep look. "On the second day of summer vacation, Professor Snape came to my house. He identified himself and took me to Gringotts." Kyle, who was taking out snacks, paused, then asked, "Why did he take you to Gringotts?" Kanna said, "He had the goblins take back my family's old vault and transfer everything inside to his vault." "Wait, you mean Snape moved everything from your family's house to his vault?" Kyle felt increasingly uneasy. What kind of shady move was this? Was he afraid others would steal from him, so he took everything himself? Was he any different from everyone else? Seemingly understanding Kyle's meaning, Kanna quickly explained, "He didn't intend to take it for himself, he was just keeping it safe for me." "I've heard that kind of talk too many times," Kyle said sullenly, "only a fool would believe that." "It's true," Kanna said earnestly, "in fact, there wasn't much money left in my family's vault. The only thing of any value was probably the land deed. But Professor Snape had piles of galleons, he had no reason to lie to me." "I hope so," Kyle sighed. "Besides that, what else did he do?" "He bought the house next door to my house and has been living there all summer." At this point, Kanna couldn't help but smile. "In the past 2 months, everyone who came to my house has been driven away by him." "Snape bought a house next door to yours." Kyle's lips twitched. Okay, he admitted his previous thoughts were a bit sordid. Not long after, Cedric and Cho arrived, making the private room much livelier. Everyone was overjoyed to see each other again after 2 months. Kyle wondered if it was just his imagination, but Cho seemed to have grown taller. She placed a large package on the table as soon as she entered. Inside were gifts she had brought, some Muggle snacks. Cho figured that Kyle, Cedric, and Canna, all from dual wizard families, would be unfamiliar with Muggle snacks, so this was a good opportunity for them to try them. She had spent half a day carefully selecting what she considered the most delicious items. The others were also very interested in what she brought. Cedric particularly liked a black drink. Although he wasn't used to it at first, he gradually discovered that its unique taste was far superior to pumpkin juice, and it even brought a strange sense of joy. If he hadn't known it was a Muggle drink, he would have thought it contained a stimulant. Canna liked a triangular corn chip and those berry-filled cookies. Midway through, the Weasley brothers and Lee Jordan came over, and the three of them preferred a kind of candy that exploded in the mouth. Seriously, I suddenly have a really great idea, Fred said thoughtfully, licking the packaging. We could try making an exploding candy. And then put it on the Slytherin table. George said with a laugh. That might keep that Marcus guy quiet for a few days. I just found out he's Slytherin's Quidditch captain this year. That's a bit difficult. Cedric opened the last bottle of soda and shook his head. The Slytherins are unlikely to eat candy of unknown origin. How about putting the candy in the kitchen? Lee Jordan thought for a moment and said, let them appear with other food, so they won't be considered of unknown origin. I don't recommend you do that. Cedric frowned. The house elves won't agree, and if there's a problem with the food, they'll be in trouble too. I see, then forget it. Lee Jordan shrugged. Perhaps you can try a different approach. At this moment, Kyle suddenly said, for example, it's candy in your mouth, but it explodes when you spit it out. Fred and George's eyes lit up at the same time, and they said in unison. Kyle, has anyone ever told you? You're really a genius. Kyle raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course, a lot of people say that. Quote. The private room fell silent. Everyone looked at Kyle with disdain. But Kyle didn't care at all. He calmly ate a piece of chocolate. Through the car window, he saw Neville. He looked around the platform, seemingly searching for something, while Madame Longbottom stood beside him, scolding him sternly. He also saw Mrs. Weasley walking towards the train, followed by her three children. Ron, Ginny, and a thin boy with round framed glasses and messy hair, his haphazardly cut bangs covering his forehead. Mrs. Weasley, Kyle waved from the window. Oh, dear, there you are. Mrs. Weasley hurried over. Have you seen Fred and George? We're here, Mum, the twins replied, then walked out of the train. By the way, Kyle, what have you been up to all summer? After the two left, Cho picked up a chocolate frog and asked, I wrote you a letter in August, and it took almost half a month to get a reply. Kyle said somewhat embarrassedly, something came up, and I went on a trip. In fact, he received Cho's letter on his second day in Dorset, but he was busy getting beaten up at the time and forgot about replying. By the time he remembered, he was already home. Cho didn't suspect anything and assumed that Kyle, like Cedric, had gone on a trip. I really envy you guys, she said wistfully while eating her chocolate frog. I also want to travel abroad. By the way, what do you think of Paris? The last sentence was directed at Cedric. A wonderful trip, Cedric thought for a moment and said, we met an old wizard from there when we went to the opera. He recognized us immediately and told us about many interesting places. If you'd like to travel there too, I can draw the route for you in a bit. That's great, Cho said with some surprise. I've always wanted to go to Paris. By the way, did you go to Beauxbaton's School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Yes, Cedric nodded. But Beauxbaton's isn't in Paris, it's in the Pyrenees in the south, which is what that old wizard told us. What's it like there? Cho asked curiously. We didn't go inside, we just looked around from the outside. Cedric said. It's a little smaller than Hogwarts, but the buildings are more exquisite and beautiful. There was a hint of longing in Cho's eyes. She had never been able to resist beautiful architecture. Especially since these buildings came from another famous magic school. While Cho and Cedric were talking, Kyle glanced out the window again. Mrs. Weasley on the platform was holding a handkerchief and wiping the dust off Ron's nose. The boy with glasses who had been standing next to her was gone, replaced by Percy. George looked at him and suddenly frowned. Percy, why is your robe different from ours? He gestured at his chest and said, they're all new robes, but why don't I have that round badge? Did Madame Malkin skimp on it for me? Darling, that's a badge only prefects have, Madam Weasley said with a smile. Oh, it's a prefect badge. No wonder you wore it all summer. Fred said exaggeratedly. Seriously, thank goodness you didn't get the Special Merit Award. I remember it was a trophy, George said. You can't wear it on your chest. But you can wear it on your head. Like wearing a golden hat. Fred and George exchanged a glance, magically produced a trophy from their robes, put it on their heads, and then greeted each other like Percy. Shut up. Percy's face turned red, and he looked very angry. Looking at Fred and George, who were fooling around, Mrs. Weasley gave them a light pinch on the ear. If you two can get the Special Contribution Award for the school, you can go to Diagon Alley with the trophy on your head. Then she looked at Percy and said, all right, dear, good luck with the semester. I'll me when you get to school. She keyed Percy's cheek, and Percy walked away. Now it's your turn. Mrs. Weasley looked at the twins and warned, you two need to behave yourselves this year, don't corrupt Kyle. Corrupt Kyle. Fred's voice suddenly rose. Mom, are you kidding me? Of course not, Mrs. Weasley said. A whistle sounded, and the train began to move slowly forward. Hurry up and get on, remember to take good care of Ron. Don't worry, Mom, Ron will be fine with us. After Fred finished speaking, he, George, and Ron hurriedly climbed onto the train. Kyle leaned out the window and waved to Mrs. Weasley. Goodbye, Mrs. Weasley. Goodbye, dear Mrs. Weasley called out. If they cause any more trouble, write to me. The train started moving, and Ginny ran alongside it until it accelerated and she was left behind, still waving. Houses flashed past the window. And as the train rounded a bend, she disappeared from sight. Kyle looked away and began playing wizard chess with Cedric beside him. Canna and Cho huddled together, engrossed in a magazine. After a game, Cedric curiously peered over, but Cho shoved him away. Left with no other option, he could only continue focusing on the chessboard. After 2 more games, the twins returned. They opened the sliding door, excitedly saying, hey guys, guess who I ran into on the train? Who could you run into on a train? Cedric said casually. It couldn't be Harry Potter, could it? How do you know? Fred exclaimed, eyes wide. Yes, it was Harry Potter. Cedric's hand holding the chess piece paused slightly, surprised. Are you sure? I asked him, and I saw the scar. It really is right there, like a lightning bolt. Now that you mention it, I remember. Cedric slapped his forehead. Judging by his age, he would indeed be enrolling this year. Remember, the man who lost his power 10 years ago. The timing matches up perfectly. Never mind that for now, George asked curiously. Do you think he'll remember what the man who lost looked like? Probably not, Cedric said. He was just born then, how could he remember? That's true, Kyle laughed. What, you're curious about what the man who lost looked like? Fred said, leaning against the carriage. That's the Dark Lord, aren't you curious about what he looks like? No, Kyle shook his head. Just a powerful wizard, what's there to be curious about? Maybe he doesn't even have a nose. Huh, how could that be? Fred let out a strange laugh. Typical Kyle, the Dark Lord without a nose, that was the funniest joke he'd heard all year. The others reacted similarly, none of them believed such an absurd thing. After a burst of laughter, Cedric rubbed his eyes and asked, we'll be at Hogwarts soon. Are we still selling maps this year? Of course. Fred nodded immediately. That's a huge business opportunity, worth over 10 galleons, and it only comes once a year. We can't miss it. That's right. George glanced at Kyle and said with a grin, as seniors, how could we bear to see those lovely freshmen get lost? Kyle raised an eyebrow. That was clearly his line, but George had intercepted it. Are you guys busy later? Cedric suggested, if not, why don't we just make the maps here? The train had only just departed, and there were still several hours until they arrived at Hogwarts, enough time for them to make a batch of maps. Cho and Canna immediately agreed. They really didn't have anything to do, and they didn't like playing wizard chess, so having something productive to do was good. Fred and George thought about it and agreed as well. Although they had just agreed with Lee Jordan to go to the Slytherin box to walk the spiders, compared to earning galleons, these small things were completely negligible. So, the group turned their attention to Kyle. Of course I have no objection. Kyle shrugged. Since you've decided, hurry up and tidy up the table. There's no room for the parchment with all these snacks. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone busily cleared away all the snacks from the table. Seeing this, Kyle turned and took out 2 stacks of parchment from the box. The thicker stack was the most common parchment in the scholars' quarters, 10 sheets per stack, with discounts for bulk purchases. Kyle took out about 70 or 80 sheets. The other stack was much smaller, only a dozen or so sheets. However, this was high-quality parchment, soft and clean, with special patterns drawn with gold thread at the top and bottom. It was real gold, not the gold paint they used last year. Of course, this kind of parchment was very expensive, 1 gallon per sheet. Kyle placed both stacks of parchment, along with the original map, on the table. What are we waiting for? Let's begin. Everyone instinctively reached for the ordinary parchment, each taking a dozen or so sheets. Watching their actions, Kyle said irritably, "You guys certainly know how to make things easy for yourselves." While the copying spell process is the same, the one Kyle had required some special embellishments and decorations. These things were more troublesome to make. He had only been polite, but this person was so impolite, he should have chosen first. Kyle sighed. He hadn't expected that under the influence of the Weasley brothers, even Cedric and Canna had learned to cheat. Those 2 brothers were truly a menace. Kyle sighed again, silently taking out his wand and touching it to the parchment. Geminio. The map's patterns began to appear little by little on the blank parchment. This time, Kyle estimated the copying spell's duration could be extended to a whole semester. Soon, the box was bustling with activity. The blank parchment was dwindling, and the number of completed maps was increasing. But just as everyone was focused on using the copying spell, a sudden banging came from outside. And it was their box door that was being knocked on. The door to the private room was slammed shut from the outside, the doorframe creaking loudly. Kyle, focused on maintaining the copying spell, was startled by the sudden sound, his wrist instinctively jerking upwards. Sizzle. A long, narrow gash appeared on the newly completed map. Kyle stared at the completely ruined map, his eyes twitching. That was a galleon. The others were equally startled by the slamming. Fred, who had just finished casting the copying spell, accidentally imprinted the map onto George's robe across from him. Merlin's beard. This is a new robe I just bought this year. George looked at his robe, his eyes filled with heartache. Kyle, do you have a way to remove this? Of course, and it's very simple. Kyle narrowed his eyes and looked up at the door. Through the glass in the door, he could clearly see 3 young boys standing in the corridor outside. That Harry Potter, he actually abandoned Malfoy's friendship for that damn Weasley. That's so stupid, just like his parents. They're just like that, ungrateful. Draco Malfoy thought, slamming his fist on the door of the next box again. And that Weasley. Goyle, standing next to Malfoy, said angrily, clutching his fingers. He dared to let his pet bite me. I'm going to beat him up. Goyle was very burly, and although he looked like a wooden stump with a teapot on its head, there was no denying that his angry expression was quite intimidating. Don't worry, Goyle, there will be a chance. Malfoy rubbed his aching wrist and said coldly, my father is a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Once we get to Hogwarts, I have 100 ways to make them regret what they did today. With that, he tidied his slightly disheveled hair and was about to leave with Crabbe and Goyle to go to the other Slytherin carriages. But just then, the door to the compartment next to him opened. Wait a moment, gentlemen. Kyle stood there, expressionlessly glancing at the 3 people in front of him, finally fixing his gaze on the pale-faced boy. Judging from his position, he must have been the one who knocked on the door. After confirming his target, Kyle said calmly, you were the one who knocked on the door, weren't you? Yes, it was me. Malfoy was surprised for a moment, then said very formally, my name is Draco Malfoy. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Although Malfoy's manners were impeccable and his speech was polite, Kyle could see that there was undisguised arrogance in his eyes as he spoke. Especially after he said his name, his arrogance became even more obvious. However, Kyle didn't seem to care, calmly saying, your attitude is all right. How about this, as long as you compensate us for our losses, we'll call it even. Losses. Malfoy was taken aback, then he saw Fred and George behind Kyle. In an instant, the last vestige of politeness on his face vanished, replaced by a look of disgust. Redheads, it's that damned Weasley again, and their weird friends. Malfoy looked at Kyle, casually pulled a galleon from his pocket and tossed it over, sneering, "Keep the change. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is a galleon. You probably don't even know what it looks like." With that, Malfoy turned to leave. He didn't want to stay a second longer. But a hand stopped him. "Wait." Kyle gently shook the galleon in his hand, saying calmly, "This isn't enough." Malfoy paused, took a deep breath, and tossed another galleon to Kyle. He used considerable force, seemingly intending to crush the despicable fellow before him with the galleon. Kyle caught it easily and then shook his hand again. "Sorry, it's still not enough. Don't go too far." Malfoy's face flushed slightly as he angrily said, "If you keep bothering me, I'll tell my father you're extorting me. He's a Hogwarts board member and has the right to expel you." "I think you might have misunderstood." Kyle raised an eyebrow. "I'm a good student who received the Special Contribution Award. How could I possibly extort you? I'm just reasonably demanding compensation for my losses. Not to mention the board member, even the Minister of Magic couldn't say anything." "Special Contribution Award." Malfoy scoffed. Wait, you're that first year named Kyle." He remembered that his father had indeed told him during the summer that a freshman had received the Special Contribution Award. This must be the person in front of him. "To be precise, you're a second-year student. You're the first year." Kyle said, "So, can we continue discussing compensation now?" Malfoy frowned, wanting to refuse. Although he didn't know what the compensation was for, he figured that since the other person was with the Weasley children, they couldn't possibly be wealthy. 2 galleons would be more than enough to buy him a whole outfit. However, he couldn't leave now. It wasn't because of Kyle's status. A mere special contribution award couldn't possibly compare to his father's position as a member of the Board of Governors. It was the 5 people standing behind Kyle that intimidated him. Including Kyle, that made 6 students in their second year or higher, while they only had 3, all first years. If a fight broke out, he had no chance of winning. "How much do you want?" Malfoy asked through gritted teeth. He decided to pay for peace. Whatever the situation, he just needed to get out of there first. Kyle thought for a moment and said, "Not much, it's 200 galleons in total. Including what I just gave you, you only need to give me 198 galleons more." "How much?" 200 galleons. Malfoy thought he'd misheard and screamed, "That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Don't rush me, let me calculate it for you." "I won't listen." Malfoy's face turned completely red. He drew his wand and pointed it at Kyle, saying, "I know, you're extorting me." 200 galleons was already more than the monthly salary of most Ministry of Magic employees. Even if he just knocked on the door a few times, or even if he stormed in and beat everyone up, he wouldn't have to pay that much. Malfoy was rich, but not insane. He'd have to be out of his mind to give Kyle 200 galleons. Malfoy glared angrily at Kyle, seemingly wanting to slap him with a spell. In fact, that's exactly what he did. Locomotor Mortis. Malfoy suddenly attacked, using the leg-locking charm on Kyle first, hoping to buy himself time to escape. It wouldn't be long before he could find other Slytherin students, and Kyle wouldn't be able to do anything to him anymore. With a flash of light from his wand, Malfoy turned and ran. "Protega." Kyle calmly waved his wand, and a transparent shield appeared in front of him, deflecting Malfoy's spell back. The next second, thump! Malfoy, who was running away, fell to the ground, his legs as if locked together by something. At this moment, Crabbe and Goyle finally reacted. Seeing Malfoy groaning on the ground, they rushed towards him without saying a word, fists clenched. Fred and George stepped forward simultaneously, but before they could make a move, Kyle threw several licorice candies at them. The brown candies twisted and turned in midair, instantly transforming into several thin ropes that bound Crabbe and Goyle tightly. "Stop!" A furious shout came from nearby, where several Slytherin students glared angrily at them. The commotion had naturally attracted attention, including many Slytherin students. "Kyle, how dare you bully our new students?" They recognized Draco Malfoy lying on the ground and immediately assumed he was one of their own. After all, he was Malfoy, a Slytherin. Leading the group was a 4th-year student who, upon recognizing Malfoy, raised his wand without a word. "Depulso." Protega. A transparent shield reappeared, but unfortunately, Malfoy wasn't a novice like him, the reflected spell didn't hit him. Kyle stopped the group that wanted to help, and said seriously, although your sneak attack is shameless, I still accept your challenge. His voice was loud, and all the young wizards watching the spectacle could hear him clearly. Challenge us. Don't be ridiculous. The leader of the Slytherin students sneered, you just got lucky saving a piece of trash and got a special contribution award for free. You don't really think you're that great, do you? Anyone who dares to provoke us Slytherins will pay the price. With that, he raised his wand again. Kyle looked at him with admiration and silently gave him a thumbs up. Daring to call Canna a piece of trash in front of so many people, this guy really doesn't take Snape seriously. With that kind of courage, it's a real shame he's not in Gryffindor. Of course, admiration aside, Kyle wasn't going to stand still and let him hit him. After blocking the attack with the Protega again, Kyle raised his hand and cast 2 spells. Impedimenta. Levicorpus. The Slytherin tried to imitate Kyle's use of the Protega to block, but he had barely raised his wand when his legs gave way, and he stumbled involuntarily. Before the Protega could even form, it was interrupted. Kyle's Levicorpus jinx struck him squarely in the face. In an instant, he was hanging upside down from the roof of the car, and then a sharp, long needle suddenly stopped in front of him. I advise you not to move, Kyle said calmly, or you'll be spending your first day of school in the school hospital. Without Kyle's explicit instruction, the other man had already quieted down, staring at the long needle, not even daring to breathe. Then, Kyle walked up to the stunned Malfoy and asked, can we talk properly now? I'm not afraid of you. Despite trembling all over, Malfoy still stubbornly said, if you blackmail me, I'll tell Professor Snape. I already said, it's just a normal claim. Kyle pulled a stack of maps from behind him and laid them on the ground. There were 10 maps in total, all on gold-threaded parchment, and none of them were intact. Kyle casually picked up a map, pointed to the narrow opening on it, and said, because you suddenly slammed the door, my spell made a serious mistake, and all the maps I just finished are ruined. I demand compensation from you, which is reasonable, isn't it? But they're not worth 200 galleons. Malfoy said angrily, they're just a few pieces of parchment. The 2 galleons I gave you before are enough to pay 10 times that amount. No, look carefully. Kyle slammed the map in front of Malfoy's eyes and said seriously, take a close look. This parchment is already worth 1 galleon. Also, look at the pattern at the top. It's woven from unicorn hair, and the jewels used for decoration around it are from fire crabs. Each of these exquisite maps is worth a fortune. 200 galleons is already the cost price. As Kyle spoke, Cedric and the others behind him all bit their lips tightly, their expressions very serious. Malfoy was also stunned. He reached out and touched it, and found that the pattern was indeed unicorn hair. He had a tapestry woven from unicorn tail hair at home, and it felt exactly the same. Kyle was right, this map was indeed valuable. Malfoy's heart sank, and he hurriedly said, then you can use a restoration charm. With just a simple incantation, they'll be as good as new. If you don't know it, I can. Restoration charm. Are you kidding me? Kyle interrupted him before he could finish. This is the most high-end product in our Hogwarts school's magical items shop, meant to be sold. And you're telling me to use a repair charm? Malfoy was startled by Kyle's sudden outburst, stammering, yes, is there a problem? Kyle's face hardened, and he asked seriously, do you know what a high-end product is? It can't have any flaws, not even the slightest bump, let alone such a long crack. And in business, integrity is paramount. We would never sell a damaged product, even if it's been repaired. This is the bottom line of a conscientious shop, and it's our responsibility to everyone who has bought our products. Kyle spoke with absolute conviction. Malfoy sat there, stunned, and for some reason, he felt that Kyle was right. Even the Slytherins around him were listening in a daze. Gradually, the anger in some people's eyes towards Kyle dissipated, and they looked at Malfoy thoughtfully. Malfoy, now the center of attention, paused for a moment, then suddenly looked up and said, 200 galleons, right? That's right, Kyle nodded. Malfoy silently took a badge from his collar and handed it to Kyle along with his wallet. I only brought 150 galleons this time, I'll give you the rest in a couple of days. This Quidditch champion badge, worth 100 galleons, is collateral. His previous refusal was simply to avoid being blackmailed, but now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, he had nothing more to say. 200 galleons wasn't a small amount, but for him, it was just a matter of writing a letter home. Kyle took the items from Malfoy, but only accepted the wallet. As for the badge, he glanced at it and returned it. The Falmouth Falcons, what a lousy team. No collateral needed, Kyle said calmly. I believe the Malfoy family wouldn't produce someone who would tarnish the family honor. Of course. Malfoy puffed out his chest, his impression of Kyle improving considerably. No wonder he received the Special Contribution Award in his freshman year, his judgment was excellent. After accepting the money, Kyle naturally removed Malfoy's leg-binding curse, and also released Crabbe and Goyle, who were bound hand and foot. The two lackeys scrambled to Malfoy's side, looking at Kyle with terror, their faces trembling like waves. It was clear they wanted to leave immediately, but Malfoy's presence had barely restrained their urge to escape. Malfoy frowned slightly, looking at his two lackeys with some displeasure. Their performance was terrible, cowardly and stupid, not at all like what a pureblood should be. Seemingly wanting to demonstrate to the two what pureblood manners should be, Malfoy raised his head and said in a very calm voice. I apologize again, Kyle. See you at school. His calm tone and composed expression revealed Malfoy's good upbringing. Of course, that is, if one ignored the patches of dust and grime on his clothes. There was nothing he could do about it, he'd been struggling the whole time he was lying on the floor, scrubbing that area inside and out with his robe several times, leaving no corner untouched. Even the train's cleaners hadn't cleaned it as thoroughly. Kyle also noticed a piece of super bubble gum stuck to the hem of his robes, probably spat there by some ill-mannered student. But for the sake of 150 galleons, Kyle ignored these minor details, acting as if he hadn't seen anything, and calmly said, see you at school, Draco. I can foresee that Slytherin will likely have a very outstanding new student this year. Hearing Kyle's words, Malfoy's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile, as if he'd been given a giant dose of euphoria. Although he'd heard similar compliments countless times before entering Hogwarts, Kyle's was different. As the youngest recipient of the Special Contribution Award at Hogwarts, his praise was far more substantial than any insincere flattery. However, out of modesty, Malfoy suppressed his excitement and didn't show too much pride. Of course, I'm still far from perfect. Malfoy said with a smile. You're the truly outstanding student. Not many people can receive the Special Contribution Award in their first year, not even Headmaster Dumbledore. Don't say that, I was just lucky. Kyle smiled and prepared to return to his box. Wait, Malfoy suddenly called out to him. Is there anything else? That map. Malfoy thought for a moment and said, can I order one? Look at me, I almost forgot. Kyle slapped his forehead and handed Malfoy the stack of maps he was holding. They're yours now. No, that's not what I want. Malfoy glanced at the maps with disdain and said, I need the high-end stuff, the best of the best. Can I pre-order? I have no reason to refuse. Kyle's smile became even more genuine. By the way, if you're willing to add a galleon, you can specify the design, like changing it to the family crest, still woven from unicorn hair. If you're willing to add 5 galleons, then you'll get a permanent map and a beautifully handcrafted border. Malfoy's outstretched hand slowly clenched into a fist, and he said without hesitation, I'll take them all. Kyle smiled slightly and gave him a thumbs up. Malfoy certainly has good taste. Draco Malfoy left with an undisguised smile on his face. Anyone who didn't know better would think he'd picked up 200 galleons. A potentially violent brawl had been transformed into a mutually beneficial transaction. The young wizards watching the spectacle didn't see anything wrong with it, at most marveling at how wealthy the young wizards were. After all, for most young wizards, even 10 galleons was a considerable sum, enough to live comfortably for an entire school year. As for 20 galleons, they wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Merlin's beard, Ron murmured, craning his neck near a nearby box, his gaze somewhat dazed. No wonder Fred and George suddenly became so rich. 20 galleons for a map. That's faster than robbery. Harry Potter, standing nearby, was also craning his neck to look outside, but his attention was elsewhere. Who's that? Harry asked curiously. Who? Ron asked, puzzled. The guy who was talking to Malfoy. Oh, his name is Kyle. Ron said excitedly. He enrolled last year and was number 1 in his class. He even received a special contribution award, which is incredible, even better than Percy's prefect. My mother has always hoped I could be like him, but it's too difficult. I dare say even Bill and Charlie aren't as good as him. He's Kyle. Harry's voice suddenly rose. You know him too? Ron asked. Harry quickly shook his head and said, No, I only heard Hagrid mention the name. When he picked me up from Diagon Alley, he said Kyle might become the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin. By the way, Ron, what's the Order of Merlin? My God, the Order of Merlin. Ron's eyes widened instantly, and he said incredulously, How is that possible? No, I mean, I've never heard of this. What is it? Seeing Ron's expression, Harry became even more curious. He was completely ignorant of these strange awards in the wizarding world and could only stand by anxiously. Before Ron could explain, a somewhat shrill voice suddenly came from the side. The Order of Merlin was founded in the Middle Ages by the greatest wizard, Merlin. After centuries of development, it has become the largest and most prestigious wizarding organization in the wizarding world. Only wizards who have made contributions to the wizarding world can receive the Order of Merlin, which is the highest honor in the wizarding world. Harry and Ron turned their heads at the same time and saw a little witch with thick brown hair. She held her head high, her tone arrogant and disdainful. I bought a few extra reference books, A History of Modern Magic, and The Great Wizards of the 20th Century, and they all mention this. Of course I know that. Ron looked a little unhappy. This was one of his few opportunities to show off in front of Harry Potter. He didn't expect someone else to steal it. Ignoring Ron's slight irritation, the other party continued, I remember you, Ronald Weasley. Your mother helped me find the platform. Yes, but everyone usually calls me Ron, Ron mumbled. All right, Ron. My name is Hermione Granger. Hermione nodded casually, then looked at another person. By the way, what's your name? Harry Potter, Harry quickly replied. Hearing this name, Hermione was visibly surprised and listed several reference books again, indicating she knew about Harry. This made Harry feel dizzy, because he himself didn't know these things, and he hadn't even read any of the books Hermione mentioned. Good heavens, you don't know. If it were me, I would definitely find all the books that mention me. Hermione looked at Ron again and said, By the way, you just said that boy named Kyle is the top student in his grade. Oh, yes, Ron nodded. No wonder he received the Order of Merlin, Hermione remarked with some admiration. I hope it's not too far off. I've memorized all the textbooks, hopefully, that will be enough. Ron's expression darkened further. He felt like he'd encountered another Percy, and he disliked the tone of her voice as well. However, Hermione ignored him completely and continued her rapid-fire monologue. By the way, do you know which house Kyle is in? Is he Gryffindor? I've asked around everywhere, and everyone says it's the best. But if he's that smart, he could also be a Ravenclaw. Neither, Ron said, seemingly enjoying seeing her humiliated, with a hint of schadenfreude. Kyle is a Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff. Hermione was indeed taken aback, muttering, but I've heard that Hufflepuffs are all, well, not very bright students. No, that's wrong. Ron liked her expression and said, with a hint of smugness, in fact, besides Kyle, Cedric Diggory, the top student in his 3rd year, is also a Hufflepuff. Hermione looked a little angry. She felt she'd been tricked. How could a house with 2 top students in their year be considered fools, or idiots, by those people? If they were fools, then what were the others, brainless worms? Harry, standing beside her, lowered his head in frustration. He had considered Hufflepuff a safety school when discussing houses with Ron. But now it seemed Hufflepuff wasn't so easy to get into. Top student in his year. Harry would rather believe Dudley could become as thin as him than believe he could become top student. It was impossible. Hermione remained silent. Ron, his face tense, asked, So, is there anything else? If not, we're heading back to the box. I wanted to ask if anyone saw a toad. Hermione said, snapping out of her reverie. Neville lost a toad. A toad, Ron said impatiently. We already told him, we haven't seen one. The boy named Neville had just been here and cried in their box, so Ron remembered it clearly. Perhaps you could ask Kyle, Harry suddenly said. Maybe he can find the toad. You're right, I really shouldn't stay here any longer. Hermione gave them one last look. But you two better change quickly, you know, we'll probably be there soon. With that, she left. I really hope I'm not in the same house as her, Ron muttered, closing the box door. Gryffindor has enough with just Percy. Harry didn't speak, only nodding perfunctorily, still reeling from the overwhelming amount of information. Meanwhile, Hermione, having left, arrived at Kyle's compartment. Through the glass door, she saw Kyle holding his wand, gesturing on a piece of parchment. Hermione immediately withdrew her hand. The boy named Malfoy had disturbed Kyle with his sudden knocking, causing the incident, and she didn't want a repeat of that. Besides, she couldn't afford to pay for the maps. She didn't have even 20 galleons, let alone 200. After hesitating for a moment, Hermione decided to check other compartments first. But unbeknownst to Hermione, no sooner had she left than Kyle in his compartment put down his wand. The Malfoys, crest is such a hassle. Kyle rubbed his eyes, somewhat exasperated. Snakes and dragons, why can't they just use an M instead? Hey, Kyle, you should be a little more patient with our esteemed guest. Fred said with a smile. Just changing a design earns an extra gallon, is there any easier job than that? That's true. Kyle pushed the half-finished parchment to Cedric, who would then be responsible for drawing the complete map. Since it was permanent, the copying charm couldn't be used anymore. Then, Kyle took out the wallet Malfoy had given him. 150 gallons, shall we split it now, or wait until he pays the balance? The others exchanged glances and shook their heads simultaneously. Listen, Kyle, George said seriously, these galleons are what you obtained through, well, your extraordinary wisdom. It has nothing to do with us, so there's no need to divide them. What extraordinary wisdom? I'm not Ravenclaw, Kyle said nonchalantly. Besides, this is money earned from selling maps, so it should definitely be split. This was an unexpected situation, it's different, Cedric shook his head. And everything from the moment they broke down the door to what happened afterward was all done by you alone. We didn't help at all. Cedric's words seemed to echo what the others wanted to say, as if they had agreed beforehand, no one touched the bag. In the end, it was only at Kyle's insistence that they each took 10 galleons. Only George received 15 galleons, the extra 5 being compensation for his robe. George didn't refuse at all and readily accepted. By the way, after Kyle put away his wallet, Cedric pointed to the damaged maps on the table and said, "Do we need to use a restoration charm to restore them to their original state?" Huh, why would you bother with that? Kyle asked, puzzled. Cedric blinked and said matter-of-factly, "We can't just throw them away, they're parchment worth a galleon." Wait, you're not thinking of restoring them to their original state and then selling them, are you? Kyle frowned, giving Cedric a disdainful look. A profiteer like you will be locked up in Azkaban one day. As soon as Kyle finished speaking, everyone in the private room looked at Cedric with strange expressions. Fred, sitting next to him, immediately distanced himself, saying sarcastically, "I never thought you would be this kind of person." Although Fred's thoughts were exactly the same as Cedric's, that didn't stop him from kicking him while he was down. A long journey always needs some fun to keep it from getting too boring. Of course, the premise is that the fun has to be with other people. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Cedric felt uneasy under their gaze and immediately explained, "I'm just telling the truth, you all must think the same thing." Oh tilde, Kyle drawled, "Fred, George, do you think the same thing?" Of course not. Fred spoke first. George looked serious, "I'm a conscientious businessman, I wouldn't do something like this, selling inferior goods." "Canna, what about you?" Kyle asked again. "Me neither." Canna shook her head repeatedly, even her hair ornament falling off. "Cho. No. Look, nobody else has any." Kyle raised an eyebrow. "Only you, Cedric the Swindler." Cedric's face flushed red instantly, staring at everyone in disbelief. "Wait a minute, that's not how it is." In an instant, Cedric felt betrayed, completely disoriented. "Give up, swindler, we would never do such a thing." Kyle handed the stack of maps to Fred and continued, "After the train arrives, you'll dispose of them in front of everyone. Leave it to me." Fred solemnly took the map, his expression extremely serious, as if he were receiving an appointment letter from the Minister of Magic. "By the way," Kyle reminded him, "you must do it before Hagrid arrives, so that the first-year students can see it too." Fred subconsciously responded, but suddenly felt something was amiss. Judging from Kyle's serious expression just now, he didn't seem to be joking. Merlin, he wouldn't really. Fred felt a little dizzy. He licked his lips and subconsciously asked, Kyle, we were just joking with Cedric. Look, his face is all red. Kyle shook his head and said, No, I'm not joking. These things must be destroyed, not a single one can be left. Seeing Kyle's serious expression, Fred and the others immediately stopped laughing. George murmured, But, these are all galleons. I know, but there's no way around it, Kyle shrugged. The words have already been spoken, if you don't want trouble from someone, you have to do it. But it's nothing. I have plenty of unicorn hair, and those gems were knocked off by fire crabs during a fight, they're not worth much either. Including the parchment itself, the cost is less than 2 galleons. For some reason, judging from Kyle's tone, Fred and George really wanted to punch him. Less than 2 galleons, and that's all. Is that something a human would say? Can't we think of another way? Cho also felt a pang of heartache. She thought for a moment and said, like using a transfiguration charm to transform ordinary parchment. Before she could finish speaking, Kyle vetoed her. No, we have to leave enough traces. Seeing the others' conflicted expressions, Kyle smiled and said, You don't think you can convince everyone with just a few words, do you? Only by doing this will more people willingly sell those 20-gallon maps, and we won't lose out. I understand the logic. Fred looked at the map in his hand with a troubled expression, but destroying something worth over 10 gallons seems a bit too wasteful. Fred felt like he was being told to skip gallons on the water. Having endured over a decade of hardship, he couldn't accept such an extravagant and inhumane decision. At this moment, Cedric, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly leaned over, staring intently at the map in Fred's hand, and said, It's okay, if you can't bring yourself to do it, I can. Fred immediately hugged the map tightly. No need, I'll do it. Although he couldn't accept it, if he had to do this, he didn't want to give up this rare opportunity to someone else. In just a few minutes, the atmosphere in the carriage completely changed. The others sat there listlessly, sighing and lamenting the wasted galleons. Only Cedric seemed to be on a high, grinning from ear to ear. The sky gradually darkened, and the villages and wheat fields outside the window transformed into rolling hills and forests. The train was approaching its destination. After changing into robes, Fred grew increasingly nervous, opening his trunk and searching inside. Just then, 2 firsties knocked on their compartment door. It was Hermione, whom they had met on the platform, followed by a very nervous Neville. After hearing their purpose, Kyle asked, So, you want me to help you find the toad? Yes, Hermione said. We've searched everywhere on the train, but haven't found it. Do you have any ideas? It's not difficult, Kyle thought for a moment and said, If you didn't leave it on the platform, a simple spell will suffice. He then took out his wand. Accio Trevor. A croaking frog suddenly rang out from the luggage rack in one of the compartments, and a toad flew straight over. Trevor. Neville shouted excitedly, reaching out to catch the toad hovering in midair. Neville, I think you could try learning the summoning charm, Kyle said with a smile. Once you learn it, you'll never have to worry about losing your keys, textbooks, or pets again. Yes, you're right, Neville sniffed, but I don't know if I can learn it. I'm clumsy, and I always mess everything up. Have some confidence in yourself, Neville, Kyle said with a smile. Whether you can learn it or not, you'll only know if you try, and I can teach you. Me too, Hermione said. Learning charms isn't that hard. I already learned several during the summer. Thank you, Neville said, bowing his head, his face pale. At that moment, the train gradually came to a stop. Fred took a deep breath, walked past Hermione and Neville standing in the doorway, and said with a heavy expression, Then I'll go. Don't dawdle, Kyle reminded him, we have to get there before Hagrid takes the new students away. Finally, the train stopped at Hogsmeade Station. Everyone disembarked, creating a chaotic scene. Owls hooted, cats meowed, and toads croaked as if joining in the fun, making the small platform incredibly lively. Just then, a lion-shaped firework suddenly exploded in the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Another firework, trailing a long tail of flame, soared into the sky. At this moment, the young wizards also noticed Fred setting off the fireworks. Under everyone's gaze, Fred calmly wrapped a piece of parchment with gold edges around a firework and lit it. 10 fireworks exploded in succession, some depicting lions, some badgers, and even a dragon. They ran and leapt in the sky, continuing for a long time before dissipating. Is this Hogwarts' welcoming ceremony? Some of the new students exclaimed excitedly. They didn't know what was happening and thought Hogwarts was using fireworks to welcome them to school. It has to be said, the fireworks were indeed beautiful, and watching the twinkling animals in the sky lessened their earlier tension. However, others were different. See that? Zabini, Malfoy said smugly to a few freshmen beside him. I told you before, Kyle would destroy these maps, and you still didn't believe me, huh? He let out a strange laugh, seemingly mocking their previous arrogance. Beside him, a boy with a few freckles frowned, his neck stiff, and said, who knows if it's real? Maybe they used a transfiguration charm. Absolutely impossible. Malfoy scoffed. I believe Kyle. He received a special contribution award from the school. He's definitely not that kind of person. Who knows? The freckled boy scoffed. Don't forget those are all second-year students. This kind of thing would be easy for them. The two stuck to their own opinions, neither able to convince the other. Just then, Crabbe, the tallest of the group, suddenly noticed something and caught a piece of parchment floating down from the sky. Draco, look what this is. Malfoy, who was arguing with Zabini, turned around and his eyes lit up. Aha! He excitedly grabbed the parchment, pointing to the remaining gold patterns on it. Look at this. This is real gold. Do you still think this is a transfiguration charm? And he then brought his face close to a dark spot on the parchment and took a deep breath. I accidentally burned a hole in my unicorn tail tapestry, and it smelled exactly like this. This Zabini's face flushed red, as if he'd been slapped twice. Seeing his reaction, Malfoy became even more smug, tilting his head back and saying, I know, you must not be able to afford the 20 galleons map, that's why you said that. No problem, I've inquired, they still have a few maps worth a few sickles, you can surely afford those. Who are you saying can't afford it? Zabini instantly flew into a rage. He could accept misjudging someone, but he would never accept being mocked like this by Malfoy. 20 galleons. He couldn't afford it. Who did he think he was looking down on? You wait, I'll buy his most expensive map, Zabini said, his neck stiff. It'll be better than yours. Tisk tisk, that's impossible. Malfoy glanced at him dismissively. I bought the most expensive one, and Kyle promised that my number would be the first one. Even if you have the same number as me, you'll still be ranked later. You, HMPH. Zabini felt a tightness in his chest, glared at Malfoy, and turned to leave. Malfoy, however, was unfazed, watching him go with a triumphant air. Just then, a lamp appeared above them. First-year students. First-year students, this way. Harry, are you all right? Hagrid's massive figure appeared on the platform, taking all the new students away as he had done the previous year. Kyle and the others headed to the other side of the platform. The second-year students needed to take a carriage to Hogwarts. Over 100 empty carriages were parked along a rough, muddy path. The carriages were pulled by Thestrals, but most people couldn't see them. Kyle couldn't see them either. He had had a chance before, with the werewolf at St. Mungo's, but the werewolf was too resilient and had to be revived by a healer. Being half dead obviously meant he couldn't see the Thestrals. Kyle walked to a carriage and, by feel, touched its skeletal head. The Thestral gently nuzzled Kyle. After they boarded the carriage, Thestrals led them towards Hogwarts Castle. The carriage had a faint smell of mustiness and straw, somewhat like a broomhouse that hadn't been used in a long time. The carriage approached two imposing wrought iron gates, flanked by stone pillars topped with winged boars. These boars weren't magical creatures, their image came from a dream Rowena Ravenclaw had had. In the dream, she was brought to this clearing by the Black Lake by a flying boar, and only then did Hogwarts Castle come into being. After passing through the gates, the carriage sped along the road to the castle. Through the windows, they could clearly see the corner towers and high towers getting closer. Finally, the carriage came to a swaying stop. The young wizards disembarked, discussing their magical experience as they climbed the stone steps towards the castle's oak doors. Torches burned in the spacious, deep foyer. To the right, the doors to the Great Hall were open, They needed to enter the Great Hall before the first-year students arrived. Kyle followed the crowd inside. He'd missed this place after 2 months, and glanced with a sense of familiarity at the enchanted ceiling. The weather was lovely today, cloudless, and the stars were bright. Kyle had just reached the Hufflepuff table and hadn't even sat down when a voice called out, "Kyle, could you come here for a moment?" Kyle looked up in surprise and saw Professor Sprout, head of the Hufflepuff house, waving at him from the head table. "Coming, Professor," Kyle quickly replied, weaving through the crowd towards her. "What can I do for you, Professor?" Kyle asked. "The Ministry of Magic sent some things here recently, saying it's compensation for the Forbidden Forest incident 2 months ago," Professor Sprout said with a smile. "I think it's probably for you." Kyle and Professor Sprout walked through the foyer, up the marble staircase, and down a corridor. Professor Sprout's office wasn't large, but it was filled with the fresh scent of earth. A warm fire burned in the fireplace, and lush vines climbed the walls, with various magical plants everywhere, making it look exactly like the greenhouse outside the castle. Near the window was a small desk. Professor Sprout walked to the desk and pointed to a brown box on it. "I received this package 2 days before the start of school. It was from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic, along with a letter saying it was compensation for the damage to the Forbidden Forest." At this point, Professor Sprout's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. "But I remember that Minerva didn't seem to ask the Ministry of Magic for any compensation, so these things should be for you, right?" "Ahem, yes, Professor," Kyle said somewhat embarrassedly. "I did write to the Ministry of Magic, but that was at the request of the Aurors. They seem to know that I used some valuable magical items in the Forbidden Forest, which is why I barely survived Orin's clutches, so they generously decided to give me some compensation." "Is that so?" Professor Sprout said with a smile. "But the letter also said that they would soon send someone to build a new greenhouse for Hogwarts. Was that also at your request?" No." Kyle thought for a moment and said, "I just mentioned in the letter that too much dark magic had been cast in the Forbidden Forest, and many precious magical plants and trees that were hundreds of years old had been destroyed. Quote, they're probably trying to compensate the school this way." Professor Sprout's expression grew even stranger, her face flushed slightly, and she glanced subconsciously out the window. She knew all too well what plants were in the Forbidden Forest. Most of the rare and precious plants had already been moved to the greenhouse. What remained were mostly common varieties like white peas or bubble pods. As for those so-called century-old trees, to be honest, after the Aurors left, she and Felius restored the damaged Forbidden Forest to its original state in just 5 minutes. Professor Sprout cleared her throat and said righteously, "Yes, it's a real pity about those plants. It's rare that the Ministry of Magic thought of this and built a new greenhouse to protect them." She seemed quite pleased, her tone light and cheerful. "Then, you can take stock of their compensation here and see if anything is missing. But remember to hurry, I think the sorting ceremony should be starting soon." After Professor Sprout finished speaking, she left the office, closing the door behind her. After she left, Kyle went to the desk and opened the box. There weren't many things inside. About half of it was neatly arranged galleons, roughly 50 in total, with the word, "broom," written next to them. Kyle had indeed thrown a broom in the Forbidden Forest, but it had been smashed in two by a falling tree during a later battle, rendering it completely unusable. Presumably, the Ministry of Magic couldn't find such an old model, so they simply sold it for cash. Kyle set the galleons aside. The broom was school property, so these galleons were naturally irrelevant to him, the rest was the important part. After removing the galleons, only 5 tightly sealed glass jars remained in the box. Inside were seeds of magical plants. The jars were labeled with their names. Chomping Cabbage, Mandragora aka Mandrake, and Angel's Trumpet, Venomous Tentacula, Fanged Geraniums. Kyle picked up the bottles and carefully placed them into his shape-shifting lizard skin bag. He felt a surge of relief. To make things seem more plausible, he had reported these as lost plants, which was why the Ministry of Magic had sent the items to Hogwarts. After all, almost all of them were plant species listed as extremely dangerous, especially the chomping cabbage and devil's snare, which were prohibited from trade. The Ministry of Magic explicitly forbade private cultivation and sale. Before this, Kyle hadn't really been sure. Frankly, He was gambling that the professor who received the package would open it. If he did, then these seeds would only end up in the newly built greenhouse. Fortunately, Kyle was lucky. Professor Sprout didn't care much about anything except the plants in the greenhouse. After putting away the bottles, Kyle breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He was now genuinely grateful to the Ministry of Magic for packaging them so securely. Receiving these seeds right under the nose of a botanical master, it was quite a thrill. After leaving Professor Sprout's office, Kyle descended the stairs and returned to the Great Hall. The new students had arrived, and the Great Hall was now a sea of pointed black hats, every long house table packed with students. Before the head table lay the worn-out sorting hat, now adorned with a few things different from last year. A red and blue cloth, perhaps a tea towel or a headscarf, was wrapped around the tip, and a small pair of sunglasses hung from the brim. Kyle arrived just as it began to sing. The sorting hat seemed very excited, wriggling on its triangular stool, and its melody was completely different from traditional wizarding music. Hogwarts truly is a school, the magic taught here is all incredibly wondrous. Gryffindors possess courage and boldness, unafraid of hardship or danger. Hufflepuffs are honest and hardworking, their students resilient and sincere. Ravenclaws are clever and quick-witted, seeking secrets in books and exploring the meaning of magic. Perhaps you'll go to Slytherin, they are calm and meticulous, showing no mercy to anyone in pursuit of glory. Come, take me with you, don't be afraid. One last thing, my name is the Sorting Hat. Where I'll be sorted, don't be silly. After the Sorting Hat finished singing, the entire Great Hall erupted in cheers, the young wizards applauding thunderously, as if trying to lift the ceiling. Kyle turned to the other side, heading towards the Hufflepuff table. Cedric had reserved a seat for him, right between him and Mikkel. Kyle, you should have come sooner, Cedric said regretfully, the Sorting Hat's tune is completely different from previous years. Yes, I heard it just now, Kyle said with a smile. It seems the Sorting Hat received the Christmas present he gave him last year. He just hadn't expected Hogwarts could still play those tapes. After Kyle was seated, Professor McGonagall walked over to the triangular stool. The cheers in the Great Hall gradually subsided. Professor McGonagall picked up the Sorting Hat. Whoever's name I call, put on the hat and sit down to await your sorting. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked little girl with 2 golden braids, stumbled out of the line and put on the hat. After a moment's pause, Hufflepuff. The people at the table to the right applauded Hannah, welcoming her to Hufflepuff. The second person to be sorted, Susan Bournes, was also sorted into Hufflepuff. Amidst the applause, she quickly ran to Hannah's side and sat down. The sorting proceeded smoothly afterward. Hermione and Neville both went to Gryffindor. Malfoy also went to Slytherin as he wished. And Harry and Ron, unsurprisingly, also went to Gryffindor. Kyle noticed that Dumbledore, seated at the head of the table, seemed exceptionally pleased. He clapped his hands and even openly gestured with the house cup towards Harry. That old man, Kyle muttered, knowing Dumbledore would give Harry a boost, but this blatant display was a bit much. Professor Snape, however, wasn't as happy. He didn't look at Harry, but instead squinted, staring intently at the Sorting Hat, as if he were about to pull out a potion and pour it on the tattered hat. After the last new student was sorted into Slytherin, Snape immediately stood up, wanting to help Professor McGonagall return the Sorting Hat. But he was refused. Thank you, Severus, but the new student list needs to be placed in a designated location, you might not be able to find it. Professor McGonagall gave him a slightly puzzled look, then rolled up the parchment, took the Sorting Hat, and left. Dumbledore stood up, smiling broadly at everyone, and opened his arms to them. Welcome, he said with a smile. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts for the start of a new school year. Before the feast begins, I'd like to say a few words. That is, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you, everyone. As Dumbledore sat down again, his previously empty plate was now overflowing with food. Oh, I hate carrots. Mikkel looked at the vegetable soup in front of him and said to Ryan beside him, can we switch seats? Ryan, who was munching on a corncob, shrugged indifferently and got up to switch seats with Mikkel. He wasn't picky about food, he ate everything. Kyle, do you know what the headmaster meant just now? Cedric asked with a confused look on his face. For some reason, he felt that Dumbledore had seemed a bit crazy just now, like one of those old wizards who wasn't quite right in the head. His words were also difficult to understand. I'm not entirely sure either, Kyle thought for a moment, then said, probably referring to our opinion of the other 3 houses. Like the clever Ravenclaws, don't they always think the people from the other houses are idiots? Is that so? Kyle's reminder quickly connected the dots, and Cedric nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. There were many interpretations of Dumbledore's words, but no matter how reasonable they seemed, they were still just speculation. No one knew his true thoughts. The only person who might know was still imprisoned in Ermengarde. Everyone ate very happily until the last few pumpkin pie pieces disappeared from the golden plate. After the delicious feast, Dumbledore stood up again. Now that everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, I'd like to say a few more words. First, we have our familiar Professor Quirrell, who has volunteered to fill the vacancy for Defense Against the Dark Arts. And then there's Professor Charity Burbage, who will be our new Muggle Studies professor. 2 wizards, a man and a woman, stood up from their seats, one timid and hesitant, the other beaming. A fairly enthusiastic round of applause filled the hall. However, almost all the applause was for Professor Charity Burbage. As for Professor Quirrell, he was simply benefiting from her fame, a professor whose job is only temporary. What's so special about welcoming her? Not far from Kyle, an older student clicked his tongue in astonishment. He actually volunteered to be the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. I never realized Professor Quirrell was so brave. After the applause subsided, the 2 sat back down. Dumbledore continued, first-year students, please note that the Forbidden Forest is off-limits to all students. Remember this, if anyone invites you there, even your most familiar professor, please do not accept. This is very important. As he said this, Kyle felt countless gazes suddenly fall upon him. He was speechless. Good heavens, was this some kind of public execution? Fortunately, Dumbledore didn't waste too much time on this, continuing, furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, also asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. And do not bring any magical plants from the greenhouse back to the castle, especially the dangerous ones. Dumbledore's bright eyes swept over Kyle. Kyle's lips twitched, but he quickly calmed down. Although he didn't know how Dumbledore knew, it didn't matter, he would give the headmaster face and not touch the plants brought from the greenhouse this semester. The Quidditch player selection will be held in the 2nd week of this term. Those interested in joining the student representative team, please contact Ms. Hooch. Finally, I must tell everyone that anyone who doesn't want to encounter an accident and die a painful death should not enter the right-hand corridor on the 3rd floor. Kyle couldn't help but chuckle. The bait in his words was blatantly obvious, and he used a direct hook, yet Voldemort actually believed it. He didn't even bother to think. If Dumbledore didn't have a backup plan, would he have directly told everyone the location? No, Voldemort was currently just a wandering spirit, using Professor Quirrell's shared brain. Occasional malfunctions were normal. He's not serious, is he? Mikkel's face paled slightly. Unlikely, Cedric shook his head. At least it wouldn't be as serious as he described. If Hogwarts really had such a dangerous place, it would probably have been completely sealed off long ago. After everyone finished singing the school song, Dumbledore announced that everyone could go back to rest. Kyle didn't move, turning to look at the Gryffindor table. Someone had to fulfill their bet. Oh, damn it, I thought he forgot. Fred and George sighed, and under Harry and Ron's puzzled gazes, they reluctantly popped a toffee into their mouths. Wow. Oh. Amidst shock and laughter, Fred and George, their tongues practically 3 feet long, began tap dancing around the table. This wasn't in the bet. They added it themselves. Because they had to constantly watch out for stepping on their tongues, Fred and George's tap dancing was always twitching, looking quite mesmerizing. Oh. Another burst of laughter and cheers erupted around them. Even Dumbledore was drawn to their unique style and distinctive dance moves, watching them with interest. Only Professor McGonagall stood there, her face ashen, her lips almost pressed into a thin line. Wasn't one time last year enough? And now again this year. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.